Farmers League. Farmers League. Farmers League. Olha lá, joga na Farmers League. Farmers League. Farmers League.
Bom dia, o sol já nasceu lá na nossa liga. Acorda o pipoqueiro e o Betinha, e aquele bagre que não dá balinha.
Levanta, que o ninja tirou todo o seu pijama, que o panterinha agora come grama, e o nosso nome já caiu na lama.
Lá na Farmers League amanhã, deixa o metro e vem pra cá, que o sol raiou e agora é hora de pinar. Que drama, só mete hate, mas sei que me ama. Parece que apagou a nossa chama. O Invi desse ano não valeu a fama.
Perdoa, tem gente que se queima à toa. Na internet qualquer gata é leoa. Se a nossa liga é ruim,
Imagine a boa. Lá na Farmers League amanhã,
deixa o map e vem pra cá,
que o sol raiou.
e agora só vai começar.
Alô, rapaziada, cheguei, mas quer dizer que essa roça vai aqui é a melhor liga do mundo?
Hello everybody and welcome back to the first, or the final playday of the South America League. You did not come in late to the matchup, I promise you. Ollie and I are filling in for Ann and Foxay today to take you through the last two matches for stage one of the SAL. And I have to say, for the final three teams we have, Ollie, I have to think, well, you might have some thoughts on one of them, but I think for the most part, we ended up with the best teams.
Well, the quality always rises to the top, doesn't it? You can't argue when you get to this point in the playoffs because we've played too much Siege to get here. We're past the best of threes now. We're past those 50-50 dice rolls where we can often see upsets, and upsets become far less likely the further we get into these playoffs. We're left with Team Liquid. We're left with FaZe. That's going to be our first matchup. And then, of course, Furia is waiting.
Yeah, and then, of course, I'm sure we'll have a lot of thoughts on Furia later, but for this lower bracket final that we have, Team Liquid Alienware versus FaZe, the El Clasico that you and I long debated on, merging to settle the debate unequivocally, what is still always going to be one of the most exciting matchups in Brazil. That'll be our first match of the day, of course, with the Furia Grand Final coming up later. But, of course, all these teams have already made it to the big international event of the stage so far that we always end things with. We have EWC. We've all our teams qualified there, and these matchups are for seeding. So if you want to take a look at the teams that have qualified so far, made it to the international tournament, of course, it's going to be Furia. It's going to be Team Liquid Alienware, going to be FaZe Clan, and obviously joining some excellent teams all across the world. Well, excellent teams all across the world. There is a little bit of a black sheep here, Ollie. Team Secret obviously being invited because they won last year's EWC, but a much different roster. So that will be kind of an odd one to see the ghost of Team Secret past.
Yeah, very different roster. I think we've got to give an honourable mention to Team Loss as well. Obviously making it into this EWC finals, beating out on teams like Flux OW7M, leaving other teams behind here inside of South America League. NIP as well, a big contender from this region that isn't making it to the main stage.
Yeah, and then, of course, from NA as well, that you and I have seen that we saw qualify. I think definitely, well, certainly three of the best teams. Shopify Rebellion, what we would normally say is the clear top four, struggling a little bit in the stage to qualify as well, but definitely still such a big name. It would have felt weird to have an EWC tournament without those teams, and from all the big three regions, that is exciting. But, of course, we also have Chinese teams coming into the play. Tyloo, All Gamers, so All Gamers upset one of the teams that we'll be watching later today in Salt Lake City. So a lot of regions coming to play, both in the play-in stage and beyond that. So we hope you all are able to tune in to the Esports World Cup. But those are the matches for later. We have some matches today to talk about. As we mentioned, we have 2 final matches inside of SAL Stage 1, our lower bracket final and our grand final at the end of the day. First up will be Team Liquid Alienware versus FaZe. The El Clasico have played, 8 billion times since the game first launched. And then, of course, the winner of that will go on to play Furia in our grand final later.
Yep, a lot of bragging rights on offer here, and more importantly, a heck of a lot of SI points. 420 SI points for winning your region, respectively. SI points are going to play a sort of obviously an important role for SI, but in the short term, plays an important role for the seeding for EWC as well. So when you look at all those teams that are qualified for EWC, you're going to want to be going in at a reasonably high seed, because there's a chance for some fairly easy games, dare I say it, in the first couple of play days of that. Given that, the widespread nature and, of course, a lot of cross-pollination, lots of different regions getting involved. So teams are going to be fighting for seeding more than anything, and, of course, winning their region for those 420 SI points.
And contrary to it, well, maybe not contrary to the intro, but Brazil has always been quite a strong region. SAL has always been quite a strong region. If we want to throw up the bracket and look at some of the teams that haven't made it this far in the bracket, but might still be at either EWC or just ever so slightly fell short. We had 6 teams, of course, qualify from the round robin stage and then make it here. We do have a 5th and 6th place game, but that is being played off of stream. While Team Liquid Alienware and FaZe and Furia made it this far into the bracket. If we want to again throw up the 6 teams that made it in from the round robin, those teams would be, of course, Ninjas in Pajamas and Loud, just unfortunately falling short of that later stage in the bracket, Ollie. And I think, honestly, if we saw anything from either of those teams that really impressed, I would say NIP, kind of surprising we didn't see them make it farther.
Yeah, NIP can make a good shot. I think, obviously, internationally, they struggled a little bit at Salt Lake. Domestically, they've done very well this stage, and I was expecting to see them inside of this top 4. I'm going to be honest with you. I mean, the problem is with Brazil is that historically it's been such a stacked region that you've needed almost a top 6 in some cases. I think now we're probably getting more towards an area where a top 4 is more appropriate for this region, because some of the quality has started to drop off, especially in some of the roster changes that we've seen and some of the teams that are maybe struggling to recreate some of those previous success and sort of previous dominant streaks. Obviously, Salt Lake City Major is the most recent major in our memory, but we can't forget, we can't not look back a little bit further back toward SI, where FaZe was still doing really well. So they still definitely hold their own, but I don't know that the sort of dominance and the reign that we've seen at SAL go on is going to continue forever.
But of course, you talk about dominant teams. We've got them in this first matchup of the day, starting with Team Liquid Alienware, a team that, of course, has such a high reputation from the streak they went on a few years ago, but trying to reach the domestic heights that they had last year and struggling to do so. Had a rough kickoff, did not qualify for Salt Lake City, while they qualified for EWC here. Especially in the most recent performance, Ollie, Team Liquid Alienware is still quite good and deserve a lot of deference, but definitely some worrying signs sprouting at the worst possible time in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, they're not in the best of positions right now. Obviously, looking deeper, 26th at the moment in terms of global standing. So not where this team wants to be necessarily. I think back quite heavily. Obviously, a game that's very recent in our minds is, of course, the fixture that they played only a couple of days ago against Furia, where I just felt it was there for the taking. So many rounds lost to clutches, so many rounds lost to multi-kills, and it just felt a little bit sloppy for the quality that we know is on this team. You've got KZ, you've got Maya, JV92, a very consistent player. Philippox leading the charge. Don't look to him for kills. He can give us big moments, though, and is often calling those shots from that backline, and Nade as well, again, with some of that more supportive play and that clutch factor. They've really got a very well-rounded team here, and it is frustrating sometimes when you see some of those holes start to show, because you know that they're capable.
And the one player we haven't really seen holes from is KZ. I mean, obviously, top-rated player in the league, 123 EPS for this team, has been the most consistent player and has always been the most consistent player on this roster. When the team has been up and down in 2024, up in 2025, KZ has always been there. A lot more to say about him later, but of course, their opponents will be the 2-time world champions, FaZe Clan, to see who will go on to play Furia in the grand final. And what a worthy opponent that would be. FaZe Clan as another opponent, Ollie, is always going to be a crazy matchup. And we say that, but sometimes also even for maybe not worrying reasons, but for example, that matchup we just saw against Los, a pretty close 2-1. FaZe being given a real run for their money by Los. And while I wouldn't say they're necessarily coming into this series looking weaker, I think the point for SAL that has carried through into playoffs is that it's not a clear FaZe Furia game like it was in 24 and 25. This playoffs has become quite competitive, and even FaZe is showing some bruises.
Yeah, not coming unscathed, have they? They got put to the test against Lost, and I think, again, it's where some of these cracks are starting to show. Some of these higher-level Brazil teams that we're used to seeing go out there and win it all, teams are starting to figure it out a little bit more now. Teams are starting to understand the weaknesses, and there's only so many times that FaZe can pull themselves out of a bad position. They were fortunate against Lost, and I think that Lost could have done a better job at closing that game out and given more experience and more reps. Maybe that's something that they would look to do in the future. But FaZe got punished, they got tested, and it might be a bit of an alarm bell here. We often see FaZe need a little bit of a kick up the backside to really get them into gear, because without it, and if they just sort of float through the stage and things go fairly straightforward, they can trip up at the final hurdle. That win against Lost, the fact that they were able to get that over the line in a 2-1 is going to give them that reality check of, okay, you know, we still need to fight for this. And this is typically where you see FaZe turn it on anyway. Last day of the stage, this is where they're going to leave nothing on the table.
And you talk about players turning it on. I think one player that we really seen slowly start to increase in performance, that is a very worrying sign for Team Liquid Alienware, is Cyber, a player who really seems to lock in these big playoff moments. And while KZ's been consistently at the top, Cyber's been creeping up in the past couple series, and that's going to be a big problem for any team, but in this case, just happens to be Team Liquid Alienware.
Yeah, Cyber wins the head-to-head on the stage long stats, but realistically, his uptick is typically towards the end of the stage. These last couple of play days is where you're expecting Cyber to really come alive. KZ has done incredible work for Liquid, and often, at sometimes, has felt like one of the only players with a pulse on that team because of his performance and because of that contribution, especially when you've got players like Maya, like JV, that you would look towards to support him a little bit. He's head and shoulders been stood above the rest. Today, it's going to be a battle of these two.
And of course, I mean, we've seen KZ still put up good performance and it not be sufficient. I think that Furia game, a great example, constantly getting entries, or Team Liquid Alienware constantly getting entries, KZ bailing them out of rounds, but it not always being good enough. Furia able to win a lot of those clutches. And while KZ might be the top performer, if it's still not enough to get the team over the line, which it's rarely, outside of a best of one, good enough for one player to really get the team over the line, TLR are going to have some problems. If you're not able to convert your advantages, FaZe Clan run a strategy that's, you know, Cyber doing his own thing and 4 players ready to recover on the site. That's the exact game plan FaZe have won 2 world championships off the back of. And so, in this matchup, of course, I think both these teams quite good. FaZe Clan maybe coming in the favorites, but definitely some worrying signs that seem to line up quite well for FaZe. Of course, we have the veto coming up as well to see what teams get their comfortable territory and what might be a bit more uncomfortable for both teams depending on what that decider is. We should start, of course, Cafe and Consulate taken down, but then our first map of the day, Ollie, will be Nighthaven.
Comfortable territory in FaZe. I mean, it goes hand in hand, doesn't it? Like they've not really got a bad map inside of the whole pool. You're going to struggle to get them somewhere that they aren't comfortable. Labs is being picked there, Border coming in as a second choice, and of course a Bank as a decider. We do love a Bank between these two teams as well. Nighthaven Labs, I think it's quite a bold pick, really, from FaZe. Obviously, it is a map that they play. It is a map that they're very capable on. 6-3 on it at the moment, but 6th place preference. Liquid on the flip side, 8th place preference and a 2-1 record on it currently. Now, we're not going to see much of a repeat of the previous matches that we got from these two. Obviously, Liquid responsible for putting FaZe down in the lower bracket in these playoffs way back on day one of the playoffs. So something to bear in mind there is Liquid kind of have the edge in recent history in best of 3 against FaZe. This is going to be a repeat of that first game that we saw at the top of the bracket. We're not going to be going to any familiar territory here, though. It was a very bold Chalet pick that kind of caught FaZe off guard. That's been one of their strongholds for a long time. You can see that coming in as the last ban there for Liquid. FaZe happy to go back there, just given their record on it of late. It's been fantastic. So trying to mix things up a little bit. There's correlations that we can draw between the labs and the clubhouse, both very step by step. Both in a lot of ways suit both of these rosters because they can play that step-by-step style of Siege exceptionally well. My worry is the reps for Liquid. They've only played it 3 times. It isn't a lot of reps really when you're going up against FaZe.
Well, let's bring in our casters real quick to get some quick thoughts on the matchup before we send them into Night Haven Labs, as if there's any series inside of the SAL that everybody wants to talk about, it is whenever T-Law goes up against FaZe Clan. We have Antero and Jesse to talk about it. We're just about to get into the game, so I just want some quick predictions. Two of the hottest names in Brazil. Parker, who do you have winning?
I mean, I think you're a fool if you bet against FaZe Clan. But I have a soft spot in my heart for T-Law, so I will end my statement by sipping this beautiful coffee, because that's what I'll be doing through most of this match while I enjoy yet another El Clasico.
And let me tell you, beautiful mug as well. I really like the design on that. Jesse, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, Parker's fence sitting. I have to join him, I think, up there on the fence. Team Liquid Alienware having the edge, though, in recent best of threes. If I have to pick one, maybe I give it to them, but this is a pure 50-50 in my mind.
Ooh, pure 50-50. Ollie, what are your thoughts on this? Because I feel you're never 50-50. You're always one way or the other, I feel.
Yeah, I tend to come down pretty heavy on one side, don't I? I think I'm going to give it to FaZe. I can't get over the mistakes that Liquid were making the other day. If they continue to make them, it's going to be FaZe all day. If they tidy that up, it's going to be a different story.
Well, we've got FaZe favorites on the desk. We'll see what the matchup entails. We've got Team Liquid Alienware and FaZe Night Haven Labs right now.
For what it's worth, I wasn't sitting on the fence. I said you're not smart if you bet against FaZe Clan. And I mean, if you read between the lines there, that's a prediction without an actual prediction being made. I think FaZe Clan will win this matchup just based on pedigree and the way that these teams have performed. The only nagging doubt that I have, Jesse, is that FaZe Clan have had some very obvious struggles from the last 2 days of the groups onwards. So FaZe Clan can absolutely bleed, but this T-Law team seems to be a little cursed half the time.
Yeah, fine. I think just let me
It's
talk
very
more.
tricky for us to know which one is actually going to show up.
Yeah, I mean, I agree 100%. On one hand, this is the best rivalry in Rainbow Six Siege. Team Liquid Alienware and all their previous organizations they've had versus FaZe Clan. The best game in Siege history is played between these two cores. Of course, they've got so much history going back for years and years now. 3 world championships between just these two teams in the last 3 years. You could talk about them for ages, but now another chapter has to be written. Even recently, I mean, Ollie touched on it on the desk, but you go back through this season, FaZe Clan won in the group stage of Stage 1, but then Team Liquid Alienware won in playoffs. In kickoff, it was reversed. T-Law won in the group stage, and then FaZe Clan won in playoffs. So that's why, for me, this is a pure 50-50. It just feels like the recent results have been so split between these two titans. And it's also 2026. The world is moving on a little bit from the core two that had dominated South America for so long. You're seeing hot teams like Furia rise above the rest and really start to challenge the big dogs of South America. So it's a new era. Things are always changing, it feels like, here in SA. And it's going to be really exciting to see who comes out on top in this one between FaZe Clan and T-Law.
I believe when you say it, you have to say the big dogs.
The big dogs.
I think that's very important that you get the branding right. The desk touched on this right away. 3 players in this lobby make up 1, 2, and 3 of best rated players in Brazil. KZ has been a cut above, sitting at a 122 EPS. That's quite a jump down to Handy in second with 112. Maya rounds out the top 3. That's it for them in the top 10. You have to go down to Cyber, who had a sensational game against Los just 2 days prior to get him to the position that he's in. I think both these teams match up really well stylistically. Again, I think the two questions that I am going to wait for an answer on, because I don't have an answer to them yet, and we won't until, I would argue, we're about midway through map 1, if not a little bit longer. Does FaZe Clan and their struggles, are these actual issues with the team, or was this just them not taking maybe weaker quality opponents all that seriously? That's question number 1. And number 2, which T-Law roster is going to show up today? Is it going to be the team that has failed to make it to a number of international events, or is it going to be the team that gave us that incredible matchup at the SI Grand Finals here? So far, on kill number 1, Jesse, it looks like maybe a bit more of the latter, as JV92 has walked in and kills 3 people, nearly finds a 4th. KDS rebuffs him with the sidearm in hand, but so much damage is done. JV92 is supposed to be your worst rated player. How did he find such an opening? It's all up to KDS now with a minute left in the round. A little bit of do-si-do, and he's finished off by Felipox as T-Law wastes no time whatsoever taking the first round.
Joao Vitor 92, top left of your screen. He gets things going for Team Liquid Alienware, Parker. And you're right, lowest rated player coming into this matchup. But hey, everybody can have some big frags here for Team Liquid Alienware. He actually battles with the support players, Fleetbox and Nade, but lowest rated of the big three that you tend to see popping off on Team Liquid Alienware. Good to see him getting active early in this game. Everybody can find value. Everybody can be deadly. And it's interesting to note Team Liquid Alienware winning their very first attack here on Nighthaven Labs. We didn't get to really talk about it, Parker, but this is FaZe Clan's map pick, meaning it was up to Team Liquid Alienware to choose what side they wanted to start on, and they choose the attacking side. Now, I would argue, and I think most people would argue, that defense is generally easier on Nighthaven. But for Team Liquid Alienware, they are just a much better attacking team than they are on the defense. Sub 50% win rate on their defense side this stage, despite the fact that they're here in the top three. That's carried by a 60% of offensive win rate. That's the highest in the leagues. So be really careful about this Team Liquid Alienware attacks. They're really proficient on this offensive side and really good from JV92 to get things going.
I mean, I know that people might kind of bat an eye at the fact that he's one of the lowest rated player. Technically, I believe it's actually Nade that is the lowest rated player on this team as of this exact moment. JV92's had a nice bounce back as he sits in 18th overall, but his numbers were really quite poor when they first came over to this organization and had to make some minor adjustments with Maya on the squad. I don't think anybody can ever count out JV92. It's not like a situation where the juice just up and disappeared, right? It was just his role, really. So he's always going to be a force to be reckoned with. And on this map in particular, you see a lot of fragging Thatchers just because of the way that the operator is played. So it doesn't surprise me very little to see him that aggressive. I was just a bit taken aback by how quickly it happened in round number 1. So with it, he found the opening. He gets the kills. Team Liquid Alienware pummeling FaZe Clan through round number 1. But I don't expect to see that level of domination carry forward unabated. I expect to see a pretty nice counterpunch from FaZe sooner rather than later.
The Thatcher, of course, a staple. Anytime that Kaid is unbanned, when you have Kaid on the board, Thatcher is your best counter that you can bring. So as long as he's not removed, that's going to be seen every single round unless we get that Kaid ban later. Now here's an aggressive move from Handy up on the IT breach. There's nobody directly out here. Of course, Nade just opened this up. His twin brother, it's JV92, man of the hour, though, lurking around the corner.
Handy's surveying the situation for a kill. JV92 holding that angle does not give him anything, so if there's somebody there, Handy was completely unaware of it. They've got a drone on him. He was looking down, not up. JV92 in the exact same position where he slaughtered 3 people from before will now be a bit more assertive as KZ starts off the killing. Just a little bit over a minute left in the round, but Handy had a premonition. He reads 1 and 2, gets KZ, gets JV92, and the fadeaway, and the drone. Oh, he was hoping for Maya, but that one's just a little bit too far out of reach. Final minute, and neither team with a numbers advantage.
That's huge from Handy. You keep things even. This will be a very close final minute, but Parker Cyber actually has different ideas. He finds Nade before they can commit to this push. That's going to really shut down the dimensions of this execute. They really only have this exo push now. Fleetbox leading the charge, finds the opening pick onto the opposing captain of Vidaking. He is linked up with Maya, so they're looking to play together and get their trades when they try to force a plant. I say that, though. Maya's going to rotate over to the main breach. This is going to be low on time, Parker, but I like this reposition.
Not a bad call here from T-Law as 30 seconds have now been burned off of the clock. Tension building inside the site, but no real urgency now as the 2 remaining players on either side will do battle in just a matter of moments. Cyber and KDS, they see Felipox. He's on the bulletproof camera. They know Maya's going to be holding this cross, so they will rotate. You need the perfect pinch here. Diffuse kick goes down, but Maya's caught looking the wrong way. Excellently played by FaZe as they get both of them enabled by the bulletproof camera. That is textbook FaZe Clan, and we've got a tie game.
Little surprised that plant goes down, but ultimately the post plant is really strong there, Parker. Nicely done by FaZe Clan to be able to react to that. They didn't send somebody up above, and 9 times out of 10, you'd expect somebody like KDS to try to flank up those cargo stairs, get inside of storage, and get the vert denial on that plant. But because there was a Capitao, Felipox was using his smoke bolts to block those angles. So if they had gone above, they probably wouldn't have been able to get that kill. Instead, KDS flanks in through Exo. They get a pinch onto Felipox. He's got saw no hope of staying alive in that moment. And then, of course, Maya just unable to cover from the breach, which was opened quite large by Nade on the Thermite. Sometimes it's better to have that opened a little bit smaller by a can opener or by Hibana so that you have a little bit of a safer angle to hold. It was really tough for Maya to play that with the whole breach opened up like that.
We saw in the NAL just a couple days ago, and I've seen it in EML as well, is bring an ace and use a single Selma on either side of the panel.
Yeah.
Now, of course, the problem with that is that if everything goes belly up, you can't vault through a single Selma. You're going to be using it basically as a reverse mirror window at that point that's been ejected, right? It's going to be there solely as a window for you to fire through. But I mean, T-Law had good strategic depth, and they were able to cut through that top floor. They could have very easily gotten away with that, but of course, an operator not in their wheelhouse. So sometimes those breaches giveth, sometimes they taketh away. And in that case, for Team Liquid Alienware, it taketh. Big extended roam now upstairs for FaZe Clan as they held this part just 2 rounds ago. That's where the bomb site was, but FaZe Clan melted like a stick of butter on a hot day here. I don't know if Team Liquid Alienware are going to be quite as efficient this time around, but eyes are looking at you, JV92, on your Blackbeard. Let's see what you can do from this position.
Yeah, I like the shield play coming out. You don't see JV92 on a shield all that often. He has just a 1% shield pick rate on the attack, so very rare to see him bring it out instead of Philippox, but excited to see how it goes. Handy's swapped over to the Wamai as well. This is a very standard FaZe Clan strategy, but the Wamai is new and no doubt being brought thanks to those buffs that he received in the mid-season patch just a little while ago, Parker, so excited to see what he wants to run with this. But you've got this shield plus sniper combo that I'm really intrigued by, JV92 and Philippox. Usually, if you're going to go direct, you kind of have to plant in through the storage window. That's the only real space where you can safely get a plant down, as long as that IT breach gets opened and all that. So that should be the strategy, but they are coming in the top floor now. JV looking for some kills.
Oh, KZ shot from a direction he wasn't waiting on. Maya also down for the count. So FaZe Clan striking first 2 rounds in a row. The man that I said we need to take a look at, JV92, still here, still alive. And Team Liquid Alienware, despite giving up 2 of their players, have taken control of this top floor. These rounds, Jesse, flying by. Just a little bit over a minute to go. And this is the worst start so far for T-Law.
Yeah, they've really stalled out after losing those 2 picks. Maya was trying to push Garage with his Blackbeard, but he just got slammed by a good angle from Souls. Now they're going to do their best with 60 seconds to try to make some vert, but all you've got is the sniper. You didn't bring a Ram. You didn't bring many of those shotguns either, so they're just hoping to be able to fish for a pick. Philippox has Diffuse Kit. If he dies here, it's really bad, but of course, they've got some time still to work with to fish for these kills. They know they have to get one. 2 Nitro Cells dodged so far, so that's all of them out of the books.
FaZe Clan can play with tons of confidence from above. Nade with a single kill immediately traded out by Cyber, who follows up very quickly on Philippox outside of the building. And oh my goodness, a full court press from FaZe Clan. They looked like they have absolutely no signs of slowing down and are putting in better results the longer this one goes on, from great to good to not very good at all for Team Liquid Alienware. And with it, FaZe takes the lead.
I like that pulse play from Cyber. It's not necessarily an operator you associate with one of the most aggressive players in the league, but it is his go-to here on the storage bomb site. He played it 7 of the last times they played that bomb site, now 8 of 9, including that previous round. So, you know Cyber likes to get that information for his teammates, was able to clean things up really nicely over there. Not so confident about that entry that we saw. KZ looking a little bit lost entering over towards cafeteria, maybe just assuming that because all of his team were focusing more on the site side of things, that there wouldn't be as many defenders over there, but the information was just flowing from FaZe Clan, and they'll do a good job of being able to lock that one out. Now 2-1 first quarter, and there goes the Kaid ban that we were waiting for. So expect Thatcher to be picked basically not at all for the rest of this half.
Now I stare at the bottom left of my screen quite intently, hoping, well, I'm hate watching for your sake to see if a Thatcher pops up, just so I can tell you that you're wrong. Prior to the start of this broadcast, this is for you, the chat, to know if you wonder why there's some animosity between us. Jesse, with a straight face, successfully rage baited everybody on the broadcast by trying to tell us that Edmonton was a superior city to, well, anything, frankly. And
it's not a rage bait. It's a beautiful city, imbued with nature and walkability.
Yeah, nobody's looking at Edmonton and calling it walkable. So,
because you've never been there.
I have literally been there. I was just there. I will never forget my trip.
And you struggled with how much you had to walk. Anyways, we can move on.
So anyway, just in case, if you hear a little bit of hostility between Jesse and I, as you can even hear, he's still continuing. He hasn't fallen off yet. It will be present, and if you hear some shots being thrown his way from X and Lynx on the desk, well, because they were also goaded into this utter nonsense.
X was on my side. Let's just be clear on that. X had a brain.
You want to take it? You want me to take it?
Back to the top floor, obviously this is going to be a defender stronghold from FaZe Clan, but the last time we were here, JV92 just ripped the roof off of this site. As expected, he's not sticking with that Thatcher. He'll go the Deimos this time instead. Could be going to play down below, maybe try to force some of these players out with the verticality. That pistol can be devastating from downstairs, but instead he's entering meeting side. Going to have a little bit more of this opportunity to try to choke in on towards connector. As I say that, he does go below, though, so this is kind of more where you'd expect a Deimos to be playing. There is a player down here hunting him down. It's Handy, and it's the one player JV has not scanned, so he can't actually get a read on this Fenrir. They need a ping on him earlier, else they might get caught off guard. He's walked up the fish stairs now, so it's not as threatening, but he has the potential to go back down.
So close when you go fishing for that door, but then also hope for a kill through the wall, and silhouettes, reinforcements, etc. can always get in the way of that. Cyber very intently guarding this IT wall. The Nitro Cell almost gets KZ2. The one thing that this FaZe Clan has been very good for, Jesse, is getting kills in bunches. They got 2 in the previous round, they got 2 before that, and almost find 2 here as well. Nade's been having a really rough start to this matchup. KZ almost joined him in the afterlife. There will go JV92. Literally all the offense from T-Law that we've seen started in round 1 with JV walking in and taking over the bomb site, and surely there's a tactical timeout called by T-Law as they just got flawless round. Every single round has steadily gotten worse for the Horsemen.
Yeah, it's not a good trend to see for Team Liquid Alienware. I wouldn't be surprised at all for the tac timeout, and you did call it correctly, Parker. It'll be played out now by Igor, the head coach of Team Liquid Alienware. Again, tough bomb sites to try to break into. You really got to give credit to the old men on the side of FaZe Clan, Cyber and Souls, who were able to pop off for 2 kills apiece in the midst of that. I'm really glad the desk highlighted Cyber before this game. Of course, when you look at his overall stage stats, he's not been the best player. He entered yesterday's best of 3 actually at a negative overall KD, but yesterday he absolutely blew up the server. He played so well in those playoffs. He continues to play well today, starting 6-1 here on the defense, finding value on a multitude of different operators. So the battle between him and KZ, it's been kind of lopsided so far. Cyber has definitely been the better of the 2 players. We need some of the superstars to start coming alive on Team Liquid Alienware. It was nice to see JV92 early in round 1, but KZ and Maya are where your heads are usually going to turn towards, and we haven't really seen either of them have any big moments yet.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Round number 1, Team Liquid won with 3 of their players still alive. 0 players survived for FaZe Clan. Round number 2, FaZe Clan won. 2 of their players survived. Round number 3, 4 of their players survived on FaZe Clan's side. Round number 4, all of their players survived. So at this point, you're going to regress unless you just continue to put up flawless rounds, which I think is quite unlikely at this point in time, especially against a team like T-Law. T-Law have had some struggles here so far on Nighthaven Labs. I think that goes without saying. They are on the stronger side of their opponent's map pick, so T-Law should be doing very effectively, and yet they are not. So a couple things that we can really focus on. Number 1, these attacks here on Nighthaven Labs have not been structurally very good. They are getting picked apart by FaZe Clan, with FaZe Clan taking most of these engagements, Jesse, either outside of the building or the moment that T-Law steps foot inside the building. So action is occurring right away. It's like it's some deep roam and it's the middle to late round where you're getting felled. No, you're getting picked apart immediately. And my question has to be, where's your intel? Where are your drones here? You look at the operator bands, Grim, Monty, Thermite. Snake is on the board, thank goodness. Adokabi is on the board, thank goodness. But Deimos, not used anywhere near as frequently as we would expect. Snake only shown up for the 2nd time now. You are losing because of information. I'm surprised T-Law is not working more of those intel ops into the game plan.
Well, you're right, though. The Snake and Dokkaebi are here this time. They've been a little bit missing so far, but they've got both of the pieces of the puzzle here, so they've got a little bit more, I think, of an ability to find those players out. The one change they've made to this bottom floor attack is Nade. Of course, his Thermite got banned, so he's moving over to that Striker, and now those breaches will be a little bit smaller just because they're can openers. So if we end up in a similar post-plant situation, watch out for that on the main breach. But first, it has to be the roam clear. Maya has snuck his way into the building, down fish stairs now. He will be unnoticed by the defenders. They shouldn't know that he's here unless they catch him on a cam or something, but it seems like he has gone a bit of a mystery. Finds the cam here and can go for the cargo player. Let's see how this goes. Oh.
Remember what I said about information?
I mean, they had intel, bro. They had his exact position, and then Maya gets slammed. Like, that's unfortunate.
I still think that is a bit of a failure on the info side. You had the information. How are you not capitalizing off of that? You have an F2 in your hands. Just pre-fire the situation, for crying out loud. That is one that Maya, frankly, should not have lost. And I mean, Maya is a great player. Again, statistically, one of the best, third overall in the entire league. He has been so damn good since getting picked up by Team Liquid, irrespective of the supporting cast around him. And he is having a very rough time on his role. FaZe Clan are making him look like chopped liver, Jesse.
Well, they still go for a plant, Parker. They've got exo control just like last time, but without control of storage, this is going to be really difficult. Both Cyber and Souls sit right above where the default plant's going to go down. Fleepox has to make a decision. Does he go for the default plant and pray that his smoke bolts on the ceiling are going to be enough, or do they try to mix it up?
Aerial your smokes, down goes Vidiking, and it's JV92 to the rescue, trying something to get this offense that's sputtering for T-Law kicked into high gear. FaZe Clan are hitting their targets, but not enough to deal the knockout blow as we go into the post plant. KZ and Nade on very limited HP, but T-Law holds the upper hand in numbers. Oh, handy. Did he assess that there was somebody there? Did he see him through the wall? This is a daunting task now for Handy and Co. As Cyber and Souls are still very much alive as well, but they are non-factors at the moment. T-Law completely blocking FaZe Clan out of a retake here. Handy is within arm's reach, but the flames from the Capitao keeping him at bay. Cyber takes out Nade, running out of time. They might be able to get these kills. Who hops on the defuse kit? It's Handy. T-Law now battling from behind. KZ somehow needs to clutch this one, and he gets Handy at the last second. Not enough coverage from FaZe Clan. That was their round to lose, but KZ is the savior and wins it for Team Liquid Alienware.
We were hyping up Cyber, highlighted by the desk earlier, and KZ, the other player the desk chose to highlight, has a big moment, exactly what we were waiting for. He plays so well with the clock, Parker. I also got to give so much credit to Fleepox in the midst of that. That is textbook, perfect Capitao play to come through from the captain of Team Liquid Alienware. Again, used those smokes to block some of the vert angles. I believe Nade was also upstairs on that storage window, harassing those storage players of Cyber and Souls. So they made it really difficult to deny that plant. It was obvious what they were going for. FaZe Clan knew what was happening, but they just didn't have the ability to stop it because Team Liquid Alienware covered every single one of their bases. Then using that firebolt in the post plant was absolutely genius to come through from FaZe Clan. KZ on a sliver of HP just has to walk in, have perfect timing, and clean things up. It was really well put together from start to finish, and Team Liquid Alienware still alive in this first half because of it.
There's still some dog in that fight. Sorry, some horse in that fight here.
Yeah,
if I may use that, if I can rely on those puns. I don't know. I don't know if you've noticed this, Jesse, but I noticed this actually the other day. Team Liquid's logo is a horse.
Oh, you're right. It definitely is. Yeah, that's
really
the main,
does explain why they do so much horsing around.
I've been wondering this whole time. Yeah, that's good. Good catch, Parker.
Because I've been watching a lot of Norm Macdonald these days. That one was solely for links, but I hope other people understand it as well.
That is.
You don't know who
Nobody
Norm
will.
Okay. You're just pissing me off today, aren't you? You're just saying he started off, the Marvel Avengers Doomsday trailer dropped today, and I said, oh, I want to watch this. And Jesse goes, I hate to break it to you, but there's no minions in it. Everything you've done today has just gotten under my skin, and I hate that it's working. So
you know what gets under my skin, Parker, is
gonna say
Maya
win
still
the game.
being 1-4
There you
because this is again been the best player on Team Liquid Alienware bar MKZ since this season began. He is known as one of their best entry fraggers, and he's just not finding that value so far for the team. I think you're right that intel's been a big part of it, but you can go back to that last round. They had perfect intel, and Maya just missed his shots, which you said it, not really what we'd come to expect from a guy of his caliber. This will be his final round on the attack half to try to make something happen, to get some value for his teammates. Maya is a much better attacking player than he is on the defense historically as well. 138 KDR versus 104, so this kind of has to be his moment, his last opportunity to help out his team before they swap to the harder side.
Not a single player positive on the side of T-Law. KZ was until he was just put in the ground by FaZe Clan, who yet again will get another opening pick, and they suffer nothing for it in the process. To their credit, the Horsemen and the Aliens, I suppose. It's a weird mix for this current squad, but that's fine. They've been able to take top floor control pretty quickly. It just cost them KZ in the process. So a pretty large blow for this team, but they have to keep up this momentum now for the final minute or else FaZe Clan's round to lose.
Yeah, you're right, Parker. They didn't get nothing from losing that body. They have this control, which is good. They've got Philippox on the Ram, so they can start opening up more of these floorboards. They've already done a good bit of work on the soft destruction so far, but they have to be able to fish for a pick. They're worried about a flank. It is Vidiking up there in the hallway, but if Vidiking plays this slow, that's not going to be a pick for you, so you've got to work other angles. You can't be pushing 4v5 and expecting to win.
You can win in that position, but the expectation, as you very correctly pointed out, is the greater issue here. FaZe Clan have shown very little weaknesses, and even the most previous round that was won by T-Law probably should have gone in FaZe Clan's direction, but shoulda, woulda, coulda, you can't rely on that moving forward, and FaZe Clan are ensuring that that same mistakes do not happen twice in a row. JV92 is in the basement, miles away from the bomb site, going on a heroic run back to the top floor, but no universe in which he comes even close to the objective. FaZe Clan take the first half of their own map, 4-2.
And I have to say, Ollie, while Team Liquid Alienware of the rounds they won certainly won them off the back of big plays and highlights, FaZe Clan really seemed to win that half off the back of broader play. Cyber might have had the most kills, but that was a full team performance from the world champions.
It should be a 6-0, shouldn't it? Let's be
6-0.
Totally real with ourselves. JV92 3K in round one. Does it happen again? Well, kind of, yes. FaZe do slip up twice in the first half. But aside from those two slip-ups, aside from giving opportunity for JV and opportunity for KZ, FaZe have played a beautiful game of Siege there. We've got a great clip on our screens just showing the pace that Cyber is able to play with, given the fact that even due to the bans, Team Liquid Alienware have banned the Blackbeard, the Bandit, the Cade, and the Mirror. They have focused so heavily on being able to get those breaches open. They haven't had an ace banned. We didn't see until round 6, I believe, when Maya started to play the ace. And with that comes so many blind spots. You've only got these two tin opener holes, so it's very difficult to challenge on. A player like Cyber doesn't need much of an invitation to retake some space. And there was a countless amount of rounds where it really came down to a flurry of kills in the final few seconds. This is where we've seen something from Team Liquid, though. They were able to get this round 5 over the line. They got the plant down for Philippox, some really good utility in that Capital Fireball, zoning off a lot of areas, still someone outside of the breach. But again, look at it. It's only a hard breach charge. It isn't too big a hole, and Handy, as such, is given a chance here. He can actually transition across. He can make this challenge, can wait for the fire to go. And in another world, if Philippox isn't in the right place, if KZ isn't in the right place at the right time and is able to pick up 2 kills, it's another round that goes FaZe's way. The swing there, perfect. Plenty of time on the diffuser. It's just KZ comes out of absolutely nowhere and is able to clean the last 2 up. Good target prioritization, making sure he's getting the planter first, and unfortunately Sol's there, not able to cover. Aside from that, very, very small margins in the rounds that Team Liquid Alienware were able to get away with. I don't know. FaZe are just playing a brilliant game today.
Well, yeah, and it seems like, going back to that point you made about the breaches, it seems part of a broader plan just to deny as much space as possible, FaZe giving a very aggressive look over towards Team Liquid Alienware. Do you think we'll see that on the attack, or do you think we're going to see FaZe go more that step-by-step route that, I mean, also is a bit more favored on Nighthaven?
I mean, FaZe have seemingly had the perfect counter at every turn, right? They've dominated that opening kill statistic, and you would expect them to go still very step by step. With the bans that we're seeing, we're actually getting a Twitch ban here from T-Law, so a very targeted piece of utility there getting removed. That's going to give FaZe a heck of a lot of tools to play with. No information's been banned. We've got a full complement of, Dokkaebi, Deimos, whatever you might want. No hard breach banned either. Leaving all hard breach open on labs always spells disaster.
Well, FaZe with plenty of tools and plenty of rounds as well. We'll see if they can get more to close it out in regulation.
Thank you, guys. Indeed, it has been a great game from FaZe Clan so far, but now they've got to finish things out on the attack. Team Liquid Alienware versus FaZe Clan represents the best attacking team in South America versus the best defending team in South America, Parker, with a 60% win rate for T-Law on the offense and a 63% win rate for FaZe Clan on the defense. Now they'll swap to their worst sides, though, so anything could happen on this change-up. These teams are very evenly matched. I think it's fair to say we didn't see the best of Team Liquid Alienware in that first half, where they didn't find as many attacking round wins as they would have liked. So now onto the defensive side, the harder side for Team Liquid Alienware. How are they going to make these rounds come through?
Great question. And nice to be joined by the other NAL duo that we have. I didn't know Lynx was a host, but listen, I'm going to say this very respectfully. Lynx can be whatever Lynx wants to be. So I think doing a very good job, and nice to see Ollie in daylight hours. That's very cool as well. So let's get underway with this second half. FaZe Clan, very much the favorites to put this map away. The presumption now being that they are on their preferred side, but obviously Team Liquid on their preferred side. So we will see what chaos now unfolds. As we saw through many of these Team Liquid Alienware advances, the main focus will be taking IT. That is one of the most important parts of this map because of the pressure it puts on so many different rooms upstairs, and really does hurt the rotate and refrag ability, if you want to call it that, from the defenders.
Again, both teams on their weaker sides now, Parker, so we'll see how this one goes. We do have the Maverick being brought out. No Kaid being played at all from Team Liquid Alienware. It's crazy how the meta has evolved here on Nighthaven Labs, where you used to always see Kaid getting banned out. Then we switched it around where Kaid would slip through those first set of bans, and you'd see teams bringing the Thatcher to counter him, but now not even being played. Cyber on this Maverick will open up the wall with no issues. Both of the operator bans for Team Liquid Alienware targeting the captain of Vidiking. He's moved over here onto the Flores instead, as his primary two operators have been taken off the board. So really excited to see what this push amounts to. It's been a lot of work on the IT breach, but look at those outlines. Still plenty of players that are pressuring over towards the Aqua side of things. Killing KZ will be mission number one.
KZ will expend so many bullets in the process, as the expected souls to be maybe a bit quicker to the punch. You got to get the glass nestled in, entrenched, the word that so many would use for that position, in a very tough spot to get rid of this glass once he has become so entrenched. He will get joined by KDS now, as it's a 1-2 punch of FaZe Clan up above on rafters. They are very concerned with what might lay below, so Souls' job will get a little bit easier. Down goes Vidiking to a Nitro Cell tossed out by Maya. It's been a very quiet day for Vidiking. He's amassed 3 kills, haven't really said his name much. KDS outdoing JV92, but it's T-Law dominating the field. Cyber with 9 kills will not break double digits this round. Nade throws him out of the server, and the gap between these teams shrinks to just 1 round as T-Law takes round 1 of the second half.
Very tough bomb site to be able to crack open. Both teams having some struggles, with the sole exception still being round number 1. I like that defense from Team Liquid Alienware, where they're just not reinventing the wheel, right? They're not bringing the Kaid, which a lot of people would say is maybe a bit of a mistake for them, but they still have really powerful operators. The Goyo and a zombie combination to stall out on rafters was really smart for them. They seem to almost know that that glass play from Souls was a possibility because of the way that they set up that Goyo canister. The second they saw the smoke grenade coming through, they were like, nah, we got to get out of here. We got to play safe. We got to play to preserve our lives. And that's exactly what they did on the side of T-Law, so excellently done by them. That should be the easiest side. It's going to be uphill from this point forward, but still, getting rounds on the board early is important to keep yourself alive in this first map of the best of 3.
Undeniably so. We knew that this would be a dogfight between these teams, a horse fight, some could say.
Oh, because Team Liquid's logo is actually a horse. Actually, I don't know if you knew that.
FaZe Clan's logo? No, FaZe Clan's logo is an F.
No, Team Liquid Alienware is what I said.
Team Liquid Alienware's logo is an F? No, that's FaZe Clan's.
Oh, shoot. Yeah, you're right, actually. My bad.
No, Jesse, FaZe Clan's logo is actually an F on the left side and a C on the right side that looks like a stylized F. Did you ever know that to stand for FaZe Clan? Even though, for as far as I'm concerned, for legal purposes, FaZe Clan and FaZe Esports are actually distinct and separate entities these days. I don't even know if FaZe Clan is the proper name for them, but I mean, that's what it says on the top of the screen. So, you know me, I'll read anything you put on screen. So, Team Liquid Alienware's logo's a horse. I don't know if you've noticed that.
Oh, is it really?
It is. We knew it would be a dogfight. We call it El Clasico for a reason. So, if you expected a quick 2-0, you're a bit foolish here. And I don't mean foolish in a bad way. I mean foolish as in like a soft, lighthearted way. IT wall now opened up as FaZe. Oh. If Canadian did that, they'd be cooking him alive in the Twitch chat, by the way. But because Vidaking did it, nobody's going to bat an eye. I'll find 2 more kills very quickly. Jesse, we're a minute in, and there's only 2 horsemen still remaining.
Vidaking often called the Canadian of the South, so it's good to see him following in his mentor's footsteps. 2 of the most passive IGLs that we have here in Rainbow Six Siege, but Vidaking has been getting more active over the last couple of months. He will go down, the first player to fall on FaZe Clan for this defense, but probably does get recovered. Nade in no possible position to get that finish off, and now that he's in a 1v5, Parker, he's got to hope and pray that he can find some early picks before they execute.
Now, I'm no Nicholas Pengu Moritzen, but I don't think this is a good spot to be in for Nade. Certainly not now that he's tied to Souls. All right, well, FaZe Clan regained this 2-round lead, and a lot of it, again, comes off their early kills. This has been the major sticking point for Team Liquid Alienware. They have really struggled to get on the board early and keep pace with FaZe Clan.
And you know, Parker, it almost comes back down to what we were talking about in that first half, where Team Liquid Alienware weren't really able to get a lot of the information they needed. They struggled on the roam clear, those opening duels when getting into the building. FaZe Clan have no issues with that whatsoever. They're bringing the Snake, of course, on Souls. I'm not sure the exact value that he brought to that roam clear, but in any case, the information was clearly flowing on the side of FaZe. They had some really nice picks in that early game. Of course, finding KZ up towards IT Breach, but Fleepox and Maya falling early as well. Just makes that execute, of course, oh so easy in the 5v2, and so you have to credit those roam clearing information operators being played by FaZe. Now they'll have 2 more rounds to be able to close this one out. They are very close to it, and they can go to the tertiary bomb site here of Storage. FaZe Clan in a very good spot after they win that round.
10 seconds left.
There's a reason why they picked this map, Jesse, and I hear that it's because they're pretty good at it.
Indeed, they have a 6-1 record this season. Their last game was their loss. It was a 6-0 record until they fell to Loud just a little while ago. But you compare that to Team Liquid Alienware, who have only played this map 3 times this season, and there's no doubt the FaZe Clan will come in as the favorites.
An ever-powerful position for the Azami. If she proves to be too much of a handful for this FaZe Clan team to deal with, imagine sending her into that list of band operators, joining the Bandit and the Mira. Intel Ops not really being favored by FaZe Clan the same way that a lot of other teams will do. And what I will say about FaZe Clan, credit where credit is due. Yeah, they've won 2 world championships, 3 consecutive SI Grand Finals finishes. But they've always marched to the beat of their own drum. This is not a team that have been beholden to whatever the meta may be at the time. So if you think, oh, we're going to bring a lot of Snake, oh, we're going to bring a lot of Dokkaebi, FaZe Clan says, no, what if we bring Striker instead? And people scratch their heads, and then FaZe Clan wins a world championship, and they go, what the? So kudos to FaZe Clan for always thinking a little bit outside the box, and again, not having to be chasing whatever trend is in.
I love Cyber on the Maverick here. He usually plays the ace on this bomb site just to open that IT wall, but the Maverick just gives him a little bit more of a sneaky angle to be able to hold. Makes it a little bit harder to fry him off that angle because you never know which of those lines he'll be watching for. Okay, never mind. He gets slammed off that angle anyways. Good stuff by KZ, winning our head-to-head here in round number 9.
There's KZ still holding this position. FaZe Clan have their backs against the wall. This Team Liquid Alienware squad has shown up today. If there were any concerns that they would completely implode, those concerns have yet to become realistic. As KZ still holds this very powerful position. Down goes JV92. Despite all of this, Jesse, KZ is the only player with a positive KD on the side of T-Law. FaZe Clan now with their work cut out for themselves as they stare down a 3v4 with the last minute to go.
Yeah, no map control at all, really, from FaZe Clan. They've got a little bit of this hallway control, but even this, without the Aqua Stairs, this is going to be really difficult to get into sight with. You're going to have a flank coming at you immediately from Philippox. The vert's being held by Maya. Like, they just do not have a way into the bomb site, despite the fact that they're right outside of it.
You're going to need a quick pick or two here as the time continues to bleed away. Almost 30 seconds passing since we last noted what the steps were for FaZe Clan to get back in this. T-Law just need to wait. They have the benefit of the time. They have the benefit of the side. FaZe Clan are not a team that you would ever call quick. They found KZ, though. Handy's still outside of the building. How on earth is FaZe Clan going to be able to pull this off? Vidaking has the diffuser. KDS and Handy will cover, and KDS's coverage has been mighty, mighty good. Waiting for the pop-up now for yet another target. Somehow, FaZe Clan have turned this one around, and with the diffuser down, the odds for T-Law getting mighty worse. That's a mighty good pick. Taking care of Vidaking, but KDS has been white hot so far. Down goes Handy. KDS will need to clutch in a 1v2. Let's test that heat that KDS has been bringing to this team. He's got a good read. He will reposition. The call made now for him to take from above. Banshee going off will give information. He's over top of that defuse kit. Can he shut it down in time? Nade's still on the case. KDS somehow pulls it off. Maya running out of time. A second to go. Just as FaZe Clan struggled in the inverse, T-Law will now struggle the same way, and KDS finds the final 2 kills to propel us to map point.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible, Parker. FaZe Clan are the best team in the world when it comes to playing with the clock, using every single second in the round to take an unwinnable situation and make it winnable. There's 30 seconds left in the round, Parker. They're sitting right outside the bomb site, but what do? They leave. They reposition. They start drawing attention this way and that way, and all of a sudden, a push that looked very obvious where it was going to come from, looked like it had to just come in through the cargo hallway, is a complete mystery to Team Liquid Alienware. They've got to look this way, that way. They don't know what's coming for them, and they just absolutely they aren't able to stop that push from getting into the bomb site. So well done by FaZe Clan. They ended up pushing warehouse side and getting a couple of picks over there. At the same time, Philippox or Vidaking sneaks into the bomb site to start a plant. So that was just crazy. If there's ever a round I'd like to watch back from a top-down POV, that would have to be the one, because it felt like FaZe Clan's control of Team Liquid Alienware's movement was absolutely crazy in that one. Really well done by the 2-time world champions. They secure 3 straight opportunities to win it out and call their own tactical timeout. This is a really weird tack to come out given the position they're in.
Yeah, quite an astonishing position to be in. You don't just get to benefit it from yourself, right? This is something that I feel like a lot of casual viewers forget. And it's that when you call a timeout, your opponents also get to talk to their coach. A lot of people think, oh, timeouts are for teams to send to themselves. No. Usually it's the coach calling the timeout because the coach has a particular vantage point that the players may not have. Maybe small things are being missed. If you're Philippox, if you're Vidaking, if you're the one largely controlling your teammates, where they're going, what they're doing, etc., you're going to be missing a lot of it because you're playing yourself. That's the whole idea behind having the coach behind you. And as you've seen in the player cams, a lot of these teams, now that they're not playing on LAN, have a dedicated monitor with all 5 of the feeds put up, and the coaching staff will watch that as the game goes on. So FaZe Clan obviously didn't like something about what they were seeing. That last round was maybe a bit too close for comfort, and it was a very losable round for FaZe Clan, to be completely clear. Overall, FaZe Clan have looked like the better team. There's no doubting that whatsoever. The score on the top of your screen is accurate. Ollie thinks it's inaccurate because FaZe Clan should have taken the first half 6-0. I do love his spirit, and I do love his bias. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that one, but there was a round or two that I definitely think could have broken in FaZe's favor too, which would have sent us away. Either way, T-Law did not have a timeout. FaZe Clan doing them a great amount of help by calling it, but the idea is that you are helping yourself more than whatever window of opportunity you're giving your opponents.
I'll say this, Parker. FaZe Clan and, of course, their coaching staff are aware that this bomb site will be the top floor. This is the one bomb site where Team Liquid Alienware were successful. If you're the coaching staff of FaZe Clan and you feel confident on your other attacks, maybe just call it here to say, listen, let's end this right now. Let's get a really good push together to attack this top floor so that we don't have to worry about those other couple of sites anyways. It's a great idea in theory. Now, will they have expected the clash? That's my concern, because Nade was ratting and hiding throughout the entire prep phase. FaZe Clan have brought the Zofia, which is a really good clash counter, but they have to be able to use it effectively to stop this operator from just slowing down the push. It is no doubt one of the best ops to bring here on the top floor of Nighthaven Labs, so they have to have a good way around it.
I have to get KZ out of this position again. Rafters, Azami, peanut butter, jelly, horses, aliens, usual things that you put together. Jesse and his love of minions. Just all the things that you come to expect. KZ under fire immediately as their B's going out, tracking his position. Cyber has been such a force to be reckoned with for this FaZe Clan team, but don't count out KDS single-handedly winning the round in the dying moments previously, and with it, he's broken double digits. The only two players in the lobby to do so are him and Cyber, and they are still very much alive as this execute is getting underway in a hurry, but the King's showing everybody how he earned his crown. Down goes Nade, down goes Maya, and FaZe Clan might have just won the map right then and there.
KD has another pick, finishing off that one, finds KZ here. Now it's a 2v5. Fleetbox and JV92, not even close to where this push is coming from. Almost able to secure this one, finds the final frag here, but 1v4 from JV92, and Plant will hit the ground.
Oh my. João Vitor, you said his name was, in your best Brazilian accent. He was the first person to get kills in this map and will be the last person to die. FaZe Clan dummying Team Liquid Alienware and El Clasico. Not looking like a typical El Clasico so far, Jesse, as FaZe Clan demolish Team Liquid Alienware.
Yeah, they crush. It is their own map pick here in the best of three, so very long series ahead of us. Team Liquid Alienware, lots of road to come back, but for now, definitely FaZe Clan coming out on top. We've got map 2 coming up for you right after this break.
Pera aí. Nunca tomou certeza. Nunca tomou. Outra coisa, perder da FaZe. Já tá, começa o português errado. Que é perder para a FaZe.
É, tem isso também.
Pra perder da FaZe. Perder da FaZe a gente nunca perdeu. Pra perder o quê da FaZe? Já perdeu. Pra perder o quê?
Cair na primeira fase, nunca caiu na primeira fase.
Não.
Nunca caiu na primeira fase.
Só fura. 0-3 agora no meio.
Banir fronteira? Já baniu fronteira?
Banir fronteira.
Ah, baniu contra ali, que o jogo não valia nada ali, que queria jogar.
Ah, queria jogar, época, né? Verdade. Falar gás antes da cal. Eu não falo gás.
Eu falo?
Tu fala gás?
Não sei.
Não sei também, não falo não.
Ah, vamos colocar que a gente não fez isso aqui.
Não fala não.
Gravar doc de bastidores, sim.
Gravar doc de bastidores. O que é isso?
Como assim que é bastidor? Você sabe o que é bastidor?
Documentário, tipo, o cara vai lá com a câmera do time e grava.
É, o bastidor, tipo, nada relacionado ao campeonato. Você
a gente nunca usou...
no dia a dia do campeonato ali.
A gente nunca usou a palavra bastidor.
Como não usou, você não sabe o que é bastidor. Você nunca viu um vídeo de bastidor. Tipo, ali o vestiário, tá no vestiário, tá ali antes do
Levar
jogo.
hate no Twitter. Ah, isso aqui é claro, isso aí é louco.
Você aprendeu bastante esse último mês, né?
Pô, experiência própria.
Pausão do Igão.
Pausão?
Do Igor, não.
Pera aí. É o quê?
Não, isso aqui não.
Tu já?
Não.
Pausão?
Não.
Do Igão?
Não.
Rapaz.
Não. Já teve pause do Igor CTG. Agora esse aqui, não.
Pausão?
Isso aí não. Tu já?
Tu nunca?
Não. Tu já?
Eu nunca.
Então não. Então a gente só teve um.
Mas talvez o quê?
2.
Pausão do Igão?
3, 4. Mano, ótimo. 3 balas, eu acertei as 3. Melhor que isso, não tem como. Vou escolher essa aqui. Porque ela é mais leve, ela é mais fácil de manusear e acho que uma pressão melhor.
Olha, 2 armas aqui pra você.
Essa aqui, ó. Essa aqui é mais style.
2 armas aqui.
Vou com a pistola, que eu já treinei bastante com ela, não vou errar nenhuma.
6 balas pra você, sem chance. Pra acertar nossos 3 alvos.
Porra.
Já foi.
Mano.
Porra, mano. Tá foda. Porra! Acabou.
Olha aí. A mira mais embaixo. Olha onde foi.
Aê. Uma de 3. E aí, é mais fácil dentro do server?
É bem mais fácil dentro do server.
Puta que pariu. Pô, mas também corta a primeira lá. A primeira foi teste. Oh, mas isso aí... Pô, as balas tá fazendo curva, pô.
Já é o melhor.
É a última, eu vou acertar. Ah, é que é difícil manusear a arma. Mais uma chance que a primeira não valeu, tá? A arma é difícil de ficar parada.
2 hours later.
Não, pera aí, pô.
Agora já tá aumentando.
Aí, pronto. Corta. Tudo que eu errei, corta. Só bota as 3 que eu acertei.
Para não prejudicar aqueles que não prestaram atenção ao lance, vamos mostrá-lo novamente com a magia do replay imediato.
Mano, ótimo. 3 balas eu acertei as 3. Melhor que isso, não tem como. Não, vocês estão brincando. Quem foi que fez isso? Produção. Por favor, né? Cara, muito interessante. Vamos marcar aqui que a gente vai jogar no chalé.
Vamos jogar chalé.
O Cyber vai jogar de mira triângulo.
Exato.
O KDS vai sorrir.
Exato.
E o Vita King vai jogar de montanha. E talvez, muito talvez, vai ter clutch meu. Agora, perder da 7M, perder da Liquid, tomar 7x0...
Aí é sacanagem com a nossa cara.
Não, vocês estão brincando. Quem foi que fez isso? Produção.
Por favor, né? Histórico de campeão aqui das paradas.
FaZe completely demolishing Team Liquid Alienware on their own pick of Nighthaven Labs. And of course, we have Team Liquid Alienware's pick of Border coming up. But Ali, on a map in which most of the opening kills came at either the halfway point or later than the halfway point of the round, this was a slow one between these two teams.
I tell you, we got on the right side of things today, Lynx. That's all I'm going to say. We're happy and comfortable on the desk today because some of those grounds took a hell of a lot of time to get going. And it wasn't just Liquid that was slow. I think FaZe were slow and considered in their own way, but the speed just worked a lot better for FaZe. They were able to control the tempo of the game far better. Obviously, dominant scoreline. We've already mentioned it at the half. 2 rounds coming over to Liquid just based on the back of clutches. Granted, there were some clutches thrown in there on the side of FaZe as well. They weren't without the clutch factor today. What they were kind of, not without, but with in a lot of ways, was KDS, because that was a player that I don't really think we were expecting to pop off as hard as he necessarily did in this. We were sort of focused on it being the Cyber Show, and for the first few rounds, we were kind of right with it, weren't we? You could see there, round 5, round 7, 7 and 1 kills. Fantastic KDR at that point in the game. The defensive side of things for FaZe was extremely kind to Cyber here today.
Well, and of course we'll kind of see this in the stats at the end, but KDS and Cyber basically at about the same scoreline by the end of it. And then of course once FaZe got on the attacks, you mentioned the slowness and the control, and I think control was probably the greater factor for FaZe Clan than was for T-Law, because whereas T-Law only had those couple clutches, or 1 clutch and 1 multi-kill on the attack, FaZe at least were able to put together a couple of convincing rounds. It did of course come after this excellent 1v2 from KDS.
That's the thing about FaZe Clan for me, is that they're able to just apply the perfect style of play to whatever the matchup requires. And I think that this matchup did require a slightly slower pace, and it also required getting the plant down in a couple of rounds, which is something that we did see FaZe do and successfully hold on to. Gonna have a look at the stats then. This is of course a best of 3, so there is at least 1 more map to come. KZ 7 and 6, a player that we highlighted coming into the day, did a reasonable job on the entry, 2 and 3, so he's still gone negative, but it's the flip side where you want to be really paying a lot of attention. KDS outshining Cyber, basically in the fact that he was able to get 2 plants down and achieve 100% cost to Cyber's measly 80% cost, which is still incredible and still far higher than anybody on the side of T-Law. But I don't think that was on the bingo card, really, was it, Lynx?
No, it wasn't. Also, not on the bingo card. Vidiking 4-1 on the entry. Not a early round, air quotes, not really a position we often see Vidiking, but doing quite well in what was that slower game. But of course, we have Border coming up next. And if FaZe are shooting like that, I don't think this will be a quick one, but they'll certainly put up a good fight. But given that Border is Team Liquid Alienware, I believe it's their #1 preference map, Ollie. And given the style of these two teams, I have to believe T-Law are going to put on a good show in map 2.
You've got to believe it, haven't you? I mean, it's a Whiplash series. We're going from one end to the other. Nighthaven Labs, step by step, really methodical, can be played out very slowly, as both teams demonstrated. There's not really a lot of room for slow on Border. Border is typically a very quick map and a map that requires quite rapid response, rapid action, and holding a lot of key areas of the map, which is something that, when on the defense, Team Liquid Alienware really struggled to hold on to some of those more extended areas. They were kind of just getting picked apart by FaZe, and kind of on the contrast, on their attacks, they were equally struggling to apply that split pressure, often losing players like Maya on the Solid Snake, excuse me, early on into the round, and really struggling from there because they weren't able to generate that control in, you know, these areas of the map all over the place. Border, obviously, it's a lot smaller. You're mainly going to be focused on those east stairs. You're mainly going to be focused on that CCTV area. So there is a chance there for T-Law, but with the way that they've been playing recently, I don't know that they can just shift a load of gears and immediately find the speed to be up to speed on there.
Well, and we kind of have a similar situation to the Furia game. We were going for a bigger map where we saw a bit more gaps in T-Law's play to a smaller map. And I can even remember Leo talking about, hey, it's Clubhouse, Team Liquid Alienware will be more forced to play together than they were on a bigger map like Cafe. And they ended up losing it at a more dominant margin to Furia than not only we expected on their own pick, but then I think even Furia or T-Law might have expected. And it's the same situation here. And it wasn't an 8-6 with a bunch of clutches like we saw in that Cafe Furia game. It was a 7-3 FaZe handing it to Team Liquid Alienware on Nighthaven Labs. And if we've got the same thing coming up next, Team Liquid Alienware might find themselves out of the playoffs. Well, I say sooner than we expected. It's still the lower bracket final. They've come a long way. We'll see if they have a couple more maps left in them. Border coming up right now.
Thank you so very much. It could be the end of the road here for Team Liquid Alienware. In the lower bracket, for those that are curious of the stakes of this match, if you haven't heard the desk mention it, as they've done a few times, and you haven't heard us mention it, as we've tripped over ourselves time and time again, this is for an opportunity to play in the grand finals. This is the lower bracket final. Team Liquid Alienware punched FaZe Clan down to the lower bracket all the way back on July 16th in the upper bracket semifinals. FaZe Clan looking to have their revenge. Furia waits in the wings for the victor of this one. FaZe Clan comes in with a 1-map lead. They won their own map. Will they snipe Team Liquid Alienware's away from them, or will we have El Clasico go all 3 maps, Jesse?
That's the question ahead of us, Parker, and it's going to be really exciting to see what Team Liquid Alienware really look like on this map, because Ollie's right, they do like this map, but they haven't really had the chance to play it very much recently. Only one play this season, that was against Imperial last month, and Imperial Esports, frankly, not the cream of the crop when it comes down to South American, so I think it feels like Team Liquid Alienware probably could have won that on any map. But I digress. That's still a 1-0 record this season. FaZe Clan, of course, undefeated on Border going back to the 6 Invitation Finals when they beat Team Secret here on Border. They beat Fluxo, INTZ, and Loud since then. So it is a good map for FaZe Clan. Maybe not as favored as a map for them. They don't choose it as much as Team Liquid Alienware does. It doesn't get banned against them as much as it gets banned against Team Liquid Alienware, but the record actually better for FaZe Clan, despite the fact that it is a little bit less favored for them.
I feel like it's cheating whenever we get into a FaZe Clan matchup and we talk about maps and operators and all that, because FaZe Clan's numbers are better than most teams in every single direction. So right. It's just like, yeah, it's another good map for FaZe. Yeah, it's another good map for FaZe. Yeah, it's another good operator for FaZe. What a shock. 2 grand finals wins in a row at SI, 3 grand final finishes. This team has just been a cut above everybody else, and even with a top 4 finish at Salt Lake City being an albatross around their neck, there is no reason to doubt this FaZe Clan team.
I kind of like Cyber's position down here. It's very rare to see a team go for a bottom floor roam on Armory Locker's Archives, but Cyber is going to do it, playing inside of vents. He's one of the few players that will do this consistently here on the Ela. Just trusting his teammates to hold things down, and what a shot from Handy straight onto his twin brother to open up the second map of this series. It's a long angle fight onto Nade that pays off.
Nitro SAL prepped and ready, and he'll find it. Philippe Hawks now down as well. JV92 started off map number 1 with 3 unanswered kills. T-Law might not even find a single one here on Border. This is their map. This is comfortable territory for them. Souls now has his hands full as he and JV92 come to blows. He'll lose some of his protection here in the hallway. JV92 baited in, and it's a flawless start to map number 2. Goodness gracious. FaZe Clan desperately want that fight against Furia in the grand finals.
Absolutely incredible first round. Parker, I don't know if you're aware of this, but Team Liquid Alienware's logo is actually a horse, and people don't really associate horses being in the ocean too much, but today they absolutely are, as FaZe Clan are fishing for these picks and coming up with everything they could ever dream of. Just swinging, tossing nitros, getting aggressive in the early game. We were worried about how slow Nighthaven Labs was as their very first map, but Border is a different beast, and FaZe Clan have instantly switched up their playstyle here on Border.
Team Possessed that, again, has shown some small regression. Nothing really to start sounding the alarm bells over, but Brazil as a whole has not really been as successful, I think, as they wanted, starting all the way back at the Paris SI in February, continuing on to Salt Lake City, where every single team not named FaZe Clan from Brazil failed to make the group stages, with some teams like Furia, for example, being flat out humiliated, especially when the expectations for these squads were so high. FaZe Clan went right back to their typical reign of terror here in the group stages, starting off the group stage 7-0 before dropping their final 2 matches, which we'd speculated, because they were against Black Dragons and Loud, that maybe they were just coasting into the playoffs and didn't really need to show that much. But if that's the case, their complacency got the best of them. They lost to Team Liquid in a 2-map screamer a couple days ago, or I suppose last week at this point in time. But since then, it has been a pretty good run from FaZe, taking out Loud 2-0, and then honestly having some struggles against Los 2 days ago, but still sticking the landing. This particular round is gone by in a hurry. We are 30 seconds into action. T-Law have site control. Philippe Hawks has the diffuser down. FaZe has lost 2 players. A dreadful go of it, and frankly, one of the more dominant rounds from Team Liquid Alienware up to this point. The Souls have an opportunity here to go for a long arm. I think it's there, especially if they can take care of the Sens. A reposition, but Vidaking and KZ will do battle. KDS with 1. Expecting a play over by the main door. A great shot from Maya, and now it's Souls upstairs. Only about 10 seconds to go, taken care of by Nade on an upside down repel by Sandwich, and Team Liquid Alienware have a round of their own to tie the game.
Welcome to Border. Both teams showing that they can play with some pace here, Parker. Really nice rush coming out from Team Liquid Alienware. They recognized that there was only one player actually roaming on that bottom floor. Everybody else was up above, and it was Cyber, the one man that wasn't actually part of that top floor roam. And when they went for that rush, he was quite far away from that vents window, had set himself up over towards Workshop, over towards that blue connector area in the middle of that main floor. So Cyber was nowhere near enough to be able to stop that rush as it came through, and it came through really hard. You had Candelas being tossed out by Nade. You had Senswalls being tossed out by KZ. Philippe Hawks on the blitz was going for a plant just inside the window. I mean, every piece of utility that Team Liquid Alienware could have wanted, they brought to that push, clearly expecting a rush to be on the table, and that is exactly what they had in front of them. So good spotting by Team Liquid Alienware to recognize what that defense was looking like, see the opportunity for a rush, go for it, and execute it absolutely perfectly. They tie us back up 1 apiece in this game. Very much exciting through the first 2 rounds.
Certainly a heavyweight bout, that's for certain, and Border is going to be a map that will continue to give us spectacle after spectacle after spectacle. One of the smaller maps in the pool at this current point in time. It shares some similarities with some other maps that are in the pool of differing sizes. The one big standout on a map like Border is how much action will occur like this, at doors and windows, early action breaking out at a moment's notice. A lot of this was popularized by that W7M core, which is where this T-Law team originated from, realizing that if you play very aggressive on defense, it does not allow the attackers to settle in and be able to use the full rhythm and all of their utility. Border is a map where if you are too passive, they can eat away at your floors, your walls, all your utility, and it is just simply too small of a map for you to be able to fight back successfully. You will get smothered and you will get overwhelmed very quickly. So FaZe Clan being very active on defense, no surprise. This is how teams play Border in the big 2026, and they'll find a first kill with Handy taking an engagement with Nade, and you guessed it, Jesse, Nade dying outside the building.
This exact same engagement we saw in round number 1 where Nade swings and kills his twin brother on the vents window. It's the exact same position, the exact same players, and again, it gives the opening pick over towards FaZe Clan. Last time they did this, they just kept on with the aggression. They got some Nitro Cell picks, they kept on swinging over towards East Stairs, and they made that man count so much more decisive in their favor. This time it's been a little bit slower. Of course, you don't have as many roamers up on the top floor. It's just Souls and Vidiking who remain after they get that opening frag. They've given up a lot of the space directly above the bomb site, and they're just kind of holding inside of offices now. Souls and Vidiking will be together. They likely have the bathroom hatch open so they can retreat back to site if they need to, but if they want to stick around as well, minute 15 on the clock, it could catch them off guard.
Aya, ever present. He's had a bit of a quiet day again, playing below his own standards. A 4th kill right here, right now, as he's got Souls on the run. It'll be a joint effort, but somehow Vidiking's got the cross. Cyber a kill of his own. T-Law thought they had the upper hand here, and they're all still fighting to get Souls out of this position. They finally will do that. They down him, take care of Vidiking as well. And Fleepox or KZ will confirm that final kill in the office upstairs. Now, Handy and Cyber, the 2 targets you need to find. 40 seconds to go. KZ and Fleepox, both very low on HP. That does not bode well for T-Law's chances at getting the defuse kit planted. There's 1 Nitro Cell still remaining and 3 gas canisters from FaZe Clan, so they will easily topple the Horsemen as they attempt the defuse kit, should that be the plan. There might be a call right now for Team Liquid that violence is the answer. If they can go for these kills, this is a winnable round. No rotating into the bomb site, so KZ will instead take some damage from the barbed wire, and Handy does it all! A 3K from Handy to win the round, and FaZe will retake the lead.
Really cool round coming out from FaZe Clan again, Parker. After that opening pick, you'd almost expect FaZe Clan to be a little bit more passive on that top floor roam. You'd expect them to fall off. I think Team Liquid Alienware thought they had them slacking when they had that information on Souls inside of office. It felt like that was going to be a freebie to come through for the team in blue, but instead, there was that crossfire. Vidiking and Souls, the support duo from FaZe Clan, stayed up on that roam, and they stayed there together. And while they were eventually cleared out, the fact that they were able to get a couple of picks back, the fact that Team Liquid Alienware didn't expect so much aggression coming out from those players up on the top floor, it was really cool to see FaZe Clan commit to that and it actually pay off to pull things down to that 2v2. You mentioned it with the Toxic Babes and even apparently the barbed wire. That low HP situation that T-Law were in with both KZ and Fleepox made it really difficult to go for that drop, so instead they rotate over to the front door. It's a decent call. You know, they're trying to catch their opponent off guard when they don't have a whole lot of advantages to play with, but just not good enough to come through from Team Liquid Alienware, and because of it, it'll be a 2-1 first quarter.
Just as it was with map number 1, because this is Team Liquid Alienware's map, FaZe Clan are starting on the side that they prefer. It doesn't necessarily mean it's their better side. It certainly doesn't mean it's their most comfortable side, but it's the side that they think is typically most advantageous. The team on the left side of your screen, they play in blue, their colors in blue. How coincidental for this particular matchup, have gone on record before saying that they actually like to start on the harder side because they feel it makes the remainder of the match a little bit easier. Now, that was an old roster where Palu was on the team and Nesk was on the team.
Yeah.
I don't think the same mindset is there with Fleepox and co, but there is definitely strategy into it, so you can never just safely assume, oh, FaZe Clan are going to do really well in the first half and then fall off. That's not always the case, but again, FaZe Clan's one of those teams, Jesse, where doesn't matter what map it is, doesn't matter what side it is, they're always in contention for a dub.
Yeah, again, I'll repeat myself from map 1. Team Liquid Alienware are the best team on attack in all of South America. FaZe Clan are the best team on defense in all of South America. So I would expect every single map to start with FaZe on the D and T-Law on the attack, because they're both just going to pick their respective sides. So I would say this first half is always going to be a case of teams battling on their better sides, and then the second half is likely going to be both teams moving on to their weaker sides, which means it should be even on both sides. But of course, that's not always the case. FaZe Clan have been a little bit better of the two teams so far through this series, now hoping to do so once again. Soul's in an aggressive position. His phone blows up, so he has to slightly reposition. The magnets are catching the Grimbees, but there's the shot. Beautifully placed on the head of JV92.
If I hit a shot, I'd be telling my friends about that for the rest of my lives. For Souls, it's a Monday. So with that, he punishes JV92, who had a great first map and has fallen back to earth and cratered here on map number 2. He is playing a lot harder of an assignment on Border, I will say, so the likelihood that he's able to amass the same number of kills that he could on a map like Labs is very small, but he's still, again, an offensive threat. We said in map 1, and every time JV92 is in a position to fight, he can do so effectively. He's just getting very soundly shut down by FaZe at this point in time.
Maybe looking to get aggressive. They've got good information. They will use that Zoto canister to stop the Deimos track, and then Handy hits it with a nade anyways, or a nitro, so finds that free pick. Up the metal stairs goes nade to try to make something come back, but everybody's fallen off on the side of FaZe Clan. The team play's been impeccable here in the mid-round.
Not a lot of gaps to exploit with this FaZe team, as they've all lost their phones, by the way. Souls and Vidaking not able to do anything. Handy will now lose his as well, but they've managed to find Nade, and Maya Souls is just having an unbelievable round. Just absurd what he's doing, Jesse. 6 kills, a 7th here for Felipox. Yes. My God! Souls is a one-man army, and that's 3 rounds in the first half for FaZe. They are in such good shape moving forward.
Just so annoying to deal with this FaZe Clan team. You never know how aggressive they're going to play it. You never know how they're going to have teammates to swing around them to use those nitro cells. Again, it was a great opening pick to come through straight onto JV92. Not technically the first frag of the round, I suppose. There was a kill right before that onto Cyber, but afterwards it was just a massacre as Souls found kill after kill after kill. I like the way that they were able to work with Handy again over towards that that security side, playing with the Zoto canister from KDS. It just felt like the coordination was fully on point from FaZe Clan and on display for all of us to see. Soul's so incredible with that TCSG, one of the best players that we have in this game to play with the Slug Shotgun.
I mean, I feel like it's fair to say that it was Brazil that popularized TCSGs as a viable option. It was Ninjas in Pajamas all the way back in 2020, if people recall, when Kaid was being played with the AUG, the Vector was in the hands for Goyo, and then he was Kamikaze and Pino were just like, you know what if we just bring TCSGs instead? And it worked very effectively. They were able to use it to make a grand finals appearance. One of the final SIs that we had in Montreal. It was the last one before the lockdown struck, and we went quite some time without Siege and its fans. What do you do? What do you do? What do you do there? Like, what do you do there? I just don't.
I mean, it's a weird window for someone to be holding. The bomb sites, vents, and workshop, you expect most people to be up above, but still a little bit sloppy from Team Liquid Alien, where you got to check your corners.
It's a rough one, and I mean, if you're T-Law, you're staring at that second half going, all right, we'll be able to make up some of this ground. We'll be able to get back into it. We'll find our footing. It's fine. We just need to try to save as much of this first half as humanly possible. But when do you pull that parachute and call your timeout? Do you save it for the second half? Because with the way FaZe is playing, a 5-1 half is very likely. I don't think T-Law has a fighting chance of staying in this if they're staring down a 5-1 scoreline. Hold on. Suddenly, T-Law finds 2 kills, answered back very swiftly by Cyber. He's punished by Maya. A good rotate from Team Liquid Alienware. And it's a 2v2 with 1:45 to go. Far more winnable for Team Liquid than it was just a minute prior.
My big concern, Parker, is Mr. 7-1 is still on the board. Handy lurks down below, hoping to be able to find these players as they go for the conversion down towards sites. There is really good information on the side of T-Law, though. Dokkaebi and Snake, maybe the 2 best operators that you could have alive for this final 2v2 execute. No mute on the board. They banned that out at the very start of this game, so they'll know that this Snake information is correct. They can play really confidently that they'll know where these couple of players are. Both Handy and KDS still have their phones in their pocket. They haven't let them blow up just yet, and Nade has exactly 2 charges. So if they time this right, get information with Maya on the snake scanner, and then call them and push them with Nade, this could be really good for T-Law.
No Handy's position. He will completely reposition from it as he takes some damage from his phone, but nobody from the side of the Horsemen are able to do anything. FaZe now fading away. They'll hunt down KDS with the Logic Bomb 2, or sorry, the Jeggio payload. Old habits die hard. That's a bit of a missed opportunity for Nade as he lets one of the defenders slip through his grasp, and Maya has died. Now in a post plant, Nade will need to win it from above. Handy, 8-1 is quite the score line, and he'll aggress upstairs. 8-2 is the best he's going to get. KDS and Nade in a showdown, with now KDS taking the top floor. This SMG-12 in pocket will surely do him well, and Nade does not let the round slip through his fingers. A huge bounce back round for the Horsemen, and the gap between these teams, just 1 round with 1 to go in the first half.
A very close round, won out by Team Liquid Alienware. Parker, one of my favorite party games to play with my friends, a little game called Overcooked, and I think that's a game that FaZe Clan have been playing a lot of as well, as they kind of overcooked on that roam game, I have to say. They got some really good frags, were in a solid man advantage, and then they just stuck around a little bit too long, too eager to take some of those fights, I think. If they had just fallen back after they got those 2 picks, even after getting that 3rd, right, it felt like there was opportunity to just play with man count advantage, fall back to the site, let the attackers waste their own time, but instead FaZe Clan kept fighting. The trades came, frankly, really quickly from Team Liquid Alienware, so you got to give a huge credit to those guys for being able to find those kills as quickly as they did, but FaZe Clan just a little bit over-eager, I think, to continue fighting on that top floor. They felt that 5-1 that you were talking about, Parker. Certainly the momentum was going their way, but maybe a little bit too hungry for it, and because of that, now facing a potential 3-3 if they lose this final round of the half.
It happened a few times in their matchup against Los 2 days ago, where it would seem like there were rounds where FaZe would have no problem whatsoever closing it out, and Los surprised us with good individual performances from players like Dash and Dafo in particular. Dark had a couple good looks as well. So FaZe Clan are capable of bleeding. We've billed them as a giant, and for good reason. Back-to-back hammers, 3 consecutive grand finals at the 6 Invitational. That is almost unheard of this day and age. You know, it harkens back to that G2 Penta run that we saw, but even then, this FaZe Clan has just been on a whole other level, and yet doesn't really get the accolades they deserve, in large part because they don't play a flashy style, and a lot of these players don't really make a lot of noise on social media. That's one thing you can't say about that G2 Penta team and then the W7M Furia team, is they love to talk on social media. KZ goes down, so T-Law will suffer the very first casualty. First minute about to expire, in FaZe Clan with a numbers advantage.
It's Cyber versus KZ, the head-to-head that we highlighted at the start of this series, Parker, that ends up giving the opening pick over towards FaZe Clan in this critical 6th round. It means it's going to be really difficult to find that information again on Team Liquid Alienware. They do have the Lion and the Dokkaebi combo, but Dokkaebi not even as good as she once was in terms of finding player positions that you're not already aware of. Certainly much better at encapsulating on those positions and really falling onto those players, but so far it's a battle of finding that position that's being held. Souls and Vidaking once again remain as the only 2 roamers inside of office. Last time they did a great job of playing around each other, but it seems like there's intel on T-Law. They barely miss the shots and don't punish Vidaking, but still, you've got info on these guys. You have to be able to punish them. They both fall off the site, so that's going to be full roam clear falling off, and a Nitro Cell from KDS. Perfectly done by FaZe Clan.
What a depressing 15 seconds for Maya. Has the perfect read on 2 separate players of FaZe Clan. Fires through the walls, enabled by the Lion scan. Almost gets them dead to right. You look in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. So much damage done to these FaZe Clan players. He misses every opportunity and then gets blown up by a Nitro Cell. That's a really tough one to be in. FaZe Clan are still not in as strong of a position as they would like to be. I'll reference Souls, Vidaking, and Handy's HP. Yes, they all have guns still in hand, but they are very easily punished by the firepower of T-Law if T-Law are able to find them in the next 30 seconds.
Lurking down these east stairs, JV92 would love to get active for the final round of the half, yet to find a frag, fishing for these players they know are over towards customs, but they're not giving him the opportunity. He can get into sight, he doesn't have defuse kit, that'll be outside the building still from Philippox, inside of Tellers now, going for the plant.
T-Law get away with this. It can be a tough post plant for FaZe Clan to deal with. More damage being done across the board now. KDS on borrowed time. Cyber the only one with a full coat of paint, unscratched by this Team Liquid squad. And there's one kill. They managed to get out. Another one, too. Team Liquid, perfect so far on this post plant. FaZe Clan being punished for their transgressions. They found a single kill, but it's a meager one at that. JV92 in the ground as he just picked up kill number 1, and it comes in the final round of this first half. I cannot believe what we just witnessed. Vidaking and Handy clutching out, and FaZe Clan somehow salvages the round.
Unreal performance to clutch that one up.
I mean, unreal only begins to, I think, describe part of it, Ollie. I mean, obviously, shifting hands a lot in that last round, but while both teams might have been on the clutch hot seat in round 6, it might be Team Liquid Alienware's pick, but Nighthaven Labs and the problems they experienced in those attacks haunting them still on border.
Oh, absolutely. Another 4-2 half. Not quite as dramatic this time. I'm not going to come here and say it should have been a 6-0. There was one clutch in there from Nade. Nade was good for 3 kills, and 2 of those came in the 1 versus 2 clutch at the end of the round. That was round 5. Ventilation and Workshop, a site that really plagued this FaZe roster at the moment. Something that I would say, though, is that for all that were good for winning those couple of rounds, some of the same struggles still remained, and a lot of that was trying to deal with players that are rooted into position. Souls here on your screen, just going to be that player silhouetted inside of Fountain. He's able to pick up a slew of kills from this very position, and it wasn't the only time that this happened for Team Liquid Alienware, where they were struggling to displace players that should very easily just be dealt with. Now we've got a single solo swing. Maya just unaware. I mean, you've just died. You've just had a teammate die at the top metal stairs and the call's Fountain, and he's still trying to transition into CCTV. For Leapox, I mean, he knows where he is at that point, but even then, it isn't going to be enough. It looked as though the utility was starting to suffer a little bit from Team Liquid in rooting out some of those FaZe defenders, because as we've seen, this FaZe Clan team, they don't need much of a chance. They were great for that clutch to end round 6. Could have been a 3-3 half, but they've snagged it.
And clearing out power positions, a consistent issue, as you pointed out. Round 1 was a big problem, clearing out East Stairs. Round 4, like we just saw, clearing out CCTV and Fountain. And even when the rounds were coming closer, I mean, as we just saw, that 3v5 into 3v2 post plant for Team Liquid Alienware, they still have that clutch gene where it counts, we saw on Nighthaven. And at the pace we're at, Ollie, I mean, obviously, attack side border can be quite different. Maybe we'll see if Team Liquid Alienware are good for those duels. But if we're at the same pace and TLR are having the same issues, this one might be over FaZe's way.
Yeah, it goes deeper as well, doesn't it? You know, it goes beyond the strategy. We're seeing issues in the scoreboard now as well. JV extremely quiet. 1 exit frag in that first whole phase. KZ only good for 3. He was the player that we highlighted. He was the talisman that we were looking toward on this Liquid roster to really step up. The only one that's really there at the moment is Nade, and a lot of that is padded due to the clutch that he was put in and that he was able to win. Going to see the bans now then. A Blackbeard and a Nomad both being removed here by T-Law, countered by the Wamai and the Mirror. The Wamai being an increasingly popular ban. Some instances, FaZe feeling comfortable just to run the Wamai and actually forego the Azami. That's how strong it is. So they know exactly what they're going to be going up against here. But T-Law bringing that clash out. Honestly, the clash didn't work on Labs, and I'm not sure it's going to work here.
Well, a lot more things have to work for T-Law if they want any hope at facing Furia in the grand final. FaZe 1-0 in the series with a lead on map 2. We'll see if they can close it out and be our second team in the final.
FaZe Clan just 3 rounds away from a spot in the grand finals. Parker, they finished 3rd back in kickoff. They finished 3rd in stage 2 of last season.
Feels like
it's been all the way back since stage 1
times.
of 2025, the last time they made a stage finals, and you got to go to 2024, the last time that they won those finals. It's been a minute since FaZe Clan have dominated domestically like we're so used to seeing from this team, but now very close to hitting that matchup up against Furia. I have to mention quickly, I love these operator bans coming out from Team Liquid Alienware. They banned the Nomad, a staple for Souls, probably his most famous attacking operator that he's played this season. Really good on that op, forcing him to kind of move around now and try something new.
This round right here is going to tell us an awful lot about what we should come to expect between these teams. If you venture all the way back to the very first map we played of Nighthaven Labs, we saw a similar scoreline, identical one actually, through the first 6 rounds. And even though Ollie says this one has a bit of a different look to it, it's still the same scoreline at the end of the day. Team Liquid Alienware took round 1 of the second half, and we thought to ourselves, maybe a bit foolishly, oh, this one's going to be a ball game, before FaZe Clan took the next 3 rounds and sent us here to Border. So if T-Law can show that same level of poison, they will trade kills immediately as Philippox takes out Vidaking before getting traded right back. That's a huge boon for this T-Law team. If T-Law can bring the heat really early on, with this being their map and them being on the more comfortable side here, I much more prefer their chances than what we saw out of Nighthaven Labs. But if FaZe Clan take this round, oh boy, that's a tough hill to climb for the Horsemen.
You've taken out the most important operator already for FaZe Clan, though, Parker, the Monty off the board. That was going to be used by Vidaking to take so much space for free here over towards the east side of Border. But now with him going down, you're worried about stalling out for FaZe Clan. No doubt one of the best teams in the world. They know how to get past these difficult situations, but it's exactly the start you'd hope for if you're Team Liquid Alienware. They can now start to layer their defense a little bit. They're falling out of break room. They can fall out of security if they really want to. Maya's still holding that down for now, but you're doing a good job wasting time. Over half the round already expended, and FaZe Clan, no map control to speak of.
Survey the wreckage now. Look at all those debuffs on the side of T-Law, but nothing found on the hands of FaZe Clan. No follow-up as a reinforcement goes in. I guess the benefit of having Philippox dead here, Jesse, is that he gets to watch cams and give you information, and they certainly gained it from that 90 cam.
Yeah, absolutely. They're able to call that one out, so Team Liquid Alienware know about where this push is going. The pace of it has been pretty slow so far. 45 seconds still in the clock. Looks like the pressure is over towards Office side. This is where they want to go for their execute. Messy gunfight, but Cyber wins it. Handy finishes it off, and now this push can come in full force.
I exchanging bullets for HP. JV92 also much worse for wear. He's not wearing it very well at all. It's all up to Maya, and he's punished by Souls. An unstoppable entry by FaZe Clan puts them 2 rounds away from a grand final fight against Furia.
Handy and Souls on track to have 2 of the best games that we've seen from them in a hot minute, playing so well here on Border. Handy as that entry player, able to get those early frags, open the round up for his team, and then Souls locking things down despite the fact that his primary operator gets banned out. Still finding so much success over on the Lion. And again, this is kind of a big strength of FaZe Clan, right? Even though they lose that opening pick of Vidaking, even though they lose their shield player trying to push through and make that space, it doesn't change much for them. They're still able to just walk in, find those kills, read the movements of Team Liquid Alienware. That's the biggest thing for me, Parker. It's Handy having a really good read on where these players are going. After someone runs away, reinforces that wall just inside of Fountain. Where are they most likely to go? Well, they can't really go anywhere because we're holding their cross. We know these movements. We know these paths through the map. And because of it, FaZe Clan, they always have somebody in those positions. They're always ready to catch them as they rotate. Now a 5-2 lead on their opponent's pick. Already up 1-0 in the series. Team Liquid Alienware need to massively turn things around, or this game is going to end way faster than we expected.
Furia just sitting here licking their chops. Panthers, as their logo would suggest, have been mighty good. They had a great run during kickoff, but they were really not tested by some of the top teams. And then when they got to Salt Lake City, it was I guess a bit of a rude awakening for them. You can make a pretty credible argument that Furia are a team that still hasn't been tested by the best. Ignoring the group stages just for a moment, the playoffs had them going up against Ninjas in Pajamas, who they defeated 2-1 before NIP then got beaten 2-0 by Los. Not a single victory for NIP during the playoffs. And then Furia beating Team Liquid 2-0 in very close maps. It was an 8-6 and an 8-7 score line on Cafe and Clubhouse for Furia that really could have gone either way. And frankly, it could have very easily been a 2-0 Team Liquid Alienware series as well. So I think Furia are watching this FaZe Clan, and whether they'll have enough time to dissect them and counter them is anybody's guess. But I'd be pretty frightened if I was a Furia fan.
I agree 100%. This Team Liquid Alienware, they're not putting up a great fight for FaZe Clan. They're not tiring them out the way you would hope. And Handy continues to just put on a masterclass performance. It's another opening pick from the young entry player on FaZe Clan. 12-2 now, a ridiculous stat line. KDS is planting in the site despite the fact that there are still defenders in there.
Oh, and Cyber gets the drop, and he transfers over to get Nade as well. Diffuse kit does not go down. It will need to be retrieved. A nade goes off, and that F2 is just really something else. Cyber almost gets them all. He just runs out of bullets. Vindicating the final kill, and FaZe Clan are a single round away from a grand finals here in Brazil.
They just look like they're playing with so much confidence, Parker. It's handy to open things up. It's Cyber with the perfect positioning. Again, the way they read these defenses is truly incredible. They've played Team Liquid Alienware so many times that they can kind of see the setup, see where a couple of operators are positioned, and then know the majority of this setup and how it's going to be placed around the map. Recognizing that a workshop push was going to be so powerful there, they push really quickly through the bottom floor of that map to get themselves in a plant position. Maybe rush the plant a little bit sooner than they should have. The fact that there was still a defender sitting inside a bathroom when they go for that teller's plant, maybe not the best call in the world, but it forced so much panic to come out from Team Liquid Alienware, and Cyber was really able to capitalize on that, finding players dropping down through the hatch, swinging inside the site, flanking him in through workshop. He was ready for all three of those movements, gets a triple kill because of it, and now in a very dominant 6-2 position. We'll stall out for a little bit here, Parker, as we do have a bit of a tech timeout, but for Team Liquid Alienware, this will have to be far more than just a brief pause if they want to turn this game around.
That's a bit of a frustrating one when you're potentially 3 minutes away from a resolution, but something has gone wrong, and we will need a rehost. I'm going to bet you anything it's a timeout being called and not picked up on, but I don't know if my speculation is accurate here. The head-to-head being shown on your screen right now is FaZe's ownership of Team Liquid Alienware has been really quite a sight to behold. FaZe have just been so good in Brazil. You know, when you talk about teams like W7M and Furia, when we look at North America, we talk about teams like Wildcard, for example. The narrative is always very different, whether you're really good interregionally or you're really good internationally. There are very few teams that can say that they do both at the same level. FaZe Clan is the team that completely bucks that trend. FaZe dominate Brazil. They've been Copa Elite champions multiple times. They've been BR6 champions multiple times. They have been world champions, major champions. There just about isn't, outside of maybe EWC. And I guess just deciding to go to another region to win there. What more is there for FaZe to win, for crying out loud?
I mean, listen, they only got top 16 at Reload, Parker. That's a huge stain on their record.
I'm not taking the bait. Not.
Reload actually won by the current core of Team Liquid Alienware back when they were under the Furia banner. So a lot of different names that you can recognize if you go back through the history books here in South America and champions of international events. Both of these teams have had their share in the spotlight. Before FaZe Clan went on their run of 3 SI Grand Finals, 2 of them victories, a lot of people would have told you that this Team Liquid Alienware core was the best team of all time. You know, I don't think it's out of the question to say that these 2 cores are the 2 best teams ever to play Rainbow Six Siege. Certainly people will argue Penta G2, and I think that's a valid argument, but like, it's a conversation that you could have one way or another, right? So to see these 2 Titans heading off now once again, battling it out for a spot in the Grand Finals of South America, it's been a treat to watch so far, but I want to see Team Liquid kind of bounce back, right? We know this team is better than what they've shown so far. This is supposed to be their map pick. It's a map that they're supposed to dominate on. I mean, Ollie talked about it. #1 preference when you look at the last 6 months, but I mean, it just doesn't feel like we're seeing that same dominance that we've come to expect from T-Law. We've seen them do well on this map in the past, but the fact that they've only played it once this season before today, and the fact that it was against one of the lowest rated teams here in South America, maybe has shown that they've gotten a bit complacent on it. Maybe they haven't had the practice that they need, certainly not the game day practice that they need to be able to dominate Border like they once did, and FaZe Clan might have just gotten away with this by crushing in the map vetoes and now inside the server as well.
We'll get back into it. Is this the end of the road for the Horsemen? Do they go to the Great Glue Factory in the sky? That's the real question here. FaZe Clan sitting on series point, and we could have an even more dominant second map than what we saw all the way back on Nighthaven Labs. It was a 7-3 scoreline for FaZe Clan to win their own map, and they are now beating that in terms of pure numbers and timing on T-Law's map. It was also highlighted by the desk, as much as we've called this Team Liquid Alienware's map, because it is. that this is also a very good map for FaZe Clan. So again, just because it's your opponent's map pick does not mean that you are expected to lose. And frankly, we could decide to play Rainbow Six Mobile, and I bet you FaZe Clan would still be expected to win, for crying out loud. So at this current point in time, there's very little that's giving me confidence that T-Law will be the superior team in this series if the stars align. And we do need Bank as the decider. It will be an improbable and incredible run, one for the ages, for this T-Law team, as they will need to win 4 consecutive rounds on defense and then win 2 more in overtime. For people who own a clock, that's about 20 to 25 minutes of straight winning. Very few times have FaZe Clan lost for that long of a stretch of time. So I guess if you're a betting man, make sure you're putting your chips down now, because FaZe Clan are 3 minutes away from a grand finals appearance.
To win the series at this point, Parker, we would need to see maybe the second greatest comeback of all time. The first greatest comeback of all time, of course, being when Team Liquid Alienware, this core, did it in the SI Grand Finals versus FaZe Clan when they were known as Fluxo W7M, or not Fluxo at the time, but listen, it is very much possible with this core of players. They've done it once before. To do it now online with slightly lower stakes, quite a bit lower stakes if we're being real, certainly is in the cards. If FaZe Clan were to choke against any opponent, it would be these guys. 4 straight rounds is what it'll be. They actually go to the top floor here, Parker, to try to lock things down. Team Liquid Alienware did just play this bomb site back in round number 7. They were not successful in holding it, but this time could be a bit different. The Zofia being used to counter out this clash, but also any player that he might be able to get below.
All the numbers have reset.
Wow.
So we can tell you who's been the heavy hitters here. Cyber starts off the killing, but Philippox holding court on the stairs. Maya firing away as well. All of these kills happening within inches of the door frames and outside of the building. And with 1 minute and 25 seconds left on the clock, KDS looking around going, where'd you all go? KZ, the only one to die from T-Law. That was well coordinated by FaZe Clan, but really not much else has gone right for them in this round. KDS swings on in. He's handled quite effectively by Nate, and they will stay alive for at least 3 more minutes as Team Liquid Alienware win their first defense.
Beautiful performance by Philippox, Parker, playing on that east stairs. He does a really good job on the Denari, despite the fact that most of his utility was still in his pocket. Didn't put down his deployable shield, didn't put down at least 3 of those trip connectors, but still finds a triple kill. So that's all anyone's going to remember from the round. Plays around his teammates really nicely. They saw that pressure coming in from the south side of the map. Cyber down below did a great job getting the opening pick onto KZ, winning that head-to-head that we were talking about at the beginning of this series. But it just doesn't matter when the aggression comes through from Philippox and Maya. They swing out from those aggressive positions around break room, around east stairs, and they catch FaZe Clan before they're really able to enter in the building. That's how you play border defense, right? And I think Team Liquid Alienware before the tech pause maybe forgot that a little bit. Maybe we're playing a bit too passive on a lot of these defenses. When you're playing on border, you have to be aggressive. You have to take the initiative. That's exactly what we saw T-Law do in the previous round. If they can put together 3 more rounds that look just like that one, Parker, do the math. That ends us at overtime.
You're absolutely correct. And you're the numbers guy, not even me. So if you're saying it, it must be true. The great state of Edmonton. Sorry, great province of Edmonton, not a state yet, Jesse. The great province of Edmonton, educating you so effectively, and I don't fault you with stats. I always trust Mr. Chick. So, that's the stage now set for Team Liquid Alienware, but FaZe Clan oftentimes run away from the numbers. Again, you have these huge pop-up moments from guys like KDS, like Cyber, like Souls, all 3 of whom have had huge highlight reel plays today that have slowed down T-Law and resulted in improbable round victories for the defending world champions. We'll get underway now with round number 10, and FaZe Clan are looking to close this one out. There will be a break between this series and the grand finals played between Furia and the victor here. The loser will still be at EWC, so if you are a fan of T-Law and you think this might be the end, fear not. You will still see your team in Paris in just a couple weeks' time. But for FaZe Clan fans, you're hoping to see them in one more matchup today as they fight for the crown here in Brazil.
No early aggression like we saw in the previous round, Parker. This time the players on T-Law staying inside the building for the time being. Good Utso clear coming out from FaZe Clan. They'll spot out some of these thorn traps that can make clearing security oh so difficult. Viking back on the Monty. Last time we saw this from him, it did not go so well. Got slammed up there in the east stairs, but takes the same position, trusts his teammates to be able to help him out from this spot. And it's a run out attempted by KZ, but caught by Handy. They're trying to do the same thing as last round, Parker, but it's not successful. FaZe Clan are expecting it.
A rough go of it for KZ. He's been completely ineffective for the last little bits. JV92 will now also bite the dust. A rough go for T-Law as they look to hang on to this map. It's their own map. They're hoping for some success. Maya with a kill on the board against Handy. Cyber been felled much earlier on, so that means it's a 3v3. Team Liquid Alienware sitting at the halfway point of the round. They need to wait out this FaZe Clan aggression.
Very spread out still. KDS outside the building, Viking into the top floor, Souls pushing Passport. They need to group up on the side of FaZe. Amonte by himself isn't able to do much good at all, so that's what KDS is doing. He's regrouping with his captain, moving towards East Stairs to play behind the Monty. Makes it a very dangerous push. What do you have to stall him out? Not much. 3 Toxic Babes already used by Maya, the Nitro Cell from Nade, all they have to deny this plant.
The best player from the previous round is now gone. Nitro Cell is what they will hang their hats on. You nailed that one. They still have information from Nade, but he's not able to do both at the same time. So it's a Nitro Cell or it's the cardiac sensor. You cannot have your cake and eat it too in this instance. Good cross now being held by Souls as King's found an opportunity to get the diffuser down. He's blown wide open, and suddenly T-Law have turned this around. But Souls has a couple clutches of his own. Can he get another to win it for his team and deny T-Law this fairy tale ending that they are hoping for? Zofia getting ever closer, outdueling it, and the spray transfer gets them both. FaZe Clan knock T-Law out of the playoffs, and it's FaZe Furia for the championship in Brazil.
Old man Souls does it again and again and again. One of the best players to play Rainbow Six Siege in those late rounds. He is so good. I don't know how he wins these rounds, Parker. But despite the plant denial coming through, despite everything looking like it could go Team Liquid's way, it's just not quite enough. They will win the lower bracket finals and advance on to the final match of the stage.
And you know what? As much as I want to get to that matchup, there's some things we got to do. First and foremost, hearing our wonderful friends Lynx and X break down that series.
Yeah, we got some housekeeping to attend to, especially since we have a lot more time on our hands. Since both teams could clutch today, Ollie, but only one team really showed up to play. 7-3, 7-3 for FaZe Clan, and they were the ones with a clear vision for what they wanted to do this game.
Incredible scoreline for FaZe coming into it. Obviously, this is a match that we have seen countless times, and in recent memory, it seems to be edging this FaZe Clan way. I understand Liquid was successful in a best-of-3 only a couple of days ago in this very matchup, but that's not a game that really matters too much as far as FaZe is concerned. They want the championship. They want to be the kings of SAL, and that this is the game they had to win to make that happen. And we kind of saw that want and need come from them from a fairly early point in this fixture. They were clear that they were going to play it with a very different strategy as they've approached some of those previous games, and in particular that last time that they faced off against Liquid only 4 days ago, and they had the perfect recipe today.
Yeah, they did. And if we want to throw up some of the highlights from that match, of which I will say there weren't a whole lot of big, crazy multi-kills. That we weren't watching a Furia game. That's the main reason we were a bit lacking on the clutches and the multi-kills. But FaZe Clan came in on Border with a very similar game plan, not to their broader series, but very similar game plan to Nighthaven Ollie. You can see them contesting early quite aggressively, really trying to take these fights to T-Law.
Yeah, they weren't really giving it away any sort of control for free, were they? They were happy to contest on the windows, happy to challenge at the fringes of the map and really make it difficult for T-Law to gain any ground. And we commented at the halftime how T-Law did seem to find a lot of trouble in actually getting ground and getting rid of some of these more stubborn players. Souls and Fountain, he was the highlight that we did at the halftime, and again shown here in the end of game highlights because it was deserved so. But it's these positions, it's CCTV, it's E-stairs, you know, these are areas that you need to be able to take with, you know, sort of very little cost to yourself, and it is very possible to try and do that. But against this FaZe team where they've just seemingly got an answer for everything, and then when they don't have an answer, they've got players that can just step up out of nowhere. We weren't expecting a massive day out of Handy, but he gave us one.
Well, and you could say that for anybody really on FaZe, even Vidiking to some extent, is every player seems to have a takeover game in them and have that possibility. When we didn't really see that from T-Law this stage. We saw it from KZ, who, as obviously, you know, post-rehost, we don't quite see a lot, but Nade, the only one who's meaningfully positive by the end of the game. Only 2 players on T-Law positive, and of course, I mean, but like we said at the top, both teams definitely had that clutch factor, but with FaZe able to boost up their score with some well-played rounds, them going pound for pound with T-Law in the clutch department, it just makes the series as dominant as it was, and as you can see with the 2-0 overall, I mean, KZ barely even in the conversation, whereas everybody from FaZe had a part of it.
Yeah, you know, Nade, the only player that reaches 100 EPS on the side of T-Law, everyone exceeding 100 DPS. I mean, Viking on 100, okay, so he didn't exceed it, but everybody else, 127, 126, 121. It's a very, very team-based performance, that, for me, from Handy Cyber and Souls. They've all put the team in the backpack at some point and carried them up the hill. Fantastic on the entry as well. Another area where we really saw T-Law struggle today. That's, you know, part and parcel, really, with these rounds, because they're not great at fighting from behind. But KZ, someone that, again, that you look to on that entry, 3 and 6, Nade 1 and 4. So not really having that desired impact. And, I mean, JV92, just the invisible man on border for a lot of it.
Well, and a lot of T-Law invisible, unfortunately, and given that, of course, we will see them more at EWC, but I think kind of rounds out a stage that, don't get me wrong, very clear improvement over kickoff. I mean, making it all the way up into the 3rd place position where they weren't even able to qualify for the international tournament last stage. We're very much grading them on their own curve to say that this is falling short, but I mean, especially with how FaZe are playing, I don't know, even if a good performance might have been enough. FaZe came out shooting a 10 out of 10 performance from every single player. And of course, Handy might be our MVP, and he certainly earned that on the second map. But you could give it to Cyber, who is 1 EPS off. You could give it to Souls if you really value that map 2 performance. KDS's map 1 performance, MVP worthy Ollie. You could really give a medal to everybody on this team for their performance in the lower bracket final.
Give it to the team. Give the team the MVP. Give it to the coach. I don't mind. Just give it to anybody. You could just close your eyes and pick at this stage, couldn't you? Nobody caught lacking. Nobody caught short. Everybody performing exactly what you need in a lower bracket playoff game.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, we'll see more of them later today, because now we do have our grand final teams all figured out. It will be Furia versus FaZe Clan, and I don't think we could have 2 more diametrically opposed teams for playstyle in this series, Ollie. I mean, we have a Furia team that is somehow more crazy and split apart than the old Furia roster, who kind of really made a name for themselves playing with that style. Then, of course, FaZe Clan, who are a known quantity, and I don't just mean that because we've seen them play so much. There's so much tape of them. But just because they always play that similar style, that very set step-by-step play, but they're just the best in the world at it.
Yeah, I think you look at this and you've got to look at the momentum that FaZe are on right now. Okay, they lose to Liquid in that semi-final in the upper bracket. Since then, 2-0 allowed, 2-1 against Loss, 2-0 against Liquid. They've played a lot of maps to get to this point, and they are very ready for the fight. We're not seeing any fatigue. We're not seeing them start to make silly mistakes. If anything, they've gotten better as these playoffs have gone on, because the first performance was the worst one because they lost it. So my worry for Furia will be that you're coming up against a very hot FaZe team now that has made that lower bracket run. They've got an extra, 5, 6, 7 maps under their belt at this stage, as opposed to Furia's 4, 5. It's got to be something that you bear in mind at that stage. And as we've mentioned, that Furia team, I mean, we cast that upper bracket final only a couple of days ago, Team Liquid against Furia, and oh my goodness, was it a game. Like, Furia clutched their way through it by the skin of their teeth, and T-Law really should have been walking away with a grand final spot here and just avoided entirely this lower bracket final against FaZe today. That didn't happen. My worry is, can Furia clutch like that against FaZe? Because there's not been as many gaps today on this FaZe team.
Well, that'll be a big question, and of course, we are going to have a very quick interview with JP from FaZe coming on in, so if we want to pull him up, and we'll get some quick thoughts, as they do have a matchup later in the day. Hello, JP. How are you feeling?
Hello. Feeling good. Finally, someone stopped their core on border. They were 23-0, and we finally stopped them.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to ask that to start off the interview. I mean, obviously, you guys had a great performance on both maps, but it seemed like you had kind of a similar game plan on Border, and that was don't let them take any bit of control whatsoever. Was that kind of, did you have a similar game plan for both Nighthaven and Border, or was it something specific about that map?
Honestly, not at all. Like, we just play our defaults, and we change it slightly that we played in the last Border to not like be exactly the same thing we played. But yeah, Border was a map that we were confident, but they were the unique team that we respect, and we were like, we're not playing against them, we're not playing against them. And today, Rafa was like, today we're going to play this map. Honestly, I wasn't that confident to play Border, but Rafa was, and we won because those guys were literally 23-0 on the map. They were like for 3 years without losing the map, and we beat them. So I'm very happy for that.
JP, obviously big result today, 2 7-3s. Obviously you say there that you were a little bit worried about the Border. I'm sure that victory on Border will give you a bit more confidence on that map moving forward, because you guys look fantastic. Something that always impresses me about this FaZe roster is the ability to play at pace, whether that's where you play quite slowly and really just sort of pick away your opponent, almost like death by 1,000 cuts sort of situation, or other instances where you ramp that tempo right up and you're immediately running through them. What's the main trigger that you guys look for when you're playing? Because it'll happen multiple times across the same game against the same team in a lot of times.
Who set this pace is basically Vitakin during the game. He's the one who sets the pace for the team. So if we want to be more aggressive, it is on his call. If he wants us to be a little bit slower, it's on him too. So he's the maestro inside the server.
Because I think that's going to play a big part in your game against Furia coming up, because obviously I'm sure you'll have watched the game that they played against Team Liquid only a couple of days ago, and I'm sure yourself will have seen that there was plenty of gaps and plenty of opportunity there for T-Lord to do a little bit better maybe in that series, but the clutch factor on Furia really can't be ignored. You've got some good clutches of your own though. Handy had a great play today.
Yeah, for sure. I hope we win against Furia. It's a team that we always like to play against. They like to trash talk, and the game always is like very entertaining for the public, but we love it to play against them. Let's see. I hope we win.
Well, we hope it's a good match, certainly, and hope you guys have a fun time in the grand final of the SAL. We'll see you guys a little bit later. Of course, we don't want to take up too much of your time because we have that best of 3 later on today. So thank you very much, JP, and good luck in the final.
Thank you guys. Bye-bye.
And I mean, of course, it is very the trash talk is very entertaining for us. Obviously, JP cannot like it all he wants, but for us, the audience, please continue. We find it very entertaining. But we are going to have a bit more of an extended break to give FaZe Clan some time to rest and freshen up for their grand final against Furia later today. So don't go anywhere. We got the final best of 3 of the SAL right after this.
Eu tenho 3.000 pi e tô sem outra.
2 loadouts pra você escolher qual que você vai.
Qual que eu quero?
É.
Vou jogar pistolinha então. Então vem tomando então.
Maquiná, como é que tá a sua mira?
Tá boa, eu acho.
Afiada?
Tá.
Vamos ver se fora do server também. Qual arma você vai pegar aí?
Pega essa aqui mesmo.
Temos aqui, ó, 2 armas. Qual que você vai pegar? Qual vai ser
A maior. A maior.
6 chances pra tentar acertar lá. Você tem 6 balas, 3 alvos. Pode dar ali.
Errou! Errou!
Boa.
Opa, uma foi.
Errou!
Desempenho péssimo, mas estamos na melhor ainda.
Foi por pouco.
Errou!
Calma, calma. Tem mais 4 chances eu vou acertar ainda. Faço 3. E no meio. Tem que ser pelo menos 2 pra não ficar feio, né? Pelo amor de Deus. Foi abaixo, né? Foi abaixo. Não, podia ter sido bem melhor. Mas é a vida, né? Primeira vez aí. Às vezes não tive sorte principiante. É isso. Cara, eu tenho 3.000 pi e tô sem outra.
Você é louco, ué? Tá compensando.
Sério? Ah, mano, muito fácil, velho. Eu sei enxergar, tô atirando, como é que os caras não conseguem?
Não, vocês estão brincando. Quem foi que fez isso? Produção. Por favor, né? Cara, muito interessante. Vamos marcar aqui que a gente vai jogar no chalé.
Vamos jogar chalé.
O Cyber vai jogar de mira triângulo.
Exato.
O KDS vai sorrir.
Exato.
E o Vita King vai jogar de montanha. E talvez, muito talvez, vai ter clutch meu. Agora, perder da 7M, perder da Liquid, tomar 7x0...
Aí é sacanagem com a nossa cara.
Não, vocês estão brincando. Quem foi que fez isso? Produção.
Por favor, né? Histórico de campeão aqui das paradas.
Um cara da Liquid, pequeno filhote.
Tem alguém que vocês queiram dar hate que não seja...
Ah, eu quero em vários. Posso fazer meu hate pro JV? Que letra bonita.
Mano, é um player, tipo, muito bobalhão.
Ah, eu sabia que era pra esse. Cara, isso é muito legal, mano.
Dá uma aula de teste pra essa galera aí, mano.
Caraca, mano.
É médico, é receita?
Pô, mano, pode xingar?
Eu vou cara da Liquid.
Aê, caipira.
Esse eu sei quem é.
Aê, caipira, filha da p***. Pô, mas o KDS, ele é muito sem educação, cara. Não tem nem o que responder, ele é um coitado, cara. Nossa, essa aqui eu vou...
Fala aquilo que tá aqui, ó.
Quanto? Quantas kills? Pega aí, não, pega aí. Pega aí, velho.
Vou pegar.
Pro cara aqui. Qual que é a dica que você tem que dar?
Farmou Aura, hahaha. 03 no Major, 16 kills em 4 mapas. JV.
Tem cara mesmo. E se não foi ele também, vai tomar no c...
É de alguém da fofúria. Como eu tenho relacionamento com todos de lá, tipo, não dá pra especificar muito.
Ah, não é muito fofo.
Não, mano. Guardado.
Vamos ver. Obrigado por me tirar do Major para fazer aquela merda lá. Ainda tô devendo 2 jantares. Te amo. E é o Norris.
Norris?
É. Que ele quis apostar comigo as 2 partidas que a gente jogou com eles. Ele quis apostar. Aí eu ganhei 2 jantas.
Aposta mais, mano. Aposta um carro da próxima.
É isso, valeu, Norris. Tá patrocinando, tá devendo até hoje.
Mano, eu quero fazer um recado pra todo mundo que nunca ganhou nada e falar, nunca ganhou nada.
Vamos ver aqui quem que é esse fracassado. Aqui eu já não entendo a letra. Boa tarde, Mr. Aura. Cuidado que vou te buscar na base. Quero ver. Falar é fácil.
Você é um bobalhão. Zagueiro. Rival de treino. Eu não sei nem o que responder isso aqui. A letra é feia. Eu não tenho ideia do porquê. Eu tenho 6 anos, mano. Não sei quem é. Obrigado pela mensagem aí. Se eu descobrir quem é você, vai ter mais chat no treino. Então boa sorte aí.
Querido STK, você é gente boa demais e deveria pensar em jogar um Forza. Isso aí já é fato, né? Isso aí é o palusão, né? Foca gigantesca aí.
Well, my friends, it's true that the Brazilian team didn't exactly land the best results at the last major. But hey, there's an explanation for that.
Então você pega uma Los que tinha bastante estreante, Darkcase, Dafo, eles não tinham jogado, era um time totalmente novo. A Fúria também, apesar de terem jogadores ali mais experientes, é um grupo totalmente novo, o Boxeira estava estreando e tudo mais, então tipo... E aí você pega a própria NiP, que é uma base já mais formada e tal, mas foi o primeiro Major do Baceto como IGL, então acho que isso acabou trazendo um peso um pouco maior, isso óbvio somado com a melhora das outras regiões. E sobre não haver muitas mudanças pós-janela, é porque foi um campeonato muito curto, é o que a gente passou para a própria torcida da Liquid de 2 semanas, sabe? 2 semanas não pode definir um futuro de um time, então já tem que remover um jogador e tudo mais.
And when results like these happen, changes usually follow. At least that's how it's supposed to work. Because out of all 10 SAL teams, only Black Dragons decided to shake things up. So, whether we planned it or not, this video has basically turned into a full-blown Black Dragons roster move special. To put things into perspective, since 2024 and counting the current lineup, no fewer than 17 players have worn the BD jersey. Doing some quick math, that's roughly 1 roster change every 2 months. Yeah, that's a lot.
Acredito que as mudanças foram necessárias. Acho que a gente viu que a gente atingiu um teto ali como equipe, mesmo que
muito cedo, né? E acho que mudança, quando é necessária, você tem que fazer. Você não pode ficar demorando tanto assim, porque a própria Team Secret fez mais de 20 mudanças na equipe até ganhar o EWC. Não é que a gente gosta, mas às vezes é necessário.
As for this latest round of moves, Miracle and Lenda are out, while Guto and Romeu are in. And Gustavo Vieira is no stranger to the Dragons. He previously played for the team between 24 and 25, and even represented the organization at the Montreal Major. After that, he took a little trip through Tier 2, absolutely farming the competition with Stellai Gaming, and now he's back. Hopefully to help push Black Dragons toward their first ever Esports World Cup appearance.
A volta do Guto pra BD é muito da hora, sim, porque eu acho que desde o MBR eu queria jogar com ele, queria trabalhar com ele. Ele optou por vir pra BD. Pô, tô bem animado, assim, cara. Eu queria trabalhar com ele desde aquela época lá e ele é um moleque muito bom. Acho que vai ser, mano, uma grande adição aí.
The other new addition is practically a Tier 1 rookie. After spending time with Elevate Academy, Romeu got his biggest shot on the main Elevate roster during Reload, where he played alongside the veterans Ian and Psycho. Oh, and fun fact, you could say Romeo already knows one of his new teammates pretty well. That's because the two of them shared the stage in last year's Tier 2 Grand Final, just on opposite sides of the server.
Cara, o Romeuzão também é um moleque muito bom, é um cara muito esquilado, assim. Teve experiência também, né, de jogar com jogadores muito grandes, como o Psycho, que também ensinou muitas coisas pra ele. O próprio Nuzga também, que ajudou ele na Elevate Academy. Então, mas é um moleque novo, tem que pegar cada vez mais experiência, mais ensinamentos, mas isso é só com o tempo.
Alright. That's interesting. It just hit me that we're talking to the most experienced player on Black Dragons right now. And also the guy who's been with the organization the longest. So, before we wrap things up, I want to know exactly what role our man Hari has been playing in this new look Black Dragons roster.
Cara, minha função dentro de jogo é in-game leader e sup 1. Abusa mesmo dos bonecões ali, né? Como a gente chama, bonecos que são mais roubados assim nas comps. Então, pô, jogar bastante de shield, jogar com uma Ing de 12, jogar com Glass. E como IGL, você sendo sup 1 fica muito mais fácil de você guiar o time. Como você tem uma visão mais de trás, você consegue coordenar muito bem, conseguir as triangulações ali durante o round e tal.
Well then, all eyes on the Black Dragons team. Who knows? Maybe this fresh blood is exactly what the team needs to make some noise during the first stage of SAL. Best of luck to the boys, and thanks for watching, everybody. We'll catch you in the next one. Bye!
Fala, guys. Aqui é o quadro botando tudo na boca. Ah, vai, como que é? Puxe. Pode mastigar? Ah, mas eu vou engolir. Vou mastigar, acho que é mais difícil. O bagulho de manchou, pô. Fora de Snake. Fora de Snake. Stop. Isso que eu faço. Não tem como não.
Sente.
Oh.
Flores. Tá dando pra ouvir. Thunderbird. Thunderbird.
Foi?
Eu não gosto de paçoca.
Qual time você escolheria da SAL e por quê? Isso aqui é a pescaria maldita e vamos ver o que me reserva aí, hein? Tô meio preocupado. Isso aqui é mais difícil do que parece, hein? De qual jogador da SAL você ganharia na porrada? E por quê? A pergunta é de qual eu não ganharia, né? E o porquê? Porque eu bato em todo mundo. Se houvesse eleição do pior jogador da SAL, quem ganharia e por quê? Pô, situação complicada essa aí, hein? Situação bem complicada, inclusive, hein? Vocês me deixaram numa situação meio complicada aí, pessoal. Quem ganharia seria o Flastrai, muito bagre, um dos piores que tá tendo aí. Qual time você escolheria da SAL e por quê? Mas eu vou mandar a Imperial embora. Por quê? Não sei, mas vai embora.
Mano, ótimo. 3 balas eu acertei as 3. Melhor que isso não tem como. Vou escolher essa aqui. Porque ela é mais leve, ela é mais fácil de manusear e acho que uma precisão melhor.
Olha, 2 armas aqui pra você.
Essa aqui, mano. Essa aqui é mais style.
2 armas aqui.
Vou com a pistola, que eu já treinei bastante com ela, não vou errar nenhuma.
6 balas pra você, sem chance. Pra acertar nossos 3 alvos.
Porra.
Já foi.
Mano. Porra, mano. Foda. Porra! Acabou.
Olha aí. A mira mais embaixo. Olha onde foi.
Aê. Uma de 3. E aí, é mais fácil dentro do server?
É, bem mais fácil dentro do server.
Puta que pariu. Pô, mas também corta a primeira lá. A primeira foi teste. Oh, mas isso aí... Oh, as balas tá fazendo curva, pô.
As balas tá fazendo curva, pô. Já é o melhor.
É a última, vou acertar. É que é difícil manusear a arma. Mais uma chance porque a primeira não valeu, tá? A arma é difícil de ficar parada.
2 hours later.
Não, pera aí, pô.
Agora já tá aumentando.
Aí, pronto. Corta. Tudo que eu errei, corta. Só bota as 3 que eu acertei.
Para não prejudicar aqueles que não prestaram atenção ao lance, vamos mostrá-lo novamente com a magia do replay imediato.
Mano, ótimo. 3 balas eu acertei as 3. Melhor que isso não tem como.
Ah, que pergunta nojenta. Qual foi o pior companheiro de time que você já teve dentro do jogo? Por quê? Ó, pessoal, tô aqui na pescaria maldita e vamos ver o que vai sair aqui dessa pescaria maldita. Ó, número 6 aqui, hein? Se houvesse eleição de pior jogador da SAL, quem ganharia, por quê? Não posso responder isso aqui, né? Ah, tem que responder mesmo. Lenda 1. Por quê? Pô, a mira. Pesquei o 7 aqui, hein? Ah, que pergunta nojenta. Qual foi o pior companheiro de time que você já teve dentro do jogo? Por quê? Cara, eu acho que o pior... Ah, o Dark, mano. Pior, assim, pra mim. Porque o cara não me ensinava nada, mano. Não tinha nenhuma vontade, assim, só. Mas não é trolando, não, só... Mas hoje ele tá bem, hoje ele tá mandando muito com os caras lá. Escolha um nick sincero para um jogador da SAL e justifique sua resposta. Ah, mano, acho que o Paluzão. O Paluzão, quando ele jogava na Liquid... ele só tava debaixo da água. É isso, pessoal. Essa foi a Pescaria Maldita. Top pra caramba. Tamo junto.
Pausão do Igão.
Pausão
do
não.
Igor, não.
Pera aí.
Nunca tomou CTZ.
Nunca tomou. Outra coisa, perder da FaZe. Já tá, começa o português errado. Que é perder para a FaZe.
É, tem isso também.
Pra perder da FaZe. Perder da FaZe a gente nunca perdeu. Pra perder o quê da FaZe? Já perdeu. Pra perder o quê?
Cair na primeira fase. Nunca caiu na primeira fase.
Não.
Nunca caiu na primeira fase.
Só fura. 0-3 agora no meio.
Banir fronteira? Que é banir fronteira?
Banir fronteira.
Ah, banir contra Liquid. O jogo não valia nada, Liquid queria jogar.
Ah, queria jogar,
época, né?
verdade. Falar gás antes da cal. Eu não falo gás.
Eu falo?
Tu fala gás?
Não sei.
Não sei também, não falo não.
Ah, vamos colocar que a gente não fez isso.
Não fala já.
Gravar doc de bastidores, sim.
Gravar doc de bastidores. O que é isso?
Como assim que é bastidor? Você sabe o que é bastidor?
Documentário, tipo, o cara vai lá com a câmera do time e grava.
O bastidor, tipo, nada relacionado ao campeonato. Você
A gente nunca
tá
usou
no dia a dia do campeonato ali.
A gente nunca usou a
fora do
palavra
jogo.
bastidor.
Como não usou, você não sabe o que é bastidor. Você nunca viu um vídeo de bastidor. Tipo, ali o vestiário, tá ali no vestiário, tá ali antes do
Levar
jogo.
hate no Twitter. Isso aqui é claro, essa aí é louco.
Você presenciou bastante esse último mês, né?
Pô, experiência própria.
Pausão do Igão.
Pausão?
Do Igor, não.
Pera aí. É o quê?
Não, isso aqui não.
Tu já?
Não.
Pausão?
Não.
Do Igão?
Não.
Rapaz.
Não. Já teve pause do Igor CTG. Agora esse aqui, não.
Pausão?
Isso aí não. Tu já?
Tu nunca?
Não. Tu já?
Eu nunca.
Então não. Então a gente só teve um.
Mas talvez o quê?
2.
Pausão do Igão?
3, 4.
Cassino! Sábado com Gilberto Barros. And we are live. Yeah, my friends, the system override updates are already online. So let's dive into some of them. The first one, even the great Gilberto Barros knows already. We got the Casino Map Edition, more specifically, Calypso Casino. And probably only the Brazilians will get this reference. Launched just now in Operation System Override and inspired by Rainbow Six Vegas, the new scenario is set in Las Vegas and features spots that scream a real gambling pit. Pool table, roulette, bar, tobacco shop, aquarium, internal security circuit, and even a vault, actually. Now that we're listening to it, there's a lot going on in this map, right?
Eu achei ele um pouco exagerado em questão do tamanho, não achei que é um mapa que entraria bem assim no competitivo, porque ele é gigantescamente gigante.
Eu tenho mais opiniões negativas, acho que o mapa é muito grande, muito quarto, muito sapão, é um mapa muito diferente e a saída do spawn dos atacantes é muito longa também, tem uns spawn que você nasce muito longe. Tirando essa parte, eu acho que é um mapinha muito fácil de trocar tiro, então essa parte é divertida. Acho que pra parte casual ali do jogo, é um mapa bem divertido de jogar. De primeira impressão, achei da hora. Parece ser um mapa que dá pra explorar bastante entrada, bastante estilos de táticas, então eu curti, mas tem que ver aí quando ele chegar futuramente pra um competitivo pra ver como vai ser.
Alright, and talking about controversial changes, we also got the Dokkaebi Remaster, with the main tweak hitting her signature ability. It's no longer the Logic Bomb, it's the Jago Charge. The gadget job is to trigger one enemy phone at a time, not all of them at once, forcing the defender to stand still and restart the device, because if they don't, they'll take a nice 40 HP damage. So, the question is this a buff or a nerf?
Tá louco, a Dokkaebi foi o maior buff do jogo que já existiu ali, comparado com os Shield, mano. Tá muito roubado, muito OP, tem muito pouco counter, basicamente só o mute. E eu tenho certeza que ela vai ser nerfada aí novamente, porque tá muito apelona. Ela já era do meta, acho que vai continuar ainda mais no meta. Acho que mudou um pouco o intuito do boneco, mas tá muito roubado. Já era um boneco muito forte e agora ficou extremamente forte.
Cara, eu acho que a Dokkaebi foi um buff bizarro, assim, né? Eu acho que você conseguir ligar para operadores individualmente ali e até mesmo se o cara não desligar o telefone, quebrar o celular do cara e o cara tomar um dano ali, isso deixa muito mais chato pra quem tá defendendo, mas eu acho que muito legal pra quem tá atacando. Você consegue fazer vários combos de recurso, né? Seja ligar num time com montanha armando um shield pro cara ter que desligar ou algo do tipo assim. Então acho que é um operador que, porra, um buff da hora demais, mano.
Another cool new thing is also tied to the Dokkaebi. I'm talking about the XK-23 assault rifle, which, besides the South Korean attacker, can also be used by Sense and Rawara. The general stats on this new rifle, which our friend GC Gamer is showing you here, are mid-range with 49 base damage, 675 RPM, and a 35 round mag. It's a solid loadout pick, but maybe not enough to hype up the SAL pros.
Cara, a nova arma é boa, mas eu achei que ela acabou entrando no lugar dos operadores errados, assim. Eles têm DMR e a DMR é muito meta. Ela faz rombos enormes na parede, mata o cara, tipo, 2 tiros de raspão. Então, tipo, eu achei ela uma boa arma, mas não foi encaixada, assim, 100% no lugar perfeito.
Eu achei ela muito boa, ela tem muito dano. O recoil dela é bem tranquilo de controlar. Eu achei ela uma arma muito boa, só que ela concorre ali com a DMR, né? Na Dokka, então acho que acaba que ela pode ser usada em outros bonecos, por exemplo, uma Hawara, que também tem DMR, ou um Sense.
Perfect. Lastly, and definitely not less important, we got the launch of Infamous Ranked 3.0. Basically, it works like this. First, you don't start from zero. Your rank depends on your previous season rank and your result in the best of 5 qualifiers. Each rank has 5 divisions, and you need 100 points to advance. Gain points when you win, lose points every loss. When queuing for a match, the system only looks at your actual rank, so no more hidden MMR, and team balance is done by squad level. If you win against stronger teams, you get more bonus points. If you win against weaker teams, you get less. They also changed the matchmaking criteria. From Bronze to Emerald, you can play with friends within 3 ranks. For Diamond and Champions, it's only 2 ranks. All of this makes your progress slower, based purely on wins and losses. No KD affecting your score anymore, which intentionally makes everything harder.
Eu acho que o revamp da Ranked foi muito bom, assim, o conceito que eles trouxeram. Ainda não tive a oportunidade de jogar o suficiente. A gente precisava dessa mudança na Ranked mesmo, tava muito monótono. O Champion era algo muito fácil, então tudo isso que tá trazendo de novo é bem legal.
Sobre a Ranked nova, eu diria que o que mais agrada é ter o MMR antigo, né? De você não ficar, tipo, puxando Ranked caindo com uma galera muito abaixo, mesmo tendo Champion, essas coisas que... Tanto pra eles é uma experiência ruim, quanto pra mim fica um bagulho muito fácil e é meio chato isso. Também a questão de subir de ranking não ser tão fácil, né? Eu vi a galera até falando sobre que você tá ganhando só 20 pontos, tá sendo mais difícil, mas eu prefiro desse jeito, que antigamente era, pô, você tinha que dar a vida pra pegar o Champion, enquanto ultimamente qualquer um pegava.
That's it, my friends. These were the main season's updates so far. Thanks, squad. See you next time. Peace!
Ah, então pode, né?
Isso aí, acho que eu faço todo dia, eu dou uma biscoitada lá.
Beleza.
Primeiro é comer brecha no bombe.
Tem que marcar, né?
Eu marco essa aqui, mano.
Tá.
Ganhar da fluxo.
Tem que ter.
Isso aí já é certeza,
O Eds Biscoitar a gente não vai estar marcando porque tá mudando.
No Instagram? Não, mas no Instagram.
Ah, então pode, né?
Isso aí, acho que eu faço todo dia, eu dou uma biscoitada lá.
Beleza. Pô, tomar 7x0 a gente não é trouxa, né? Tipo...
Mano, tomar 7x0 é triste, eu acho. Não vou marcar isso aí não, mano. Jogar no café também não quero, não.
Você não quer, não?
Não quero, não.
Mano, o Bock em situação de clutch é top, eu marcaria.
Marco.
Mano, o esporro do Reduct, eu acho que
eu não quero marcar.
Eu quero ficar de boa.
Se der um esporro é porque o pau tá pegando, mano, tá feio.
E a tática suicida, quem não gosta, né?
Tem várias.
Pode marcar aí, mano.
Forte da fúria aí, mano. Tática suicida. Caralho, isso aqui é pesadão, mano. Salve, rapaziada. Essa é a pescaria maldita aqui. Vamos ver o que ela reserva pra gente aí. Cite 3 jogadores da SAL que são monooperador e justifique sua resposta. Vou citar o Dias, que ele só joga de Ace. Vou citar o Pox, que só joga de Shield. Agora ele virou mono blindado. E vou citar também... Monooperador, hoje em dia é foda monooperador, né? Os caras é tudo flex, mano. Vou citar eu aí, mano. Só jogo de Harmona, só bonecão bom. E é isso aí mesmo. Qual o jogador da SAL mais feio de todos? Por quê? Caralho, isso aqui é pesadão, mano. Mano, um cara feio demais, mano. Nossa, tem vários caras feios, mano. Mano, eu acho que vou citar o Flastrai aí, mano. Ele... Foi mal o Flastrai, mas dá pra dar uma arrumada aí na lataria, mano. Não sei por que eu pensei no Flastrai, bizarro. Qual é o jogador da SAL mais burro de todos? Por quê? Caralho, burro é pesado também. Tipo, feio também é pesado, né? Eu acho que jogando assim, mano, eu acho que o Stroker, mano. Máximo respeito aí, Guardiola, você é meu parceiro, mas jogando, às vezes você é meio burro.
It's the World Cup, baby! Okay, take it easy. We are trying not to get the video copyright struck here. Anyway, we are here to talk about a World Cup. Just not that one. We're talking about the Nations Cup, or in its full name, the Esports World Cup of Nations. First things first, let's go over the basics. For Rainbow Six Siege, the tournament will take place from November 18th to November 22nd. 24 national teams will compete, including both invited squads and qualified teams. With one spot, the so-called Solidarity slot still up for grabs. The teams will be divided into 4 groups of 6. They will face off in a single round robin of the best of 1 matches, with the top 4 teams from each group advancing to a single elimination playoff bracket. From round 16 onward, matches will be best of 3 except for the grand finals, which will be played as a best of 5. Pretty easy to follow so far, right? Well, here's where things get interesting. Because if you got national teams, you've gotta have a call-up, a roster announcement. So let's take a look at Team Brazil. We have Vitor King from FaZe Clan Support, Paulo from Fluxo W7M, Handy, FaZe Clan, JV92, Team Liquid, Cyber, FaZe Clan, Loira, Fúria, and last but not least, KZ from Team Liquid. And the masterminds responsible for selecting these 7 absolute demons were our coaching staff, Igor CTG, Rafael, and Eudinho. Now, instead of us doing all the talking, let's hear directly from the people involved and find out how this roster came together. Professor Igor, take it away.
De uma forma resumida, basicamente o processo da seleção foi, eles selecionaram um manager, que foi o Eudinho, depois de algumas conversas e tudo mais entre eles, eles acabaram me entrevistando e eu fui o selecionado para ser o treinador principal da seleção brasileira. Eu já tinha bem claro para mim, caso eu fosse selecionado, que a pessoa que eu queria estar ali comigo era o Rafael, porque, sendo sincero, pelo histórico recente, acho que é o que mais merecia.
Basicamente, a gente tinha uma lista bem grande de jogadores bons, que a gente tinha que conseguir enxugar a lista para 7 nomes, né? Foi bem difícil de conseguir reduzir essa lista, para ser sincero. Tinha pessoas que estavam em uma fase muito boa, tinha pessoas que tinham uma história muito boa no R6, tem pessoas que estavam com um momento muito bom, então reduzir a lista foi um trabalho bem complicado, então a gente acabou fazendo entrevista com alguns jogadores. O sistema, né, que eles apresentaram para mim, eu tinha que montar uma line com 5 jogadores e 2 reservas. Eu acho que eles fizeram um formato ali de 15 jogadores e cada um montou sua line.
Eu dei a entrevista deitado na cama e a galera tudo no PC, com a webcam. Fizeram umas perguntas lá, aparentemente respondiam o que eles queriam.
Well, there you have it. But of course, no call-up is complete without a little controversy. And in this case, it seems like the fans weren't exactly thrilled about the absence of Siege's resident Giga Chad.
Sobre a seleção, acho que eu fiquei chateado, mas mais comigo mesmo. Seleção é momento e realmente eu não tô no meu melhor momento da minha carreira. Mas fiquei muito feliz pelo Loira, que é do meu time aí, foi chamado. Eu vou torcer pelo Brasil, sem dúvida alguma. Tenho certeza que ele tá muito bem representado. Seguir trabalhando aí para quem sabe no futuro poder representar essa camisa aí.
A gente vai avaliar como eles vão estar jogando nos respectivos times, como vai funcionar o encaixe dentro da seleção e tudo mais, para aí sim a gente montar a lineup titular.
Fair enough. Now, before we wrap things up, let's talk about the favorite teams. France looks scary. The United States looks scary also. But what about Brazil? Aren't we the team to beat?
Olha, estamos trabalhando para que seja, mas obviamente vai ser um campeonato bem difícil, existem outras boas seleções, mas a gente sabe que a gente está levando todo um peso de uma nação e um favoritismo. Existem bons times e é a nossa preparação que tem que fazer a diferença, né?
Eu acho que o Brasil tem grande chance de ganhar, sim, e tem boas seleções também para competir, mas eu acho que a gente vai estar bem sólido, a gente tem bastante tempo para se preparar e já estamos nos preparando, então a torcida pode esperar aí que nada mais, nada menos que um baita show aí do Brasil.
O Brasil tem grande chance de ganhar, né? Eu diria que hoje em dia a gente comparado, assim, o roster, fala, né, que é a line-up do Brasil, é comparado ao roster da França do futebol. E eu sou o Olise.
Fair point, my man JV. And honestly, if there's one guy you remind me of, it's Olise. Because man, that French dude is an absolute pain in the bottom. Start getting your watch parties ready, figure out where you're watching the games, and while we're waiting for the ENC to kick off, I guess we'll have to settle for that one little tournament called the FIFA World Cup. And of course, keep hanging out with us here on SAL. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you next time.
Farmers League. Farmers League. Farmers League. Vai lá jogar Farmers League. Farmers League. Farmers League.
Bom dia, o sol já nasceu lá na nossa liga. Acorda o pipoqueiro e o Betinha, e aquele bagre que não dá balinha.
Levanta, que o ninja tirou todo o seu pijama, que o Panterinha agora come grama.
internet hate, mas sei que me ama. Parece que apagou a nossa chama. O envy desse ano não valeu a fama.
Perdoa, tem gente que se queima à toa. Na internet qualquer gata é leoa. Se a nossa liga é ruim,
imagine a boa.
Lá na Farmers League amanhã, deixa o map e vem pra cá, que o sol raiou e agora a sal vai começar.
Alô, rapaziada, cheguei, mas quer dizer que essa roça vai aqui é a melhor liga do mundo?
Yellow stairs. He gets a nice frag there and overthrew the barbed wire. Next to go for a peek. That's going to be a wonderful shot by cameraman. Could he clutch this? He's on forward. And it looks as though there's some more shots. Now, before he walks out through this door, he should be pointing out the heartbeat sensor, but he's not going to. Instead, it will be a nice clutch by cameraman.
Dino on the stairs, not Jerome or being aware of. Nice frag coming up. Nico again, he's just on point with these nades.
Would this be the money? This could be huge right now. The nade comes over the top and drops Stiggs as well.
What a nutty round from him. He gets 2 grenade kills and a nice peek and closes it out.
No way! No way! The clutch! That's a 1 versus 5 clutch!
Rise from the ashes to claim the hammer at the 6th Invitational 2021.
Cameraman's going to complete. Biggie T finds a huge 4K and gift
forward and do whatever you can there. Try to get the diffuser down. They will be unsuccessful as Virtue goes absolutely wild with the shotgun, and that is 3 huge kills for him.
Laying on though, Yeti will find Fox and after being dispatched by the MP5K. Laxi will now get into an engagement, and Yeti is just an absolute Yeti with 4 kills. Goddess, who just has a tiny bit of health, and Yeti will get the ace.
There's both Coded and Katsang watching from this angle. Kansan, are you a miracle worker? You only need one more! And there it is! One of the best plays that we've seen in this tournament.
Often known as the best team in the world, never having that distinction until today. Penta are your world champions.
We just practiced a lot, which sorry for that.
Hey Dad!
It's part of you guys. Hello.
so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. You can catch me in the pit. I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Reckless energy, I'm never signing out. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
Our bracket final didn't feature a whole lot, Ollie, but that's because we saved the best for last. Our final best of 3 of the SAL starts in just a little bit. It is Furia versus FaZe Clan, and while the roster on one side might be different, Ollie, these two teams being at the top of SAL is nothing new.
Yeah, this is very familiar territory for us, isn't it, to find out who is the best in the region. For the past 4 years, these two teams and organizations really have been duking it out. You can throw Liquid in there if you really want to go all the way back to 4 years ago, but predominantly over the last 3, you are really looking at Furia and you are looking at FaZe. Furia, of course, successful in both stages 1 and 2 last year, and FaZe the year before that, successful in both. So history does have a little habit of repeating itself, and it is going to do that here tonight, given that one of these has to be crowned the leader and the top team, inside of SAL, and of course walk away with all of those wonderful SI points, 420 of them up for grabs.
Well, and especially since, of course, obviously they've been eliminated, but Team Liquid Alienware not making Salt Lake City. There are some big teams across the regions that are a bit strapped for SI points right now that you wouldn't expect, but while Furia might have a little bit less than FaZe Clan, FaZe certainly do with their deep run at Salt Lake City. But starting off with our first team in the match, it is the team that first entered the grand finals with their 2-0 win over Team Liquid Alienware in the upper bracket final. Furia came in, of course, new roster, big change at the beginning of the year, Ollie, but still able to be in the finals, both kickoff and stage 1. International performance aside, this team has been quite dominant domestically since they formed.
You have to give them credit, don't you? They're good at a certain brand of siege, and that brand of siege, for my money, is clutching. It's relying on talisman players and big moments to get them over the line. Herds, the player on your screen right now, is a bigger part of that as anybody on this roster. You look to him when you need help. You look to him when you need a load of kills and someone to pull 3-4 kills out of thin air. Diaz Lucas, another player that we throw into that category of clutch ability. And I really think that that's where this team shines. But we all know that that isn't a winning strategy. That isn't going to be a strategy that they can take all the way to a main stage of a major event. But will it be good enough to win the region? Quite possibly, because they have shown us that they are capable of that style.
And we saw they were capable of it in that Team Liquid Alienware game a couple days ago, right? I mean, Cafe basically entirely won off of the back of individual capabilities, a map that Team Liquid Alienware by all rights should have won, and the map 2 was a bit more in Furious favor, but what should have been a 3-map series was a 2-0 off the back of this individually stacked and supremely talented roster. But as you pointed out, there are some clear flaws in the Furia playstyle, and if you want to take a look at our other team in this matchup, I have a feeling FaZe Clan are going to be pretty good at capitalizing off of those mistakes. Because if you talk about teams like Team Liquid Alienware, for example, who are playing a bit out of sync, playing a bit split up, that's Furious playstyle, and FaZe just dismantled T-Law.
Yeah, FaZe coming in hot as well. Like you say, lower bracket run. They made a lower bracket run to get themselves a position at Salt Lake City, and look how that ended up for them. Not too bad in the grand scheme of things. Maybe an underperformance from FaZe's standards, but still a brilliant finish at that international event. And here they are now on the cusp of another. Obviously, EWC, it's locked in for these 4 teams. They're fighting for pride, and they are fighting for those SI points. FaZe, a team that can play at any level, whether they want to drag it back, play really slow like we've seen them do against Liquid, or whether they're put into a situation like against Lost, for example, where they need to really amp up the pressure and amp up that speed. We've seen big performances today already out of Handy, Souls, and Cyber. So those 3 players coming into this series hot really could be a difference. I do worry for Furia, given that they're cold. They've not had a series to get warm. I know we've had a little bit of a break. I know they'll have had a warm-up, but I just know what this FaZe roster can do when they get a bit of momentum behind them.
When you're leaving out one important thing as well, we even saw a good game from KDS on map 1 of Nighthaven, lowest rated player on the team. We've got not only 4 good individual performances, Vidiking as well, 4-1 on the entry coming out of map 1. It's like a 5-man show for FaZe at the exact right time, and Furia might be feeling a bit worried about that because of the FaZe we saw in the lower bracket final appears here. Saving the best for last might have to be waiting for stage 2 because both these series might go pretty quickly. We have the veto coming up, though, to see where we're going in this best of 3. The 2 maps we saw in the first one were Nighthaven and Border, with Bank as a decider left on the table. In this one, Ollie, our first map, will thankfully be something different.
Well, thankfully for us, but maybe not thankfully for Furia.
Yeah.
Chalet is a stronghold for FaZe at the moment. Now, granted, they have suffered a blow on this map recently, but their overall success on Chalet cannot be ignored. They are incredible at this map, and they're going to be starting off on that attacking side, which, in my money, for my money and them, is probably their favoured side on this entire map. We switch things up to Bank, which is a bit of a Furia favourite. It's a little bit less played by FaZe. They've still, of course, got a winning record on it just because of who this team is. And then we go to the ultimate step-by-step in a clubhouse decider if we get there. I must admit, I was a little bit surprised when I did see the bans. Obviously, Cafe is a FaZe perma, so we're always going to see that taken away. The labs is something that I thought we might, let slip in, and Furia might try and play a little bit of counter strat, because that is something that kind of fits into their play style a little bit, very clutchy, very countery. I thought that might be something that they do, but we're starting out on Chalet.
Starting out in Chalet, one of the best maps, if not the best map for FaZe Clan to start this series. Parker and Jesse, you have a good one to start off.
Long since T-Law and FaZe finished up their bouts, and now we launch into something that we hope, Jesse, is a little bit more competitive because, well, T-Law FaZe wasn't. FaZe doing what FaZe do best, being the ever so dominant team, and now they find themselves in the grand finals going up against Furia, who are hoping to prove to people after Salt Lake City that this Furia squad is the real deal. A victory here against FaZe Clan would certainly quell some of the concerns people have.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think this Furia team is incredibly talented, but still unproven. They did not do what they wanted to do back in Salt Lake City. They haven't really shown themselves at an international level. And while, of course, this is a domestic competition, it's the domestic finals here for Stage 1, it would be good for them to be able to put their best foot forward heading into the Esports World Cup, finish off with the win, enter that tournament as the champions here in South America. It's a real fun battle of old versus new, Parker. You've got the youngest player in the league, Boxera, going up against the oldest player in the league here in Cyber. A roster that has been around without any changes for years now in FaZe Clan versus Furia, who 3 months ago, 5 of these players had never played with each other. Like, brand new team just put together for this season. And then you've got Chalet, a map that FaZe Clan are playing for the 10th time this season. 6 wins, 3 losses, and only one of those losses coming in regulation. By far, one of their best maps. I shouldn't say by far, they have a lot of good maps, but no doubt one of their strongest locations, and a map that Furia have never played since assembling this brand new roster. So I'm super excited to see how this one goes down. Certainly FaZe Clan have a lot of things going for them in terms of experience and legacy, but this Furia team, they are scary when they're on.
This is the one thing that we said quite frequently in Salt Lake City and in the run-up to it. Commentators from across all regions also touched on was that the tools for Furia are all there. It's about getting them all together and making sure that they're on the same page. Though a postmortem was likely done by the team, it might have even been done in Portuguese and published. For us in the English-speaking world, we didn't really get to see what all went awry with Furia during Salt Lake. And unless you're using Google Translate or watching that content and you do speak Portuguese, it's very tough to figure it out. But some of the speculation from fans of Brazil and some of the players that are formerly from Brazil was that there were too many cooks in the kitchen for Furia, and managing egos and tempers was a bit of a problem. Now, when you've got players on this team, all of whom have had some varying level of success, there's going to be a bit of an ego here. And I mean, look at one of them on your screen right now. Loira Demon shutting down 2 players of FaZe as they get into the building. You know what they're capable of from a kills perspective. You just got to manage the emotional energy as well. And for Furia, that's a huge boost as we're halfway through the round, and FaZe has already lost 2 of their best players.
It's a big round start from Loira here. He's still inside a bar, hoping to get some more frags here, taking this fight against Vidaking. It looks like his teammate Boxera will go down, but he remains alive down there on the bottom floor, fighting for his life, being collapsed on by all angles from players on FaZe Clan. They're focused on clearing him out, but they just can't do it. Loira for 3 now. They're still focused on finding him. Bulp steals 1, but it's traded back, and just KDS in the 1v3. Doesn't even last long enough to cast it.
Dude, Corn Pop came in real big there for the clutch. I gotta say, what a great set of casting from our good friend Corn Pop 16. And of course, round number 1 goes to Furia here on this map. There was really no doubt about it after Loira sprung out with those first 2 kills. FaZe caught flat-footed. The one thing we did say against T-Law was that FaZe marched to the beat of their own drum, which means excluding a lot of those intel ops from many of their attacks. I know that there is still operator repick available, but with what's being brought by FaZe, more information is always better. Blackbeard and Monty banned out are great bans against FaZe Clan. They play these shields so frequently, Vidaking in particular. So that allows you to play operators like Deimos, like Snake, 2 of the strongest operators in the game. It also means that your auxiliary ops, like Nomad, like Grim, like Capitao, are on the board, and every hard breacher can get brought as well. The big obstacle for FaZe Clan Jesse is getting over the hump of quote-unquote no shields, because Blitz is doable, but you best know that Vidaking's going to play the Monty if he's available.
Huge for Loira to be able to start off, in particular with that triple kill, Parker. You go back to Saturday's victory in the upper bracket finals versus T-Law, and that was a game where Loira, despite the 2-0 win, frankly was invisible. I mean, he had almost no impact on that series. We were waiting for him to show up. He finally did at the very end of that game, but Loira just wasn't a very impactful player in the last best of 3 that this team played. So to see him get off the bat and find a triple kill in the very first round, I think is huge for the confidence of Furia. They will feel in themselves that they can do this, absolutely, but just proving it to themselves in that first round, I think, is critical.
Herds is on the Ella this time around, not Loira, so they pass the operator off to yet another sensational fragger, and Herds is
been back in his world championship, I should say, winning form. 7th highest rated player in all of Brazil, highest on the team. Diaz had that distinction during kickoff. Diaz sitting in 12th, so not that much farther down, and still a really terrific run of it for Diaz as he sits almost plus 30 in his KD, which for a player who frankly didn't really get the level of respect in North America that many suspected he'd have, must be feeling pretty good about this renaissance in his career now that he's back in his homeland of Brazil.
Furia down on the bottom floor, too. I mean, this is not a bomb site we see very often, Parker, but as a team who has never played this map before, it kind of falls to them to redefine the meta a little bit, take their own spin on it, bring their own take, and we'll see exactly how that works on the bottom floor. So far, they've done a good job on the side of FaZe Clan of taking the map control. They forced a lot of these roamers at least back down to the mid floor, but they haven't cleared out Kitchen, they haven't cleared out West Main. That means their util here on the main wall is not doing what they'd hoped for.
Got Loira on the run. Souls will find the very first kill. Souls was one of the big difference makers, clutching round after round against T-Law. If he can have another incredible series here, Furious Fraggers will need to level up to deal with him. And then you've got Cyber and Handy waiting in the wings. Excellent pinch onto Loira. Cyber credited with that kill, but it was a joint effort as Souls was involved as well. This will put Furia on the run. The one thing that doomed this T-Law squad and might now doom Furia too is that when you win a round, FaZe Clan tends to bounce back and bounce back really hard. And they do just that. It's over. Yet again, another round that ends before it feels like it's even really begun. Cyber, 2 very important kills, and it's a tie game through 2 rounds.
Tough one there where they're holding so much map control for such a long period of time, Parker. It felt like Furia had what they needed to win that round, but the fact that they're just not able to keep their top floor players alive really comes back to bite them. Herd's there on trophy stairs. I mean, he's good for one. He's the only one that really gets any value for his team, but he's also kind of baiting them, right? Like, he's not able to get in the gunfights and help out. Doesn't actually engage until both Boxzera and Loira have fallen in the middle of that push. So you got to imagine if Herd's a bit more active, maybe he can support his teammates a bit more. Even still, that bomb site is so tough to win as a defending team. They had to hold that top floor and win some gunfights. FaZe Clan just very well coordinated on that clear with Cyber and Souls working together to make sure that they have that top floor control. And then Handy, why not, just blasting players inside the site. Tying things up nice and even here, all at 1. We should have a good series on our hand, Parker, despite kind of the differences in these two teams. I'm really hoping we get a longer end finals in front of us.
I hope so as well, but the thing that makes me most curious is it was speculated on by Lynx and X, and I mean, we have to kind of bring it back here, is this Chalet map for FaZe Clan is inarguably their best map, and it was allowed through the ban phase. Now, Furia, statistically speaking, are a much better defending team on this map, but it's been a long time since they've played it here, so I don't know. Maybe it's just that they've waited and they've workshopped it and they're bringing it out. But I mean, like, this seems almost like a freebie for FaZe, which then obviously sets us over to Bank as the decider. You never want to let one of your opponent's best maps through. And the fact that we're seeing Chalet with FaZe Clan playing this is a bit of a head scratcher.
Well, again, Parker, they've never played this map on the side of Furia. The old roster has, sure, but once they actually assembled this 5-man core, this is a completely new set of circumstances. So showing it off for the first time versus FaZe Clan is kind of a fun grand final surprise for Furia. FaZe Clan clearly not intimidated by it. They'll still take it, but we get to finally see what Furia look like on Chalet. So far, it doesn't look bad despite that second round not going their way. I'd imagine they play all 4 sites. Cyber, a free kill, was right at his fingertips, but he only shoots one of those utilities and then dies to Boxzera afterwards on the hatch. So rough start to come through from Cyber in round 3.
Boxzera sees one out on Repel. His position known. Volp's there now for the assist. Right you are about the last time Furia played it, by the way. It was all the way back the 6th Invitational when Furia last played this map. Their last win came during that event versus Elevate of all teams. So a very different look. That Furia team is now Team Liquid Alienware. So again, a hell of a debut, and a run out from Herds does not net the success he wants. He does get back inside with his life intact. Volp's also equally lucky, as now Herds will try a second time through the window now in West Main. FaZe, though, sinking their teeth into Furia. And it's left Herds down below with Diaz upstairs inside office as a very integral part of this defense. Final minute now. Furia will hang on as FaZe Clan have a huge advantage.
Diaz Lucas, one of the best clutch players in the entire world. He's done tougher clutches than this before. He's got herds to blow too, to call if that defuse kit does start getting planted, so the information's really good. 40 seconds still to play around, but Souls finds the head, and that's going to make this so much more difficult. Herds can impact trick this nitrocell, or this plant as it goes down. He'll find it here, but even this, they should have plenty of time to reposition it. And he doesn't even deny it. That's brutal, actually, from Herds.
Well, he gambled so much down below. He did keep FaZe busy, to his credit, but unfortunately for these Furia teammates, it was not the right players that he was keeping busy. He takes one down before he's traded out very swiftly by KDS as FaZe is locked in the post plan, and they'll take the lead on their own map.
Tough for Herds. I believe that was a plant on the bed, so it would have been really difficult to get an angle to deny it anyways. Not much he could have done differently in that position, but smart from FaZe Clan to choose that plant spot. Really just dealing with these players before they have to go for the execute is the biggest thing, right? Even Herds, they kind of dealt with by dealing 90 damage to him outside those west main windows. And at the same time, Vidiking, Handy, most of them outside the building, able to find really important picks in the mid-round just to get them that big man advantage on the top floor. This is the problem with playing on Chalet on the defense, Parker, is there's so many strong window angles that you can fight from outside the building that it makes holding map control as a defender really, really difficult. The Azami, in theory, should make that a bit easier for you just because you can block off some of those windows, but it didn't do a whole lot for Fury in the first 3 rounds, and it certainly won't be doing much of the next 3 rounds that has now been banned out by FaZe Clan.
Grim, the operator ban, that was one operator that we talked about going in favor of FaZe if they want. Grim does function in a lot of ways. He's an information operator for a lot of teams. He's very good in the post plant, can be used for scouting missions effectively. I like the Azami ban as well from FaZe Clan, but nothing really too surprising about these 2 operators being taken care of. Furia has had some, what I would imagine are some communication issues in these mid to later portions of the rounds. They will now go back to the bomb site that did them so well back in round number 1. It was Loira starting things off with those 2 picks that FaZe Clan didn't really seem to see coming, and Fury only lost 2 players in the process. If they can replicate that success, they'll have a tie game, but obviously not ideal for this team. Is, again, we don't really have a lot of data. The organization, aka the old roster, had great numbers on defense, but that's the T-Law core now. They're no longer with Furia, so we're kind of flying blind here as to how Furia approaches this map. But again, with it being FaZe's map pick, you have to assume Furia is starting on their better side. It's not good if the only site they can win, Jesse, is this kitchen dining site, and even then, it remains to be seen if they can replicate that.
Oh, Loira barely stays alive. He's hard on drone, so despite his 3K last time they were on this bomb site, Parker, it's going to be very difficult for him to accomplish the same thing. Tracked by the Deimos now. He has some teammates nearby, but this is a very awkward position. FaZe are throwing everything they have at clearing out Loira.
He's being hunted down. There's no business in Loira staying alive that much longer. This FaZe team might not be quick, but they are thorough, and they've pinned him down, yet he still takes down Cyber from his spot. All right. That's a bit of a devastating play, especially given that that was the Deimos that was so doggedly tracking him. Loira's fearless, Jesse. He's got backup from the Thorn of Volps, but Loira's not giving up this position at all.
They have to get a trade on him sooner rather than later. They'll call him with the Dokkaebi charge and take the fight, but there's other angles that Handy's worried about. Of course, up above, there's some players inside the site, too. Here's the swing. A second for Loira playing in bar. A third right on a KDS. How about it? Finally, they trade Loira, but it's way too late. Parker Vidiking in the 1v4, and there's nothing else that he can do. Loira dominating on this kitchen bomb site.
All right. Okay. Loira's almost single-handedly winning both of these rounds. So let's step back for a second here, Jesse, and talk about Furia as a team. And all these times we say things like, oh, look at this bomb site. Oh, look at this. Well, really, it's just the Loira show at this point, single-handedly keeping this team in this fight. I mean, when he was on that G2 roster, he was able to do this as well. For reasons that were explained by some of the team members, some of them vague and some of them a bit more well, I guess straightforward. Loira just didn't fit the team from like a vibes perspective, and they wanted to bring in other players for that role. So Loira goes all the way back to Brazil and has now been a pretty decent force for this team, but isn't having the statistical best year. He's 23rd of 50 players, but he's in good company because Volps is 25th and Boxera is 26th. So there's a bit of a logjam there. But when we were casting the FaZe team 2 days ago, what we said is that if the worst rated player on your team is somewhere in the mid-20s, that's really damn good. Furia can say the same. Boxera is their worst rated player, and he's 26th out of 50 players. So Furia's dominance is from a statistical standpoint. They finished second in the group stages. Now they're here in the grand finals as they march their way through the upper bracket. And, well, all of their players are playing very, very well. It's safe to say this will be their big test. And if they can overcome this FaZe Clan roster, they will enter a live event, which is EWC, with more confidence than I'm sure they had when they went to Salt Lake.
Yeah, this will be a big moment for them if they can get the upset win. 2-2 tied here on their opponent's map pick, but somebody other than Loira has to step up at some point, you have to imagine. Right now, Loira's been great. They go to a fourth bomb site. First time that we're seeing bar games here in this contest, so we'll see if this one makes any difference for Furia. Top floor and basement, both not doing them any favors as they weren't able to win those sites, so keep it on the mid floor, try to keep things similar. Very heavy top floor roam coming out from Furia at the moment as FaZe Clan try to lure in these players and hunt them down.
6 kills for Loira, and he's got 2 silhouettes just outside of that piano window. With the Scorpion in hand, it makes very quick work of whatever finds itself in your way. Boxera takes KDS down, and that looked like it was a kill that Loira really wanted. Herds on the board, too, for FaZe as well, and there goes Herds. Loira and Diaz, last 2 standing, but Loira starting to fire up this war machine, Jesse. Down goes Cyber, 2 still standing on the side of FaZe Clan. A showdown, half of the round to go. Over half of the server dead and gone. Not a lot of utility here for either of these sides. A Nitro Cell for Diaz, a Guzmont Mine in pocket for Loira. Still 2 of those Jegio payloads and flashes for in Souls' pocket. Then Vidaking has smokes of his own. So it's kind of a wash. It'll be mostly coming down to gun skill as FaZe Clan advances towards Furia's position.
Yeah, I like how much time FaZe Clan have, but they also have a lot of maps still to clear. They don't know where these players are at. Anybody on Furia could be ratting around any one of these corners. Here comes the Dokkaebi call to spot Diaz. He's sitting on blue stairs. Loira not too far from him as well, so it feels very even in the 2v2 50-50. I still think I like FaZe's position better because they have so much time on the clock to hunt these guys down, but really it's going to come down to the individuals.
Vidaking now, as he searches inside the lobby, looking towards this bomb site. Furia far enough away at this point in time as Loira is inside a back bar. Still scouting time for this FaZe Clan team. Again, not a slow team, a methodical team. Both Diaz and Loira with good guns in their hands. Sidearms out on the side of FaZe. And Loira's about to do it again, isn't he? Versus Souls in a 1v1. Souls, Mr. Clutch, but Loira's got the genes today. Goodness gracious. One man on a rampage to shut down FaZe. And Furia takes the lead.
Parker, I don't understand how there's still so much snow out on this map because the Demon is heating it up here in the server. Loira playing so damn well right now. Every round they've won has come off the back of his heroics. Of course, Loira, he's had a journey. You mentioned his time on G2. He played his rookie season back in 2023 with Black Dragons. Spent the latter half of that season with the team, the first half of 2024 with them before being signed to G2 halfway through that season. Played in Europe for a year and a half before just coming back to Furia at the beginning of this season a few months ago, and I think he's really been able to find his footing. You said it, has had some stumbles this stage, has not always had the biggest of moments, and even their last game on Saturday was probably the worst player on this Furia roster, but when he's required to come alive in the grand finals of SAL Stage 1, this is where you want to see him shining, and 9-3, he's done exactly that defending on Chalet.
Oh, you wanted a great series, and so far map number 1 is not disappointing. Loira being the main person with a pulse on the side of Furia. Could you believe that he's got 9 kills and the entirety of the rest of the team has 9 as well? Volps was hoping for him and his 3 other friends to hit 10 just to topple Loira's lead. And it's making FaZe Clan pause a little bit. Vidaking is trapped in this position. Volps has him pinned down, and nobody from FaZe is there for the assist just yet. Volps will try for a third time. This is some serious cojones on this man, Jesse.
One of the most aggressive IGLs in the entire world, hoping to find one of these picks. Looks like FaZe Clan have gotten away. Their own IGL survives the encounter and will start working on these windows. But that's a crazy 45 seconds that just got burned off the clock. Even though there's no kill from it, that's a lot of value being brought by Volps in terms of the damage he dealt and the time that he just wasted.
Out go the Candelas. If FaZe Clan can draw even here on the first half, presuming that they go to their favored side in the second half, that is a big boon for them. Furia's win con is to persevere and succeed in this position. They'll lose Loira. Uh-oh. Now it's up to the rest of the team, but FaZe Clan taking no prisoners. 3 unanswered kills till Volps stops the bleeding. It's him and Herds. Both can make so much noise, but there's a blitz on the board. There's still a Candela. There's still smokes. There's still nades. Oh boy, FaZe have an embarrassment of riches when it comes to ways to tackle this site. And they've still got the glass up as well. Soul's picking apart Volps. Herds to try and clutch it, but he runs right into the blitz. And FaZe will survive the first half, denying Furia any advantage whatsoever.
And Ollie, if 2 words, well, I guess 3 words, technically, if you want to be fully accurate, 3 words describe that half, it is bar, games, and Loira, because while this might be a tie game, one player on Furia really showed up.
In a massive way. I said this Talisman team needs to have talisman players because that is what it is built around. It is built on big individual performance and standing up when your team need it. Loira, for me, was that player in the first half. He absolutely owned Bar and Games, and it took FaZe a long time to try and really figure out a way of dealing with him, and they never really shut him out in this area of the map in particular. Bar and Games, of course, a big entry point onto the map of Chalet in general, not just for FaZe, but for a lot of different teams out there, and FaZe consistently having trouble dealing with him. It looked like they were, a little bit more Liquid-esque, really, in the way that they were struggling to deal with players in power positions. That was a criticism that we threw to T-Law's direction and was something that we sort of thought FaZe did really well at previously, and it seems like they'd struggled. It also took them till round 6 to even think about bringing a shield, and as you can see, when the shield's brought, things start to happen a lot easier for this FaZe team.
Well, especially on Chalet, where so much can come down to the window play, and if that's not working, the shields are often normal fallback. Coming in quite late, of course, as you said, it does get them the tie half, but Loira holding down that position, FaZe finding difficulty clearing that position. Big reason why this game is as close as it is, though Furia are coming way out of that half, the leaders on the opening duel as well, so plenty of good statistics going their way. But as we move to the opposite side, Ollie, obviously FaZe were extremely dominant on both sides of the game earlier against Team Liquid Alienware, but those attacks, every time they switched them, winning at least, I think, 3 out of the 4 that they attempted on the back side. You think we're still... Well, I suppose now that we are seeing these defenses, should we start getting worried for Furia, given the streak that FaZe were building earlier?
It's a difficult one to say, isn't it? Because Furia's defensive record on this map is very good. It's near 70%. Their attacking win percentage, it's a little bit less. It's around 45. So, yes, we are expecting them to have a bit of a tougher time as we transition onto these attacks. As always, the bans will play a big part. We're going to get a Mirror and a Monty removal, so kind of following a lot of the trends set in the opening half of this fixture. The shields being a big focus, as they should be against both of these teams. Both teams have great, fantastic shield players, and you will expect them to be rocking shields given that chance. Now with Blackbeard taken off, it really does only leave you the Blitz. It's the same tools that FaZe had, and they were still good for a 3-3 split. FaZe continuing to target that area, and Fury on the flip side with that Wamai ban. Now, obviously, with Wamai being so strong right now, it does kind of open the door a little bit, and you're going to have things like an Azami available that you can call on if you need.
Yeah, some operators that normally we don't get to see on Chalet that make things oh so complicated for the attacking team, but Fury with some good tools. Oh, but that's for Parker and Jesse to break down.
Thank you very much, Lynx and Ollie. Indeed, we have the second half upon us, and this is going to be a fun one, Parker, because we've got the best defense team in South America moving on to their better side on their map pick. This has to be where FaZe stand up and show why they chose this map, show their dominance up against a team like Furia. Second map, of course, is going to be Bank. That's one where it was chosen by Furia. It's been played a lot more often than from Furia than what we've seen from FaZe Clan. So
got there.
I'm hoping that this can be FaZe Clan's redemption. This can be their time to step up and take the lead over, but we really have to see that from them first.
Settle in now here to the first round of the second half. I was impressed, admittedly, by Furia's defenses. It's always an eyebrow-raising moment when a team brings out a map for the very first time, and while we have the statistical numbers for the organization, it's a completely different set of players. The only existing member of that old Furia squad is Herds, who I guess in this case just takes up the mantle for his former team, as the other four went off to Team Liquid Alienware, and I would say greener pastures, but T-Law's not in the finals. It's Furia that's here. So Herds, I suppose, having the last laugh, and T-Law didn't even qualify for Salt Lake either. So Herds has definitely been succeeding in that regard. Boxera was the first one to come to blows with Handy, as it was a run out from the smoke, and gambling your smoke that early on is also an eyebrow-raising decision. So FaZe Clan must have known something that we don't.
Clearly had some kind of information going on in the midst of that, but not able to capitalize on it. That's okay. More opportunities. Who else but Loira finds the opening frag of the second half, takes down Cyber, roaming down here in the basement. Despite playing on that mute jammer, the information was still good enough for Loira, so gets that man count advantage now with 90 seconds to go. This mid floor has been mostly cleared out. Only Souls remains as they start to collapse on the top floor as well.
Down goes Boxera. After Cyber had died early on, Handy wanted that kill a good minute ago. He will finally see his patience rewarded. Lawyer and his 10 kills also now dropped, as there goes KDS. Furia showing some real aggression here on attack. Surprisingly so. We thought that FaZe Clan would ride this better side, and numbers-wise it would seem to suggest that, and yet Furia is bringing a whole whack of new strats to deal with them. FaZe Clan will keep these numbers close as Loira is still bleeding out. Vidaking with one, and he will be tasked with finding the rest now, as he's lost souls by his side. Loira is being retrieved, so 3 players from Furia now all holding weaponry. Vidaking up top, Jegio payload going off, and he will have to silence his phone or take some damage in the process. He chooses the latter. Harassed by drone, he knows that there's one over by library stairs. He's still being watched. He'll lose some of the wall to the Selma. 30 seconds left, falling away. They've repositioned over towards piano window, and Vidaking is on the run. Time for Furia. An issue. 20 seconds remain. They don't have the defuse kit, and they will both link up and look towards this double door. Vidaking's got the read. He just needs to square himself away to the fight. Very limited HP. And Loira, of course it's Loira, pops up and shuts him down. Furia regain the lead.
Loira in the bottom left part of your screen, if you're not 100% sure, drinking out of that Red Bull cup, making sure that they can have all the hydration in the world for this series. And listen, Furia, I know that the stats are correct. I know that they haven't played this map before, Parker, but it does not seem like that when you watch them play in the server. Just the way that they're clearing this map, they've got isolated players clearing through down below inside of basement, that fine, but then even up above, everybody working together to be able to pinch on these library players, to be able to find this space around games and make sure you have good map control before going for your execute. It's really, really impressive, and I love the tools that are being brought out by Furia, you know? I feel like we always talk about this on Chalet, but that trio of Dokkaebi plus Deimos plus the Snake is so oppressive to play against, and it gives just such incredible information over towards the attackers. If you can get some pings on some guys, tracking them and calling them at the same time while having their location and POV spotted for you on the Snake scanner is just impossible to play against. So FaZe Clan, they're doing their best here on the roam game, but Furia have great information. They're hitting their shots today. Mostly Loira, but also some good value out of Herds and Bulbs today as well. Just feels like they're really practiced on this map, despite the fact that they've never played it.
Yeah, very, very impressive for this Furia team. And I mean, I really can't underscore, or I guess really in this case, I really can't overstate, if it makes more sense here, how poorly Furia did at Salt Lake City. They looked like one of the worst teams that made it into the main portion of it, not through play-ins, because obviously it was Los, the team in Brazil, who got to that position. And Furia just immediately got sent packing. It was a really rough go of it. Obviously, kickoff was relatively short. There were a lot of teams with new looks, but that Dark Zero team was a brand new look, and they ended up winning the grand final. So really no excuses here, just based on the amount of time you had to succeed. This particular round for Furia starts off quite poorly. They lost Loira about 20 seconds ago. They will trade Cyber out, so that's Fragger versus Fragger now down for the count. Furia has, to their credit, been able to keep so many of these rounds really close.
The Demon temporarily slain. Now you've got to find someone else to get some impact. Of course, Hertz has been good. The only other positive player here on the team, 5 and 4, has had a player cross his sightline twice now, holding the long angle, but Trigger Discipline has kept Handy alive. He's not been able to find this pick just yet, but the information again is flowing to the team. They're really good on Furia, just collapsing on these players, waiting for them to walk into their line of sight. Again, just playing with their food. KDS, he knows these angles just as well as Furia does, and he's going to be careful not to walk into it. Does for a moment there and loses some HP, but is still alive.
Fire will shake him off of his position now as KDS waltzes away from that one. If he wasn't aware of the flames coming from the Capital, the telltale sign of the Para would have given him away. KDS does eventually get found by that Para in hand by Diaz, but not before Herds has also died. So you've only got 2 of those intel ops, and both of them were the first 2 removed. Now it's Boxer in pursuit of these FaZe players, but he hits an untimely hatch drop. Diaz has died upstairs, so FaZe Clan with the advantage and a minute still to go. Volps has the defuse kit. You're really going to have to trust Boxer here in the coverage if objective play is your focus. With 3 players from FaZe still alive, maybe not. Volps will have to settle the score now with 2 players as he expends the rest of his munitions into the corpse of Handy, drops through lobby. A man on a mission as FaZe hope to lock him out. The support players on FaZe still largely remaining. Souls, I suppose you could call him just a fragger these days, but he's going to be on Pulse, calling on that cardiac sensor. Gas canisters going out from Vidaking. It changes where Volps can go, and he was hoping for the main hallway, now has to go back to the B-bomb door. He'll be able to get in there without taking any damage from the gas, but the moment he waltzes through the door, FaZe Clan will likely pounce on him. He's given himself away by shooting at the wall. Running out of time. He's not even going to attempt to bait out the plants. The crossfire established very well. Vidaking the final kill, and FaZe Clan will tie things up.
Could not have been played more perfectly from the support duo of FaZe Clan, Vidaking and Souls, so well in that 2vx situation to be able to make that happen. Information lacking a little bit from Furia in that round. I know I was just praising it, but they didn't catch Handy's flank up through Solar, pushing the top floor. That's a huge miss. They already had a dead player. There should have been a cam watching for that. They didn't quite catch him in the flank there. And then in that final 2v2, just not checking the player inside a mudroom. A little bit sloppy. It's a wrap position. It happens sometimes. You don't have time to clear every single corner, but it's that lack of information that really came back to bite Furia so far, Parker. And I've got kind of a crazy stat for you 8 rounds deep into this matchup. Of the 4 rounds where Furia have won, Loira has been responsible for at minimum 2 kills. He has 3 triple kills and then a single double kill on the 4 rounds where Furia have won. On the 4 rounds where Furia have lost, Loira has either been the first or second person dead in the server every single time. So it seems like the game plan should be clear from Furia. Keep Loira alive until at least 2 other people are dead. He'll go off and get a multi-kill, and you can win the round.
5 seconds left before insertion.
It's really that easy, isn't it, Jesse?
Simple as that.
It's as simple as that. What I don't understand when teams start to lose is why they just don't get more kills. I mean, it really does seem at service level so simple. Like, just kill your opponents. You only need 5 of them.
Well, they're not as tactically genius like you are, Parker. You know, I think a lot of pro teams just haven't figured that out yet. I think they got the best minds working on it, but for sure.
Hope they discover it. There's a lot of good out there. These teams go to my, you know how Call Out over on Dark Zero has his whole like coaching academy.
Yeah.
What they really need to do is they just need to listen to my coaching advice. Boxer's got 3 kills. Academy. Here's how you can improve, Boxer. Get more. That'll be $50.
The Intero Academy, where results are not guaranteed, and it's mostly just a scam to extract money out of the players, but you never know.
I feel like you're saying the part that I'm trying not to say out loud, and that's giving up the game, and I don't like that very much. Got a minute in here, by the way, and information ops being brought yet again. Doe could be swapped out. They'll bring a Deimos and a Snake. This time around, Loira, the first casualty yet again. I mean, that's incumbent on his role to get kills, but you expect him to be in the line of fire really early on. Herds refrags KDS, but Diaz has died elsewhere. Herds very selfishly using this gadget, as we see a lot of Snakes do, and put it away quickly. Pull out the F2. Herds taking care of Vidiking. That's a bit of an unfortunate one, as Boxzera survives, cannot beat the Nitro Cells, 2 of which unsheathed, finding their targets. And they land in the laps of Furia. Now it's Herds in a 1v3. Cannot control the recoil, so pistol comes out, but FaZe just have too many players staring in that direction. And with that, FaZe will take their 5th round. They regain the lead in this seesaw match that we've been seeing with Furia.
Well, Parker, the stat continues. If Loira is the first or second player dead in the round, that's going to be GG in a round for FaZe Clan. 9 rounds in a row where that has been true. And again, you really come down to that top floor hold. Such a powerful position to be playing with that Tubarão Kaid combo. It makes holding office so strong. And I thought Handy played absolutely phenomenally in that spot. At the same time, you had Cyber down below. Cyber, not always known as a site player, but from below where that push was coming from inside the bomb site, he was able to land those Nitro Cells, get a couple of vert picks. He got an early frag onto Diaz through the floorboards, which was absolutely critical to stop that push coming through. Diaz, of course, on the Ying would have been massive to use a bit more of that utility to clear the top floor, but he didn't get to send out even one Candela. No, he sent out exactly one before he got killed by Cyber. So it was a huge lack of utility there from Fury, as they lost a couple of important bodies early. Now at a 5-4 scoreline, FaZe Clan on their map pick, 2 rounds away from taking it. There will be a tack timeout called by Furia, hoping to right this ship and find their answer in the end of regulation.
I mean, when else would you have an opportunity to call this timeout for Furia, right? I think this is pretty perfectly timed. I know that we've been critical in the past of when teams want to call the timeout, but I mean, your next best scenario would be next round. But I mean, if you lose that, then we'd be critical of them for calling it with just a single round to go. So I do say greatly appreciate Furious timing on this, and they are an organization that funds their team well, seems to never have a problem with coaching staff. That old Furia squad had a ton of coaches around them. And oftentimes we talk about the head coaches, but we don't focus so much on everybody else and how much goes into that. Your analysts, your assistant coaches, so on. And even some teams have like chefs and sports psychologists and stuff like that. And it does go a long way for player comfort and allows them to focus on doing the best in game. For Furia, this is about as good as you could hope for so far this stage. They found themselves in the grand finals, and despite the fact that they are going up against FaZe Clan, who seem like a runaway freight train at this current point in time, Furia can still derail them at some point. I'm certain of that, but it really does come down to Loira. If he continues to be ineffective on these entries, way better on defense so far than he's been on attack, if Loira is not able to fix this, your greatest asset, a player who you could argue won 3 of your 4 rounds for you, is gone. With FaZe being so good on this map, Jesse, I begin to worry for Furia. So for Loira, that's the big thing. Confidence in being able to enter and take down FaZe without getting thrown right out of the building.
Well, he's brought the best gun in the game here to round number 10. The F2 on the Snake can be so devastating when used in the right hands, and it's hard to argue that his hands aren't right. Got a little bit of alert going on from Cyber down inside of the basement. Definitely a bit of a rat spot coming through from the Vigil. Was going for a spawn peek, as he so commonly does, but didn't find anything with it. Furia have the tools to go for a bit of an explosive rush here, Parker. I'm not saying they definitely will. A lot of their bodies are still over on this library side of the map, but you know Volps on this Blitz is looking to make some kind of explosive entrance at some point in this round. The library extension really just being held by Handy, who's up there, I believe, in the hallway, and then you've got Vidiking back in piano, KDS on Mez, maybe the other aggressive player that they're trying to clear out at the moment.
Well, we'll go those smokes. Loira hops on in, 1.5 minutes into the round, and he's still alive. That's obviously confidence inspiring as Volps charges right past him. They almost collided with one another. Volps taking some damage. Herds dealt with by Cyber. The Vigil roaming and not being spotted by Fury is a bit of a blunder. Out go the nades. Volps taking even more damage. Handy takes care of Volps, but there's Loira to get the cross. There's no opportunity for Cyber to ascend those library stairs alive. Loira's on the board, Jesse. What more can you ask for Furia?
He needs one more for the stats to remain true, and he needs Fury to win this round, so we'll see if that continues. 3v4, they've got to dig themselves out of this man disadvantage. Diffuse Kit is dropped, but it's not too far. They can pick it up if they go for this execute. What I'm worried about is just all these different positions being played by FaZe Clan. KDS is down below. They saw him drop. They had him on the B, so they should know, excuse me. With Vidiking going down, the site's left a little bit weak.
It's a concerning sign. As the lawyer's going to get some information, Box Era walks, slow peeks Handy, takes him down, now back to get to the bomb site. FaZe will come, but KDS is shut down effectively. Loira having another monstrous round. Souls was so good clutching against T-Law. He started the clutch one, almost dropped Loira. It looked like he might have been able to get him. Diaz was also on the door frame, took a little bit of damage in the process. The Diffuse Kit ticking away in office. Furia wants to send us to all the way to round 12. If they win here, we will need every round in regulation. Souls has no information, though. It's winnable. But Souls is going to need some mistakes committed by Furia, and right now that is just not happening. Diaz entering the bomb site as the timer was almost at the point of no return. Furia tie things up. 5-5. We will need all 12 in regulation.
And the stack continues to hold, Parker. Every single round, Loira either one of the first two people to die or getting at least 2 kills, and that always determining who wins the rounds. That time it was a double kill to come through to help out his team, but really I think you got to focus on Diaz and Bach in that 3v4. The gusto to just be able to walk into sight, find your picks, and be able to force that execute to happen. I think FaZe Clan a little asleep at the wheel, frankly. That push came in pretty early, around the 60-second mark, and at that point FaZe Clan maybe weren't expecting all of the angles to come in at once. We saw really good control of office. Of course, the players back on Mez trying to take some space, pressure in towards Piano. Like I said, KDS was down below the site, so they knew that he wasn't going to be a problem unless he still had that Nitro cell. So really good, I think, call coming through from Furia just to spot out those site players, push forward, take them out when they're not expecting it, and take a bad situation and turn it into a round win.
Ash being swapped out now for Furia. There we go. Only a single intel, true intel op being brought, and that's the snake in the hands of Loira. That operator's been passed between him and Herds to varying degrees of success today. Diaz will also play an intel op of his own, as that info will come through the Grim. I do find it a little odd that Boxer has been playing this Twitch with the F17 or the 417 instead of the F2. I do wonder if maybe that's a caliber-based destruction thing. DMRs are traditionally much better at making holes in walls, floors, and hatches than any assault rifle will be. Or maybe he's just more comfortable with the DMR. The funny thing is that even with the F2 buffs, the 417 is still a damn good weapon. So it's not like you're really losing. It's just you're not using probably the best gun on attack currently in the game, which is the F2.
Yeah, I agree 100%. The 417 is still very good. I know some players that are like less confident with their aim will run this, but that's usually not what Boxera is concerned with. Already pressure onto Handy. He's got to get out of dodge ASAP. Uses those Kiva barriers perfectly to escape, but KDS not so successful. There's the 417 firing for Boxera. Another one back on a Cyber, and this map control they've taken is so good. Loira does go down. It's a jump out from Handy as he gets back into the building, but what a start for Fury. A huge map control taken in the first 90 seconds.
First Blood's relatively even too. Jesse, 5 for FaZe Clan, 6 so far for Furia. As we are in the 11th round, that math does add up. In case people are curious, looking, well, it's only been 10. An impact from Handy secures the remainder of Volps. And FaZe Clan have turned their own bad situation right around. This is far more winnable, but I do like the guns on the side of Furia a bit more than what I see on FaZe. If you can keep the pulse of souls alive, though, that gives FaZe a massive advantage from an information standpoint. Losing the snake, losing the blitz means that this execute for Furia is going to be a lot more challenging. It's going to be more of a direct hit with less concealment and less ways to deal with these defenders.
Lots of soft breach, though. You see Herds using some of these charges to open up the floorboards. That makes the site really claustrophobic. They have to be careful about the angles they're playing. Everybody's got to worry about that verticality, and there's no flank coming through this time. Last time on this site, it was a big flank from Handy that made them win the round. Now he's stuck inside the site. He's down inside of dining, so he's either got to commit to this flank ASAP, or he's just going to be holding an off angle from a little bit far from sight.
Oh my goodness, there's Handy with another 4 for Handy. Who will be credited with this final kill onto Herds? Should Herds fail to clutch out? King's gas, keeping Herds at bay. Herds is very much the type of player who will not try to fight this just to keep his opponent from getting an ace, but Herds knows that this is a must-win. King steals it away, the ace denied, but FaZe Clan won't care at all. An ace is a small thing, Jesse, when you've lifted 2 hammers, far less of consequence. FaZe Clan moves to map point.
Huge round from Handy, put up 14 kills to just 4 deaths in the second map of that best of 3 on Border we witnessed not too long ago, Parker. So he is on fire today, having huge value being brought in for his team, and that 4K just goes to cement it. One of the reasons why Boxera might have been running the 417 there is specifically to counter those Kiba barriers, but Handy just didn't seem to care. Even if they had good DMRs to clear out that Azami utility, we still saw Handy getting so much value out of them. There's a world, if Handy's not as good of a player as he is, where he's the first one to die over on Solar Stairs as that blitz from Volps rushed at him from down below, but he used his utility smartly to get away with his life, and then he had impact throughout the round early to equalize that man count back down to a 3v3, and late to just play inside of Kitchen, not play predictably like going for that flank he went for that last time. Instead, just sticking inside of the hallway, sticking around dining, finding those kills as they flood on in. So perfectly played by Handy. 11 and 6 now, very close to his 14 kill total from the last map.
Well, we're picking things up. Herds picking things up. They are far and away leading this team, but it's a heat sink of kills, Jesse. 5-10 for Boxera, 5-8 for Diaz, 5-10 for Volps. It's crazy that those are the kill totals for this Furious squad, given what we're seeing of the scoreline. Yet for FaZe Clan, who are just ahead by a single round, they've got only 1 player with a negative KD, and that's their worst rated player all stage in KDS. He's not the one tasked with kills. You got guys like Cyber doing that, who just ran out and killed Loira in the first 15 seconds of the round. That is devastating, and Furia might not be able to recover. It's FaZe Clan on match point, Jesse. If they cannot, that's it for map 1.
Yeah, that is a huge loss. They have yet to win a round on this map where Loira has not gotten at least a couple of kills, so the fact that he goes down early could be horrible for Furia's chances. They still have 4 very capable players, but we just haven't seen what we're used to out of this Furia squad in terms of clutching up. They've thrown Boxera onto the blitz. Volps just not finding like it was his operator. Of course, Volps is supposed to be kind of the flex IGL. Boxera, the young flex fragger that's supposed to be joining this team, but changing things up as their opponents hit match point. They've got to find some other way to break through. Clearing this office position with Handy on the 2-brow was impossible for them last time. The Maverick will be a good answer to it this time, but they have to be good on their angles.
Every Kiba barrier that goes up there as well and gets dealt with relatively fast, that's information for FaZe Clan that there is an attacker directly on the other side of it. And make no mistake, the way that the Kiba barrier breaks is different depending on whether you're meleeing it or shooting it, and you know exactly what's there. Really good coverage by KDS. Did talk about his KD, but he's providing valuable utility work for his team, shooting the Selmas that were thrown out by Diaz, taking care of the blitz of Boxera, who's not able to advance the way that he wants. Down goes Volps. The man that will have to save this round for Furia is going to be Herds. He's the only one who's been able to stand up consistently to this FaZe Clan aggression. Keep in mind, Diaz and Boxera are still there for support too, but it's going to be a rough go of it as FaZe Clan still has every player upright, and there's 50 seconds left for them to ride this out.
They know that Handy's in this corner. They'll flash him out and hopefully get a free pick onto him, but there's no shield here. Finally comes in Boxera. They'll get the kill, but what does it cost? They lose 1 more body as Cyber hits the deck. Now King will get a second kill, leaving Herds all alone trying to push through this top floor. Big swing from King. Closes out the game, and that'll be 7-5 for FaZe Clan on their own map pick. It was a close one from Furia, Parker, but ultimately the 2-time world champions are successful.
Yeah, I mean, it was a 7-5 scoreline when these two teams met in group stages as well. Not on this map, of course, on Clubhouse, but still, you know it's going to be exciting, and you know it's going to be close. Furia have made steady improvements here, and the fact that they were able to take 5 rounds on FaZe's best map is really quite the feather in their cap. But now we turn our attention to map number 2, and we wonder, can FaZe Clan get this done without Furia getting back in the game? That's our speculation, but, well, we're going to have to go to a break before we see what happens in map number 2. Sit tight.
Acho que eu faço todo dia eu dou uma biscoitada lá.
Beleza.
Loira comer brecha no bombe.
Tem que marcar, né?
Eu marco essa aqui, mano.
Tá.
Ganhar da Fluxo.
Tem que ter.
Isso aí já é certeza,
O Eds Biscoitar a gente não vai estar marcando porque tá mudando.
No Instagram? Mas no Instagram.
Ah, então pode, né?
Isso aí acho que eu faço todo dia, eu dou uma biscoitada
tá bom,
lá.
Beleza. Pô, tomar 7x0 a gente não é trouxa, né? Tipo,
mano, tomar 7x0 é triste, eu acho. Não vou marcar isso aí não, mano. Jogar no café também não quero, não, mano.
Você não quer, não?
Não quero, não.
Mano, o Bock em situação de clutch é top, eu marcaria.
Marco.
Mano, o esporro do Reduct eu acho que
eu não quero marcar.
Eu quero ficar de boa
Se
sem
der um esporro é porque o pau tá pegando, mano, tá feio.
E a tática suicida, quem não gosta, né?
Tem várias.
Pode marcar aí, mano.
Forte da fúria aí, mano. Tática suicida.
Mano, ótimo. 3 balas eu acertei as 3. Melhor que isso, não tem como. Vou escolher essa aqui. Porque ela é mais leve, ela é mais fácil de manusear e acho que uma precisão melhor.
Olha, 2 armas aqui pra você.
Essa aqui, mano. Essa aqui é mais style.
2 armas aqui.
Vou com a pistola, que eu já treinei bastante com ela, não vou errar nenhuma.
6 balas pra você, sem chance. Pra acertar nossos 3 alvos.
Porra.
Já foi.
Mano. Porra, mano. Tá foda. Porra! Acabou.
Olha aí. A mira mais embaixo. Onde foi?
Aê. Uma de 3. E aí, é mais fácil dentro do server?
É bem mais fácil dentro do server.
Puta que pariu. Pô, mas também corta a primeira lá. A primeira foi teste. Ó, mas isso aí... as balas tá fazendo curva, pô.
As balas tá fazendo curva, pô. Já é o melhor.
É a última, eu vou acertar. É que é difícil manusear a arma. Mais uma chance que a primeira não valeu, tá? A arma é difícil de ficar parada.
2 hours later.
Não, pera aí, pô.
Agora já tá aumentando.
Aí, pronto. Corta. Tudo que eu errei, corta. Só bota as 3 que eu acertei.
Para não prejudicar aqueles que não prestaram atenção ao lance, vamos mostrá-lo novamente com a magia do replay imediato.
Mano, ótimo. 3 balas eu acertei as 3. Melhor que isso, não tem como. Não, vocês estão brincando. Quem foi que fez isso? Produção. Por favor, né? Interessante. Vamos marcar aqui que a gente vai jogar no chalé.
Vamos jogar chalé.
O Cyber vai jogar de mira triângulo.
Exato.
O KDS vai sorrir.
Exato.
E o Vita King vai jogar de montanha. E talvez, muito talvez, vai ter clutch meu. Agora, perder da 7M, perder da Liquid, tomar 7x0...
Aí é sacanagem com a nossa cara.
Não, vocês estão brincando. Quem foi que fez isso? Produção.
Por favor, né? Histórico de campeão aqui das paradas.
Room as Zig's going to be on yellow stairs. He gets a nice frag there and over through the barbed wire. And that's going to go for a peek. That's going to be a wonderful shot by cameraman. Could he clutch this? He's on forward. And it looks as though there's some more shots. Now, before he walks out through this door, he should be pointing out the heartbeat sensor, but he's not going to. Instead, it will be a nice clutch by cameraman.
Dino on the stairs, not thrown or been aware of. Nice frag coming up. Nico again, he's just on point with these nades.
Would this be the money? This could be huge right now. The nade comes over the top and drops Stiggs as well.
What a nutty round from him. He gets 2 grenade kills and a nice peek and closes it out.
No way! No! The clutch! That's a 1 versus 5 clutch!
Rise from the ashes to claim the hammer at the 6th Invitational 2021.
Cameraman's going to complete. Biggie D finds a huge 4K and Gimbo.
Forward and do whatever you can. They try to get the diffuser down. They will be unsuccessful as Virtue goes absolutely wild with the shotgun, and that is 3 huge kills for him.
Laying on, Yeti will find Fox and after being dispatched by the MP5K. Laxi will now get into an engagement, and Yeti is just an absolute Yeti with 4 kills. Goddess who just has a tiny bit of health, and Yeti will get the ace.
There's both Coded and Katsang launching from this angle. Kanzan, are you a miracle worker? You only need one more! And there it is! One of the best plays that we've seen in this tournament.
They're often known as the best team in the world, never having that distinction until today. Penta are your world champions.
We just practiced a lot, which sorry for that.
Hey Dad!
It's father view guys. Hello.
Well, it currently stands at 3 maps in a row for FaZe Clan, and while the first 2 were 7-3s, and this one only a couple rounds closer, Ollie, it felt like while FaZe Clan were in control, it was a bit more tenuous, even if FaZe still come out with the win.
FaZe have been pushed there again, haven't they? You know, I think cracks are starting to show here, and there was an opportunity, it felt like, for Furia for a brief time to take a lead in this game, but it wasn't meant to be. The quality just too deep on this FaZe roster. You really don't have to look too far to see it. But like we said, they've been forced to adapt a little bit. It's Chalet. It's a map they have played a ton, 14 times to be precise, in recent history, and as such there's tape, as such there's counter-stratting, and as such Furia gave them a very good game. However, it will only ever be remembered as that. 7-5 isn't enough for Furia in this fixture. They need full map wins if they want to take the crown here in SAL. They still have a chance of that, of course. However, they will be looking toward their own map pick, I think, more seriously than what they can do on Chalet. I think the fact that they've stood toe-to-toe with FaZe on this map is a great start for the series and what's to come.
Well, especially as Chalet has become such an important map in FaZe's pool. You know, you think back into like the 2024 SI invite era, you know, you have maps like Skyscraper and Oregon that were firmly in FaZe's column. Those drop out. Chalet has become one of their marquee maps, and especially with how competitive Furia were on the backside, you know, taking the lead in the first half, I think going into Bank with this kind of performance, even if, you know, you would have liked more, we could have enjoyed more, certainly much different feeling than we had coming out of that Nighthaven game just a few hours ago.
Yeah, it has to feel at least decent for Fury. You know, the competitive players, they're going to be hard-pressed at the minute. You know, they'll have been wanting the win there, I'm sure. They'll have felt like it was potentially there for the taking as well on occasion. But best of threes, simplify them down, win your own map pick, and win the decider. And that is what FaZe and, of course, now Furia are going to be looking to have to do. FaZe have won their map pick. They're going to be looking toward this bank, and, of course, with an eye on the decider in case it's required. But from Furia's point of view, I just think they need to accept they've had a really good start there. Not quite enough to get them over the line, but what did we ask for from this team, Lynx? We asked for big performances. We asked for talisman players to stand up. Loira, top of the pops, 13-8. He had a blast on the defensive side and still had good impact on those attacking rounds as well.
One, I mean, he might only have a 58% cost, but when quite literally out of 5 rounds won, he bought 3 of them with that play and bar in games. You can't really criticize him when it comes to results. He put in the work for them, but we also wanted to see depth from FaZe Clan, and I think we're still continuing to see that today. Handy at the top, but also something we kind of saw at the end there. Vidiking having a really good day, second rated here, but constantly in the conversation, if not, though, not in the spotlight through the 3 maps today.
Yeah, you know, doesn't get himself involved in any of the entry nonsense. He leaves his teammates to that. They're better at it. He's just there when it matters. He's there to pick up big, important kills late on into the round, and he's been doing it across both series here tonight. It's been great to watch. At the top of the day, we highlighted Cyber, and we said Cyber is the player that needs to show up. Cyber performs in playoffs all the time. This is where he shines. And we weren't necessarily wrong. He's done a great job. I've got no complaints of Cyber overall. However, what we weren't really anticipating is a big show from Handy and Vidiking, and it has definitely propelled FaZe forward in the series we've seen so far tonight.
And so far, a big showing from everyone. I mean, quite literally now we have highlighted performances from all 5 players on FaZe. That was not the case for T-Law, but it still could be the case for Furia. That was FaZe's pick, and Furia gave them a very good run on Chalet, all 12 rounds in regulation, on the most comfortable territory for FaZe Clan currently in the map pool, and now we have their pick of Bank coming up. It's entirely possible with the fight we saw in Chalet that this could be a 3-mapper, and Ollie, I want to get a prediction for you. Do you think this will be a 3-mapper?
It has the potential to, doesn't it? We like to poke a lot of fun and we like to say, oh, FaZe haven't got a bad map. FaZe have, you know, you could take FaZe anywhere and you're going to struggle. Bank is on the end of things where they're not that hot. They took quite a beating on this map against or Dark Zero. And I don't know. I do feel like this is where Fury have a chance. If they keep playing the siege that we've seen them play so far, which is this togetherness, not that heavy reliance on the clutches, rounds being won through genuine team play and genuine big performance, I really think we could go to 3.
Well, let's see if we do. Fury's Pick a Bank coming up right now. Will we see the third map after this, or will we see FaZe lift another trophy in the SAL?
An excellent question to be asked as we head our way into map number 2. FaZe Clan has been quite efficient getting through so many of their adversaries here in Brazil. They only dropped 2 games during the regular stage. That was to 2 very unlikely teams here, Jesse, both Loud and Black Dragons. Then after getting punched down to the lower bracket, it's been a triumphant run. They're hoping for another 2-0 to match what they did to Loud and Team Liquid Alienware earlier today, but it will involve them for the 3rd time in the playoffs, stealing their opponent's map.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct, Parker. Of the 8 maps that FaZe Clan have played since falling to the lower bracket, they have been victorious on 7 of them. If they can go 8 for 9, they will be SAL champions here in the winter stage of the South American League. So it's big stakes coming through from FaZe Clan. Furia, the road ahead of them is long, but it's not one that they haven't traveled before. These were the kickoff champions, don't forget, beating Ninjas in Pajamas in the finals back during kickoff. So this team has done what it takes to be the best team in South America, despite the fact that they are so new. Here on Bank, it's an interesting map to go to. FaZe Clan do not play a whole lot of Bank, Parker. They've only shown it once this season. That was against Dark Zero in Salt Lake City, and they got blown out 7-3. So hoping for a better result now against their domestic rivals.
Lawyer obviously was talked about quite a lot by the desk, winning 3 of those 5 rounds on Chalet by himself. But the player who I feel like didn't get enough talk was Diaz, the 2nd highest rated player on this team throughout the entirety of the group stages. And he was really not that far off of Volps for worst rated player in the lobby. Volps, of course, was the worst rated. But if Diaz cannot pick it up, I kind of worry about the fragging potential here. Lawyer, though, starting off with the very first kill of Bank. Excellently played, and he finds a 2nd in his position. Almost a 3rd as well. Chasing these FaZe Clan players off of the top floor. What can't Loira do?
All right, I know how this one ends, Parker. Back on Chalet, Furia won the round if and only if Loira got a multi-kill at some point in the midst of it. Here's the multi-kill early on round number 1 of Bank, so you have to imagine this will spiral out of control. Vidaking is looking to make sure that doesn't happen as he lurks his way back up these main stairs. They have to be able to catch somebody off guard here on the side of FaZe Clan. They know if they just sit in sight for 90 seconds, they will eventually lose, so that's why some aggressive plays are being made by FaZe Clan. They've got good utility still to play with as well if they do manage to play this one on the clock, but Vidaking aggressive on the corner. The Deimos Herds will hit the head, and it's a 2v5 now for Souls and KDS.
Tricell goes out. All right. 2 kills so far for KDS, making things a little bit easier. They really do not love this position, though, for FaZe. So 1 Nitro Cell is gone. Souls has the 3 gas canisters in pocket. You can delay the time, but not the entirety of the round. It'll have to be KDS to clutch. He's got 2 kills to his name. He just lost Souls, and I believe Souls died with every gas canister in pocket. KDS is a bit vulnerable from the hatches above, but he seems to have an idea of where the last 2 players are coming from. He squares his body away. Oh my goodness. Narrowly avoiding death from the frag grenade dropped by Furia. Down goes Volps. No, he's still alive. He's on the ground. Pistol out. KDS and Dosido around the column. And Loira wins the round. KDS a near clutch, but 3 for Loira Demon. Jesse, are we back on Chalet again, or are my eyes just misleading me?
Parker, I don't think it matters at all what the map is. Loira is on 1 today, and again, it's a triple kill to start off the map for him. It will be a round win from Furia to follow it up. Just an incredible performance coming through from Loira, no doubt. One of the best that we have seen from him in his entire career, certainly since joining this Furia core a couple of months ago. I mean, it's incredible. He's working alone a lot of the time, too. Not that he's necessarily completely by himself, but like he's always coming in at a different angle. In that previous round, most of Furia were pushing square side. They were pressuring the stock windows, they were walking in square, they had a lot of the attention drawn towards them on that east side of the map. Loira just crept his way in through ATMs, crept his way up those spiral stairs, and got 2 big kills to give them that massive advantage that eventually spiraled out of control. It was really impressive to see Loira pull all that off, and then also to clutch up in the 1v1. Both players a single bullet away from death. I mean, you couldn't have written a better first round to go through from Furia. It comes down perfectly as the story would have liked. And now they get their first round here on the attack. A good start on Bank.
This team has been really something else today, again, proving why they made their way to the grand finals. The road here was quite short for Furia, if we're being honest. They took down Ninjas in Pajamas in a 2-1 contest that was a little bit harder than I'm sure they had anticipated, and then a matchup that, as we explained when we saw Team Liquid Alienware in the previous match today, could have really gone either way. Furia taking a 2-0 victory in the upper bracket finals. 8-6, 8-7. One round, a couple kills go T-Law's way, and it's Team Liquid in the grand finals, not Furia. Oh boy, what that would have potentially meant for the lower bracket run that FaZe Clan has been on. But Furia only needed 5 maps to get to this point. FaZe Clan playing a lot more than that. You mentioned that earlier on, and well, FaZe don't love Bank that much. That means it's very likely that we will end up going all 3 maps, and well, that'll be Clubhouse. That was the map that FaZe beat Furia on 7-5 during the regular stage.
Furia have played Bank 3 times since forming as a team, and they have never lost a top floor attack. They are 5-0 attacking this bomb site. Have an opportunity to push that over to 6. They know that Cyber's down below. They'll go for a track with Loira here on the demo, spotting out that yokai cam, so information goes both ways. Cyber, surely he doesn't peek this and give Loira a chance. He's going to just waste this time, hopefully stall things out, and indeed bait for his teammates. That's exactly what he needed. He gets the finish off as his teammate got the frag from up above.
Tricky for Furia to win a round with Loira not having really any impact whatsoever, but again, we will cite these numbers. Herds and Diaz were the 2 best rated players on the side of Furia. Herds almost turning back the clock as he found himself in the top 10. Diaz just outside of it for players rated in this stage. I know it's been the Loira show today, but he's not been the guy through this entire stage that they've relied upon, so maybe a bit of overperformance from Loira is buying time for the usual suspects to get a little bit more comfortable. Box arrow with one Volps, one of his own. Volps in particular can dominate a round 2. He's just had a bit of a quiet day. Herds on the board, so everybody trading kills on the side of Furia, except for Diaz. He needs to find one, as he's the only one on his side without one to this point. Cyber on FaZe Clan also without a kill. Final 30 seconds and a bit of a pause here, Jesse, as there's 2 gas canisters in pocket for Vidaking. Souls is completely unaware of the angle. Box Era taking full advantage of that. All the Jegio payloads still in pocket for Diaz as Vidaking hits one onto Herds, immediately pivots towards the bomb site. Box Era holding the defuse kit. Diaz to cover, but Box Era says, how about kills instead of objectives? I just need to find one more of you, and find him he will. A 2-0 start for Furia.
Well, for the first time today, Parker, Furia will win a round without Loira needing to contribute to the kills, and instead it's Boxera who steps up, the youngest player in the South American League. He opens that up by finding the pick onto Cyber, the oldest player in the South American League, who is playing on that Solus down below the bomb site. After Bot got that first frag, he's able to regroup with his teammates up on the top floor. They push through that square side. They get the picks they were looking for in and around that bomb site. It's clear FaZe Clan wanted to play a very objective-focused, utility style of gameplay there, but Furia just did not give them the chance. They had so many good ways to deny the plant. The Solus down below, the Echo up above, C4s being held by Handy and potentially Souls, although I think he had barbed wire on the Bandit instead, the Toxic Babes. Everything they could have wanted to deny a plant, but it never came. Furia just played guns up. They shred through the bomb site with really good angles after opening all the walls that they possibly could, and they get away with a victory because of it. 2-0 now here on Bank. If FaZe Clan want to 2-0 this, they really need to start winning defense rounds. They cannot afford to let this game slip away.
Undeniably correct. Thanks, a really, really big map in the map pool. I know that we spent a lot of time talking about even labs and Clubhouse and yada, 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 and Layer for crying out loud, but people do often forget just how large of a map Bank is, and it can make it really tricky to defend, especially with all the tools that the attackers have right now. You've got a lot of drones, you've got a lot of operators that can bring drones, you've got a lot of intel operators, you've got a lot of great guns on attack right now, and another terrific operator on attack just got buffed too, which is the Zofia. Bank has seen very little play here inside of Brazil. Don't really have a lot of data on it. Admittedly, only 34 rounds have been played up to this point. It is an attacker-sided map, that is certain. The only bomb site that is favorable for the defenders is down below. The other two sites, which is the top floor, which is lounge and office, and then open area, as we have yet to see at Teller's Archives, are both quite decidedly in favor of the attackers. So Furia have already done the toughest job, Jesse. That's win the bottom floor bomb site. It should be easier from this point on until FaZe Clan decides to go back down to locker CCTV.
Yeah, it makes it all the more devastating that FaZe Clan didn't win that very first round when we saw Laura get that triple kill. So now, not choosing to go back to it in the first quarter, they will only get one opportunity to win it there in the second quarter. But Cyber starts us off nicely with an opening pick on the Herds. He finds the Blackbeard. He gets traded, he dies for it, but there's a hugely impactful pick from Cyber coming through. You take down the tip of that spear. Volps is essentially in the bomb site, by the way. He's made his way into Printer, past the footholds, and is playing around this reinforcement. His teammate drops in and gets a pick on a Souls. This is a fast round, Parker, as they're already in the site.
And Vidiking somehow escapes, but Volps will sit him down. Area looking for a 3-0 start, causing dissension in the ranks of FaZe Clan, and I have no doubt that FaZe will call a timeout if they end up going down 0-3, but they've got themselves a golden opportunity as Boxera is the last one left. Bok now walking his way towards the bomb site. FaZe Clan are sitting here. Is Volps retrievable? Boxera has to give himself away. And with it, one of these defenders from FaZe Clan right now, KDS, sitting and waiting, could capitalize off of this. He knows exactly what's happening. Great play by Boxera. Handy will need to save the day, and he will do just that. They called for a miracle, and he appeared as a Mozzie by the bomb chassis. FaZe Clan finally on the board.
Really cool push from Furia, despite the fact that it doesn't work out, Parker. I still could see attack timeout coming through just based on how that round ended for FaZe Clan, but they at least walk away with the point. They'll keep this game close and competitive, 2-1 as the scoreline. That rush from Furia, they had Herds immediately enter stock and drop down the hatch into open area. That's where he died as the opening death. Volps then jumping in the Printer window at the exact same time. It was clear that Furia wanted to hit that site hard and fast, and while they were successful, a couple of the players went down. They bled a few too many bodies in the midst of that execute, and those players that weren't involved in the initial scuffle on the side of FaZe Clan were able to come back, have really big value. Handy and KDS, of course, able to make sure that they can clutch up in that 2v3 situation. So really good stuff coming out from FaZe Clan to save it. They will not use their attack timeout, despite how close this was to being a 3-0 in favor of Furia. Instead, they'll go back down to the bomb site, the most favorable site for the defenders, hoping to tie this game.
This is really where it is. I said it last round. This is the only bomb site that tends to have a favorable win rate across all regions for these defending teams. It really does come down to how you go about this bottom floor bomb site, though. Because it's a big map, it's not uncommon to see teams roaming up on the top floor. You can also completely seal off all of those hatches and bunker down in the basement bomb site. Stylistically, you can play a full anchor setup and maybe have one roamer, but force them on the attacking side to bring hard breach. Or you can do what FaZe Clan is doing, which is open up all of these hatches, try to waste as much time as possible, usually about 45 seconds to 90 seconds into the round, and if you're lucky, get a pick or two when the attackers go for open area. But just as we say that about the defenders, you can also completely forego open area, go for a direct site hit, take lobby, take elevator, take escape tunnel, and force the defenders to drop through the hatches that they've opened up themselves. It's a really nice call and response of a bomb site, and it frankly can be played so many ways by both sides that it's always fascinating to watch.
I like Volps on this Nook, Parker. This is an operator we don't see very often at all in Siege, but Bank is definitely one of her best maps because there is that garage entrance where you can really make a sneaky entrance into the bomb site. That's what Volps has just done. He's going to be pushing that garage side while the rest of his team works on clearing some of these roamers. Bit of an information being gathered here by the Snake. I believe this might be a guy on a mute jammer. In fact, it certainly is. So they've got to be able to find souls here inside a staff room, but instead, it's their players who are hitting the floor. Handy and Cyber get one apiece. It's 2 shields dead on the attacking side, and they're going to have to really rethink this push now.
And now you have to walk into open area with limited information, limited utility. Volps will catch KDS, and he's in the sight, by the way, and Nook going through garage straight for the throat of this defending core. And that's exactly what Furia has done with Volps in this position. Diaz and Loira will either need to wait out Volps' position or very hurriedly get into the site to assist him. Diffuse kit in the hands of Diaz, who after a disappointing first map has yet to find a kill here on Bank, though he is playing a much harder support role, so he's not being tasked with getting the kills the way that you'd expect. Furia is fierce full site control right now, Jesse, and with a minute to go, they are going to attempt to get the plant down.
No information at all on this, Parker, but it's not successful. Diaz pulls off at the last second. I think he could have finished it, but thought he was getting pushed, so now they've got to recommit the full 7 seconds. That might have been a mistake from Diaz.
I think if he'd stuck it, that would have been a golden opportunity, but frankly, they just didn't have the information. Diaz gets 1 pick. It's his first. He'll square his body up to the B-bomb chassis. He's aware FaZe having a player over by Vault. It'll be him and Cyber in a 1v1. Loira goes down. He sees the tracers go through the wall, but Diaz is not able to capitalize. Cyber and Handy will fight for the last kill, and it's Handy again. The hero for FaZe Clan saying, guys, I do not want a map 3. And boy, oh boy, is he making his dreams a reality. Tie game as we head into round 5.
Handy just feels like he's playing at the peak of his career, Parker. You go back to that second map against Team Liquid on Saturday. He drops 14 kills and is the MVP on Border to give FaZe Clan the win. Then you look back at not even on Saturday, sorry, a couple hours ago. And then you go to this game against Furia. You go to Chalet. He drops 12 kills and is the MVP for FaZe Clan to get them the win there as well. He is now just 4 kills away from breaking double digits for the 3rd straight map. Handy has been so impactful for his team here, and especially on these roam games, right? He's been really good at shutting down some of these off-angle pushes that Furia really love to play with. In that previous round, we didn't really catch it on the camera, but Herds was solo pushing ATMs on the Blackbeard, and he ended up dying to Handy as the 2nd overall frag in the round. Again, not really focused, not really around where we were focusing, but like getting that pick onto Herds, trying to absolutely, and then those late, of course, so important as well. Now FaZe Clan have tied up the game, and Furia, a little surprised to see the attack timeout coming this early, Parker. They're still not in a bad situation, but maybe something in the comms or something in the mental is starting to spiral out of controls that Reduct wants to fix.
I mean, FaZe Clan called their timeout when they were winning against T-Law, for crying out loud. So lots of times teams will call timeouts based on things that we don't know. One of the things that we often do reference is that coaches can hear team comms and coaches can see all perspectives and vantages of their players, whereas the leaders might not. So maybe something is slipping through the fingers of Volps, and he's not particularly seeing it on the side of Furia, but
10 seconds to go.
The coaching staff is. Or maybe they're starting to fight. Maybe there's some frustration there. Again, one of the things that seemed to plague this Furia team and was touched upon by other players in Brazil was that there was maybe a bit of interpersonal difficulties in Salt Lake City. Maybe too many cooks in a kitchen. Maybe that's happening again. Nice shot by Diaz. And the man who saved the previous couple rounds for FaZe Clan is no more. Handy outdueled as he was going fishing for a spawn peek with the DMR, and he is swiftly shut down by a DMR on the side of Furia.
That's kind of brutal as well, because now Diaz can hack that phone, and that's going to give away all the positions of these yokai drones being piloted by KDS. So that's a lot of information that'll be given towards the attackers after that opening spawn peak comes through. Of course, with new Dokkaebi rework, you don't keep that information permanently, but even still, if it allows you to clear out some of these yokai cams, that's a hugely valuable pick to come through from the guys on Furia. They did win this bomb site last time they came here, so I can understand FaZe Clan just trying to spice it up, trying to make some kind of a difference so that they can get a better chance at winning this round. But now Vidiking goes down to the window angle as well, and it just feels like it's falling apart once again on the top floor.
And after mounting an impressive comeback, FaZe Clan falling off. Oh well, but again, this top floor bomb site is usually prime opportunity for the attackers to get the upper hand with these defenders. All the window play, they can paralyze you from the lobby as well, and you have very limited moves as a defender. This is also a bomb site that tends to favor those with long-range weaponry, which of course is always going to be in the wheelhouse of the attackers. Souls is doing his best to keep these players at bay, particularly from the ATM side, and he loses his phone as Diaz had used one of those payloads. Still 4 in pocket. Fire as well there for Volp, so he can paralyze even more of this bomb site. I really like what Furia has going for them.
Yeah, this is a great round coming out so far. They've got a lot of utility to enable this plant as well. The Capitao, the one new operator they brought to this push, he can use these fire bolts and smoke bolts to enable a plant. Early death from KDS, finally one back from Cyber, but he has to do so much more. Good information here on Loira, but can he win the gunfight with another player lurking down the hallway? Gets 2, looking for the 3rd.
Oh! Time ran out, Jesse, and also, well, most importantly, bullets ran out. I think that was the bigger issue there, was just, you know, it is a bullet hose, that Scorpion, but sometimes you've got to reload. Fury able to take 3 rounds. They are not guaranteed a victory here just yet on the first half. They have 1 more round to secure a 4th and put FaZe Clan in a tough position where FaZe will have to do the same on attack in order to propel us to overtime. This is Furia's map. They should absolutely be the better team just based on that. But again, FaZe Clan is always a different beast. Attackers do have a better shot on this map. Despite the low numbers, the attackers tend to excel. Fury is obviously on that side. So the fact that FaZe Clan opted to start on defense makes me wonder if their attacking half is going to be quite poor. I mean, why not start on the side that statistically is better unless you feel that you are just not up to snuff on that one? If that's the case, this could be Furia running away with it. But of course, that's just idle speculation. All told, they've relied a lot less on Loira for this map. It's been a far more of a team effort, and Furia are flourishing because of it.
Just going back to that game that they played against Dark Zero on Bank, Parker, and they did choose to start on the attack that time versus DZ. They got a 3-3 split and then lost every single defense round against Dark Zero. So clearly something has changed for this team. They're feeling like that defensive side might be a little bit better by choosing to start here, and if they can get a 3-3 split, it's not bad at all, because they've shown in the past that they can have good attacks on Bank, even against one of the best teams in the world as Dark Zero. So we'll see what FaZe Clan look like. We don't have to speculate for too long, as they'll be attacking soon enough. For now, they're just trying to get to that point in a tied game rather than down by 2. Back over to the open area bomb site. This is the one that they were successful last time, but it was a weird rush play by Furia where they tried to drop down through that stock hatch as soon as possible. This time, it looks like the push is a little bit more standard. They're going to work their way through these top floor players, force these roamers back towards the site, and then eventually go for an execute a little bit later in the round.
I'm glad to see the DMR, this new DMR, one of the newer guns added to the game, getting some love from these players. I know that we are still very much heavily in a DMR favored meta, even with the F2's resurgence, and to their credit, Ubisoft buffing a slew of other guns. But that new DMR, I feel like, is slept on from the broader community, at least if the games that I play are any indication. I think DMRs in general are something where it can be hard to control after that first recoil. Maybe players just like the fact that a higher rate of fire will land a headshot more, but obviously do some serious damage. And of course, DMRs are great for maps like Bank, where again, long range, bullet drop off, not as bad as it is for an AR. You can open up hatches and floors easier. It's a great choice here. So again, I can see why Fury is doing that. I'm assuming Volps is using the F2. I don't know what gun you've seen, but no, he's got the 417. Okay.
Again, sometimes just for those longer range gunfights, the 417 is the better choice.
Yeah.
Already through this hatch, you've got a little bit of messiness coming through. Loira hoping to be able to work himself an opening pick, but he didn't actually find it in the midst of that. And now his position is known, cleaned up by Vidaking as he goes down those stairs to find the first frag of this round. 60 seconds left.
5 and 4 for Loira. Those will be his stats to hang on to through the first half. He's been very good through both of these maps today. Now we'll rely on the rest of the team to get the job done. Herds attempting the defuse plant, shut down by Cyber. No coverage there from Furia to deny the Nitro Cell as Volps is outside of the printer window, circling and fishing for a kill that is yet to materialize. Boxera now picking up the defuse kit and will attempt it all on his lonesome. There are still 2 more Nitro Cells that can be done, but Vidaking has full coverage of the hatch above. Volps standing there. There must have been a plan that Furia had, but Volps is not a part of it. It allows this FaZe Clan team to be so nestled above. KDS goes down, DS finds two, but they are completely impactless as Volps is right back to where he started, outside a printer window. FaZe Clan win the round on time, and it's 3-3 for the first half.
And for the first time today, Ollie, it feels like FaZe not fully in control of their series. Obviously, Furia with the lead going into round 6. It might be a tie half, but these rounds have been close, but a slight edge toward Furia.
Yeah, I think you could argue for both sides, couldn't you? Furia, because they're on the attack, they've done a really good job in those rounds. FaZe, again, some really good recovery rounds, but it hangs in a fine margin at the moment. You wouldn't know that FaZe had just won the round there, looking at the player cams as we end the round. We've got a little bit of an insight here as to just how Furia are opting to try and play some of these rounds. This was round number 4 where we got Volps in super deep very early on, and the attackers very quickly became the defenders and vice versa. And I think this is just gap spotting from Furia and trying to leverage those gaps that FaZe are leaving open in some of these defenses. It didn't work out for them, admittedly, but there was an opportunity for it to. Now, you could look at this from both sides and you can go, well, on the one hand, are Furia sort of skipping a few steps that they maybe need to check off their list before getting themselves into this position? Quite possibly. But again, are FaZe leaving those gaps to be taken, and is there a chance you can come away with a round win? Absolutely. It just so happened that FaZe were good in the heat of the moment here. But overall, the first half, I'm very enthused for the series because it does feel as though Furia are back in this fight. Although still with big performances out of KDS, Handy and Vitaking. I mean, KDS starting to join onto that fray of players that have had a multi-kill on the side of FaZe so far. So it really is anybody's.
And of course, in this round, again, talking about small mistakes, you have, both shields being lost early. You have other times where the intel ops aren't having quite as the effect they would like. It's a lot more smaller moments that are causing problems for both teams rather than any broader problem like we saw in the T-Law game where the attack seemed consistently out of sync and FaZe were consistently able to exploit it. And so as we go into the second half, FaZe moving more to the attack, we often talk about on Bank that the attack has a bit more room to breathe on this map, that the defense, even if they end up contesting a bit more control, has to kind of walk a fine line between extending too far and creating gaps on what is a very large map, or not defending enough and giving the attack basically the entirety to work with, say, on a basement defense. Obviously, Ollie, FaZe, we normally don't think will make those kinds of mistakes, but this is one of their least favorite maps, or one of their lesser favorite maps in the pool. If any territory is uncomfortable, it'd be this one.
Yeah, quite possibly. And I think, looking at the bans here, you can see that there is a little bit of trepidation here by FaZe. They've chosen to actually remove the Wamai, so a load of utility now available for these defenses to play with. The attacking bans, I think, are a little bit better here as well. A target onto the Monty and a target onto the Hard Breach, really trying to dial down on some of that kit that FaZe is going to want to try and bring.
Well, it's another 3-3 half like it was on Chalet. We'll see if it's FaZe's 4th W in a row, potentially the final map of the grand final right now.
FaZe Clan 4 rounds away from closing this one out. Furia the same distance from map 3. Clubhouse will be the decider if we need it, but until then, all eyes are focused here on Bank in sunny Los Angeles, California. Furia on this defensive side, Parker, we've talked about it. They might not be favored overall, but the thing about Bank is this bottom floor bomb site is usually so good for the defenders that it should realistically be a guaranteed 2 rounds for the defense. And then they just have to squeak a round out here or there on one of these other couple of sites to tie the game.
Yeah, I mean, definitely within reach at this current point in time. And really appreciate Lynx and X also providing some context to what we saw. Jesse, we're looking at Clubhouse's map number 3. I'm eager to get there because I want to see if Furia have learned and grown from when they did battle against FaZe during the regular stage. Yep. I know that will disappoint FaZe fans because they want this one to be over, but I mean, hey, we don't cheer for any team. We cheer for the theatrics and we cheer for the fun. And it's always fun going to a third map.
Well, what's also fun is 2.5 minutes of no kills, because that's probably what we're going to get here on this full bunker setup of Furia. Unlike FaZe Clan, they have chosen to bring 0 roamers to this, and instead they've brought Tachanka, they've brought the Smoke, they've brought the Goyo, they've brought the Aruni, everything they could possibly have to slow down this round and win it based on time has been brought. Here comes the Aruni trick, most likely. No, they'll get the hatch open anyways, so usually you'll see that gate activate. They might have burned it already at that point, but I think the Goyo canister was on it, so maybe just misplaced a little bit as the thermite charge was able to go on. In any case, this is going to be FaZe Clan speeding things up a little bit here on the top floor clear, deciding now if they want to pop this Goyo canister. It's always going to come down to the utility, right? Burning out this clock, taking your time with it, and it looks like, again, they're going to just get past this Aruni-Goyo combination and get the hatch open with that thermite charge. That's a bit of misutility play by Furia.
Really good pacing there as well by FaZe Clan. There are very few obstacles that I think FaZe would be caught off guard by, Jesse. I think that there's some small things that need to be changed, but very rarely do we see this FaZe Clan get bogged down by anything, and their ability to maneuver around two operators worth of gadgetry, really quite commendable here. Oxera's got to be a little bit careful about his rump as he looked to back his way into the hatch that had been opened up. Instead, he presents himself to Souls, and the first kill will go in way of FaZe Clan. What'd you say? 2 minutes and 15 seconds until the first kill would come in? By Jove! You've got it.
Pretty close here. We've got still 35 seconds on the clock, Parker. My worry is all this utility. Even with the man count advantage, I don't think this favors the attackers.
I don't like it either as they wander into their undoing. A drop and everybody dies. The kill feed, a beautiful shade of blue as Furia take the lead and will take the first round of the second half.
Really nicely done to come through on that defense. Again, just anchoring up, knowing that there's going to be so much time waste. It was weird with those Aruni gates. Again, they were blocked off by the Goyos, but they did activate after the hatch opened, so you kind of had to waste time, wait for those Goyos to finish burning after the hatch blows up. Then you've got to clear out the Surya gate. It was definitely a good time-wasting maneuver to come through there by Furia, even if it didn't directly burn that hard breach that they might have been hoping for. But that's totally okay. They're still able to play the clock, and at the end of the day, bank basement. The clock is the most important thing. So Furia play around it really nicely. They get themselves that win down to the basement, and now the hard part here on the defensive bank really begins.
Well, the hard part's gonna be playing because Herds just crashed, and I think we're gonna have a rehost, Jesse, but.
Well, that does make it extra hard to win rounds. If you
I think it's a little challenging when you're down a player. I don't know about you. On your screen is the head-to-head results between these organizations. And again, Furia is not the same team it was 6 months ago when they played the Six Invitational. They did it with a completely different lineup. It was the majority of which are now with Team Liquid Alienware. Herd's the only remaining member. On your screen, you see Loira, who's in his Furia jersey, but for many players, you will know him best for his time on G2. Unsurprisingly, FaZe Clan has a positive win rate against just about every organization in Brazil. So no matter what team they're playing against, every time we show this head-to-head graphic, even the most casual observers are going to look at it and go, oh, wow, FaZe Clan's pretty good there.
Yeah, and if you want to isolate just to this roster of Furia, these teams have only met once. They were in different groups back during kickoff. They didn't meet in the kickoff playoffs. They didn't meet in Salt Lake City. The only time they played was that best of one in stage one. And of course, as you've mentioned, Parker, 7-5 on Clubhouse was the result favoring FaZe Clan. So technically, they've never lost to this team in their current iteration or anything close to their current iteration, but very low sample size and a very close game the one time that they played against each other. So it really is kind of an open book, a big question mark as to where these two teams do lie in respect to one another. FaZe Clan, again, have the history, they have the experience, they have the veterans, but the Furia core that was assembled a few months ago and now make up the team that they have today is so scary. The individual talent they have is just ridiculous. It's always kind of been a question of, can they put it together, right? Can they make these 5 pieces work as a unit? Couldn't do that in Salt Lake City. We'll hope to do it once again in Paris, and domestically again, finding lots of success so far, but this would really be their biggest domestic result for sure.
Undeniably so. And again, looking to avenge their result in Salt Lake City. They were by far and away the worst team out of Brazil, one of the worst teams in the world at that event. And the sky was the limit for the Furia squad, right? If you looked at a lot of smart people's picks, they had Furia finishing top 4. It was largely just based off of, I suppose, the vibes of these players. You got Herds. He's a world champion. You got Loira, consistently one of the best fraggers in Europe and on G2, playing really tough minutes against some of the best gunners in the world. Volps has been good on just about every single team that he's played on, both as a leader and as a fragger. Diaz was a bit of an interesting choice, I think, for a lot of the more casual audience, especially North American fans who got to see him on a lot of those quote-unquote friendship rosters, as they were referred to as. But Diaz has inarguably been one of the best players on this Furia team. And then, of course, Boxera was a player that everybody was looking at as a prospect and thinking that this guy could be the next Fantasy. This guy could be the next, JV92 sort of deal. So the way that they handled kickoff and the results that they had, people were saying, Fury is going to make a deep run. So for them to be one of the first teams to go home at Salt Lake City was quite devastating, and they've definitely turned things around. Whatever the reason may be, they are in the grand finals. They are bringing the heat to FaZe Clan. They have the lead, and there is a high likelihood that we see a third map, which will be a best-of-one showdown on the exact same map these teams played each other on just a couple weeks ago.
Well, we do appreciate your patience. It looks like everything has been sorted out down in South America, so we are getting back into the game now. Furia lead FaZe Clan 4-3. I'm glad you brought up Boxera, Parker. I feel like it's a name that English audiences aren't familiar enough with just yet. There were a lot of talks about him being Rookie of the Year last year, and if Stompin hadn't made his debut, I think no doubt Boxera would have been Rookie of the Year last year. Technically, he played in the Hispanic League back in 2024 for one stage, so maybe not actually a rookie, but I think close enough that people would have gave it to him. Played on that ENX core that didn't do really anything down in South America, didn't make it to any of those international events, but Boxera was still able to stand out among the rest and really showcase himself as a top prospect here in South America. Now on Furia, on this new core, he's made it to an international event before, was playing in Salt Lake City, hopes to do so again in Paris, and should, barring any crazy visa situations. Now making his debut here in the season, hoping to become a champion of Stage 1. Back to the top floor. This is supposed to be what's so difficult for Furia. This is supposed to be where it becomes so tricky to defend. FaZe Clan were unsuccessful on this bomb site the first time they came here, so what's the change-up going to be? Well, you're bringing this mirror window from Volps. You're not relying as much on stuff with like the Echo. You're going to try to play with these Goyo cans to slow things down, and lots of window denial. Both Herds and Boxera playing the Azami Castle setup. I like that.
I have to imagine that was Cyber's pistol as he was just shooting away 30 seconds in. Yeah, it absolutely was. Very quickly trying to pick away at some of these defenses that Furia has set up on the double panel window outside on Repel. Our speculation as to why FaZe Clan opted to start on defense, which statistically speaking is the weaker side at this current point in time on this map in Brazil, is because FaZe Clan would struggle with their attacks. First attack was a big struggle. I think that's fair to say, Jesse. Their pacing was a little off. They didn't look like they felt very comfortable based on information. And then when they had to go for those death drops at the final second, Furia they were dialed in and they rebuffed them. They handled them, took them out, threw them out. So here, as we hit the halfway round, FaZe Clan largely still just outside of the building, and a lot of them are angling for a kill, but Furia is not taking it. Furia is not taking a lot of early engagements. Loira will, as Cyber gets tossed out of the building. Herds dies at the hands of Souls, so the teams do eventually find opportunities to go for mutual strikes, and nobody ends up coming out a little bit better off. KDS now, as he emerges from that lobby towards the top of the stairs, he's got a read, but the flames are keeping him at bay, and he does need to be worried about the control that's had inside of President here.
KDS really being stopped at the top of these spiral stairs. He's out of utility, Parker. He can't find any more of these positions, but he already knows where most of these players are at. At the same time, his teammates are trying to assist by jumping in the windows, but they're getting cut down by Boxera. Loira hits a brilliant shot to get his second kill of the round, and now Handy and Vidaking, the only ones still alive, to try to break into this site.
This is just a lockout, right? Loira with a triple kill. How many multi-kill rounds does he have now, Jesse? This is 5 so far in the series. A really sensational day for Loira Demon, and it's going to leave the King outside hanging on Repel. I have to imagine he's calling his own timeout here, as FaZe Clan still has one in pocket, so if they need to, they can talk to their coach. ever since Furia called their timeout, things have trended upwards. So for whatever particular reason that Furia called it, it's been working out in spades. King will give them nothing, and Furia doesn't need to do too much, as they will just let the timer elapse. Nitro Cell goes out, and it's about a second too late. King survives. FaZe Clan do not. Furia 5-3, and they are screaming their way through their own map.
I felt like they had all the tools they needed on the side of FaZe Clan, Parker. They had really good util to clear out what was being brought by the defenders. They had the Twitch to try to break through some of those mirror windows and Goyo canisters, of course. They had the Ashe plus the Zofia to try to make their way past some of those castle barricades and mirror windows as well. Like, they had really good tools coming into it, but it just felt like their push was really well read by Furia. That push up the spiral stairs was an absolute nightmare. They were never able to get the cancel wall open because, of course, the Hibana was banned out and the Ace just wasn't being brought. That's something where you kind of look back and you think, man, if only we had maybe one of those ranged hard breachers. It wasn't banned, so why not bring it through? It wasn't decided to by FaZe Clan, and I think they kind of got punished because of it. It made clearing that top floor lobby side really, really difficult. Just seeing players peek out of so many different positions. And Furia now in a dominating position, 5-3. They will force attack timeout out of FaZe Clan. As we go to the tertiary bomb site, it feels like this is do or die for FaZe. They have to be able to win around here. Going 3 straight as your opponent can just play any bomb site they want is complete misery on Bank.
It's been total domination on this second half of the field. So for Furia, they're winning these rounds, but they are doing so without really needing to sweat too much. This has been a pretty easy second half. Furia might as well be lying on the beaches sipping their beverages right now, even though I do understand it is technically winter in the southern hemisphere. Forgive me for that one. Some people heard you earlier say something about winter in Brazil, and I'm sure they were like, what the hell are you talking about?
It's the winter stage down there.
Yeah, it's the hemispheres are different. It's summer up here in North America, and it's amazingly still winter in Edmonton, but that's year round. So, but yeah, I mean, FaZe Clan have looked, quite frankly, quite terrible over the last 2 rounds. This is a very good map for Furia. This is a map that FaZe do not play all that well, and while FaZe definitely does have a deep map pool, they do not have a 9-map map pool. I don't think really any team at this current point in time would show the same prowess on all 9 maps. So if you go into a best of 3, especially a grand final, the assumption is always that your opponent will win their own map. That is a safe assumption at this current point in time. FaZe Clan got the job done back on Chalet, but Furia made them bleed. FaZe Clan on the second half are still in a position where they need to make Furia bleed, or else the Panthers will run away with this.
This is the moment to change our minds. This is the moment to make us believers for FaZe Clan that they can steal their opponent's pick and go 2-0 here in the grand finals. Of course, this bomb site downside in open area, trying to make sure that they can extend up above. They've got 3 players up there, Boxera, Herds, and Loira, committing to the roam game up above the bomb site. I don't see any fast shenanigans happening from FaZe Clan like we saw from Fury back this. Never mind, here comes King straight into that as he's opened up by Cyber.
Aid will go off. Razor Bloom in the corner. This is a rough spot for King to be in. Fire extinguisher blows up in front of him, so no visibility. Well, does give a window of opportunity for Furia to reposition should they want. They opt not to do it. Down goes Handy to Boxera. The UMP pitter patter. Let's get at her, and down goes the first player from FaZe. Loira losing a lot of HP as well, but he's still upright. Loira's been so good. If he can survive till the dying moments of the round, Furia's odds of winning skyrocket.
King desperately wants to get in for a plant, Parker, but he just can't. The shield doesn't cover enough of him. He'd love to be on the Monty, but instead the Blackbeard is the only tool he has thanks to the bans. Nice shot by Cyber, but not nice enough. Unable to find Volps inside of Archives, so they're really just at a standstill. They have to be able to work a pick before they can go for this push.
Player dropped 13 kills all the way back on Chalet after the rehost. Much harder for us to assess here, but I believe he's broken double digits at this current point in time. If not, he's really, really close. He might have just done it there. He and Diaz find 2. FaZe have only been able to muster a single kill in this round. This is a death march for this FaZe team. Volp's the only one they've been able to find. Furia will now compete for this final kill as KDS unsheaths the super shorty. It can still pack quite a punch. Diaz and Loira will figure that one out, but he is on borrowed time, and Boxera will ask for it back. Furia, map point.
It's a disaster on these pushes, Parker. FaZe Clan, they want to go for a fast play. They want to get in with the Blackbeard as soon as they can, but they stall out, and then what happens? They just sit there for 2 minutes outside of the bomb site, bottom of square, hoping that something will open up for them, hoping that they will work a pick somewhere, but body after body just falls for the attackers. They're never able to get themselves an advantage. KDS has some fun at the end there with the super shorty, but he really has no hope of clutching out that 1v4. Furia just so dominant in that position. They read where the push is coming from. The push never really changes. It continues to just hammer at one location over and over again, and eventually Furia find ways to flank around. They find ways to pick off players. They don't let FaZe Clan in on the one direction that they're trying to push through, and it just feels like these defenses are easy for Furia. They make it look so simple. Obviously, it's not. They're playing incredibly well on this defensive side, but almost feels like there's nothing FaZe Clan can do at this point. Their pushes on Bank are not up to snuff, and Furia feel like the better team on this map.
Been in full control this entire time, and every single attempt by FaZe Clan has ultimately failed to work out. I mean, the numbers for FaZe are just so bad at present point in time. By my count, again, really tough to go by because of the rehosts. I don't believe there is a single person on FaZe Clan who at this moment is positive. Handy is the closest, and he's had some good showings, especially in the early portion of this map, but that feels like ages ago. FaZe Clan perfectly capable of bleeding. Furia has hurt them on every single bomb site, on attack, and on defense, and huge credit to this team. What a turnaround it's been, and so far, Furia looking like the better team in this best of three with how they were able to give the gears to FaZe on Chalet.
Handy still sits at 6 kills overall. He has not been impactful these last couple rounds. We mentioned when he hit 6 kills that the last 2 maps he's played, he's broken double digits, 14 and then 12 kills. To fall back down to 6 now has certainly been a fall from grace. We have to see him get active here in the fourth quarter. FaZe Clan needing to be perfect through 3 straight attacks now if they want to win it in 2. Otherwise, Clubhouse, nearly a guarantee. We will again have probably a slower map. Still some players, but no, it looks like everybody will fall down those staircases, get back down towards the basement. Really passive on these bottom floor holds from Furia, and it worked well for them the last time because they stalled out so much of the clock before the execute came through. They will play a very similar style of defense where they just let FaZe Clan take these top 2 floors more or less for free, but the site is filled with utility. Nitrous there. Fire from the Tachanka of DS. Still a little bit less utility, I guess, on these other players, but being able to hunker down behind Dread Mines, behind Jaeger ADSs, behind Thorn Traps, it's still going to be really hard to go for an execute for FaZe Clan.
This first kill is going to be so impactful here, Jesse. If it starts off with the way Furia has been doing for the entirety of this map, that is very likely curtains on what we've seen here on Bank. FaZe Clan can still turn this one around, but it's looking more and more likely that a third map will be the place for it. It's kind of funny because the underlying numbers actually favor FaZe to get these opening first picks. It's just their conversion has been quite poor. Yeah. They can find a foothold, but that's about all they can get. The rest of the way, it's Furia dominating them. Bit of King searching for kill number 1. He and the Deimos of Cyber side by side now as we hit the final minute.
Picks are not going to come for a very long time, of course. Down to 45 here to find some way to break through. A capital used by just hasn't been enough, especially with all the utility that's being held on the side of Furia.
KDS now inside of the elevator. Vidaking first kill, but it's going to get real messy real fast. Volt's bleeding out too. This is the best opportunity for FaZe Clan to pick up a round. They've lost KDS. Diffuse kit getting planted by Souls. Vidaking off the ground. He's gone. Cyber now dropped 2. Souls' only coverage is Handy, who's going for the long run around. They will get the diffuse kit down. Furia doubling up on FaZe, providing they can get full Volts back as he bleeds out. What can you muster in this post plant? Furia have not relinquished control of this main floor. That is a rough go of it for FaZe Clan. Time, of course, in essence. Furia need to be quick with this one. Down goes Herds. Volps picked back up. So it's 3v2. FaZe shutting them down. Handy will need to clutch out. On to the defuse kit. Volps will go. How good is Diaz at keeping this one in it? Oh my goodness! Not good enough. And with a hair, does he get the defuse? He gets it! Oh my goodness! What a way for Furia to win the round, win the map, and we are going to Clubhouse! My God, Jesse!
Less than 0.3 seconds left on the clock. Diaz has to get the kill on the hatch and then jump on the diffuser. What a clutch to come through from Diaz. They let it go down to the wire. But one of the hardest post plants in Siege goes the way in the defender. Absolutely well played by Furia. They dominate those bank defenses, and they'll send us to a third map coming up right after this break.
Eu tenho 3.000 pi e tô sem outro.
2 loadouts pra você escolher qual que você vai.
Qual que eu quero?
É.
Vou jogar pistolinha então. Então vem tomando então.
Maquiná, como é que tá a sua mira?
Tá boa, eu acho.
Afiada?
Tá.
Vamos ver se fora do server também. Qual arma você vai pegar aí?
Pega essa aqui mesmo.
Temos aqui, ó, 2 armas. Qual que você vai pegar? Qual vai ser
A maior. A maior.
6 chances pra tentar acertar lá. Você tem 6 balas, 3 alvos. Pode dar ali.
Errou! Errou!
Boa.
Opa, uma foi.
Errou!
Mano, desempenho péssimo, mas estamos na melhor ainda. Foi por pouco.
Errou!
Calma, calma, tem mais 4 chances eu vou acertar ainda, as 3. E no meio. Tem que ser pelo menos 2 pra não ficar feio, né? Pelo amor de Deus. Foi abaixo, né? Foi abaixo. Não, podia ter sido bem melhor. Mas é a vida, né? Primeira vez aí. Às vezes não tive sorte principiante. É isso. Cara, eu tenho 3.000 pi e tô sem outro.
Você é louco, ué? Tá compensando.
Você é o primeiro que acertou.
Sério? Ah, mano, muito fácil, velho. Eu sem enxergar, tô atirando, como é que os caras não conseguem?
Um cara da Liquid que é meu filhote.
Tem alguém que vocês queiram dar hate que não seja...
Eu quero em vários. Posso fazer meu hate pro JV? Que letra bonita.
Mano, é um player, tipo, muito bobalhão.
Eu sabia que era pra esse. Cara, isso é muito legal, mano.
Dá uma aula de trash pra essa galera aí, mano.
Caraca, mano. É médico, é receita? Pô, mano, pode xingar?
Eu ia pôr o cara da Liquid.
Aê, caipira.
Esse eu sei quem é.
Aê, caipira, filha da p***. Pô, mas o KDS, ele é muito sem educação, cara. Não tem nem que responder, ele é um coitado, cara. Nossa, essa aqui eu vou...
Fala aquilo que tá aqui, ó.
Quanto? Quantas kills? Pega aí, não, pega aí. Velho.
Vou pegar.
Pro cara aqui.
Qual que é a dica que você tem que mandar?
Farmou Aura, hahaha. 03 no Major, 16 kills em 4 mapas. JV.
Tem cara mesmo. E se não foi ele também, é tomar no c...
É de alguém da fofúria. Como eu tenho relacionamento todos de lá, tipo, não dá pra especificar muito.
Não foi muito fofo.
Não, mano. Guardado.
Vamos ver. Obrigado por me tirar do Major para fazer aquela merda lá. Ainda tô devendo 2 jantares. Te amo. E é o Norris.
Norris?
É. Porque ele quis apostar comigo as 2 partidas que a gente jogou com eles. Ele quis apostar. Aí eu ganhei 2 jantas.
Aposta mais, mano. Aposta um carro da próxima.
É isso, valeu, Norris. Tá patrocinando. Tá devendo até hoje.
Mano, eu quero fazer um recado pra todo mundo que nunca ganhou nada e falar, nunca ganhou nada.
Vamos ver aqui quem que é esse fracassado. Aqui eu já não entendo a letra. Boa tarde, Mr. Aura. Cuidado que vou te buscar na base. Quero ver. Falar é fácil.
Você é um bobalhão. Zagueiro. Rival de treino. Eu não sei nem o que responder isso aqui. A letra é feia. Eu não tenho ideia do porquê.
Tem 6 anos, mano.
Não sei quem é. Obrigado pela mensagem aí. Se eu descobrir quem é você, vai ter mais chat no treino. Então boa sorte aí.
Querido STK, você é gente boa demais e deveria pensar em jogar um Forza. Isso aí já é fato, né? Isso aí é o paluzão, né? Foca gigantesca aí.
isso aqui é pesadão, mano.
Salve, rapaziada. Essa é a pescaria maldita aqui. Vamos ver o que ela reserva pra gente aí. Cite 3 jogadores da SAL que são monooperador e justifique sua resposta. Vou citar o Dias, que ele só joga de Ace. Vou citar o Pox, que só joga de Shield. Agora ele virou mono blindado. E vou citar também...
Monooperador hoje em dia é foda, monooperador, né? Os caras é tudo flex, mano.
Vou citar eu aí, mano. Só jogo de Harmona, só bonecão bom. E é isso aí mesmo. Qual o jogador da SAL mais feio de todos? Por quê?
Caralho, isso aqui é pesadão, mano.
Mano, um cara feio. Feio demais, mano. Nossa, tem vários caras feios, mano. Mano, eu acho que vou citar o Flastrai aí, mano. Acho que ele foi mal, o Flastrai, mas dá pra dar uma arrumada aí na lataria, mano. Não sei por que eu pensei no Flastrai, bizarro. Qual é o jogador da SAL mais burro de todos? Por quê? Caralho, burro é pesado também. Tipo, feio também é pesado, né? Eu acho que jogando assim, mano, eu acho que o Stroker, mano. Máximo respeito aí, Guardiola. Você é meu parceiro. Mas jogando, às vezes você é meio burro.
Well, FaZe's streak on the last day of the SAL is finally broken. Furia with a victory and looking sharp while FaZe look out of practice on Bank.
Yeah, FaZe is starting to show some gaps in the armor there, aren't they? You know, it's been a while since we've seen this FaZe team look unstable inside of a best of 3. It was way back at Salt Lake City where DZ got the better of them in a 3-round or a 3-game thriller. And there was some sort of arcs back, some ghosts of that game present here as well. It's not often that we see this FaZe team uncomfortable in the server. However, Bank isn't somewhere that they looked pretty comfy today, and quite on the contrary, it was uncomfortable a lot of the time for them. Fury, on the flip side, really come out of the gate swinging. Obviously, I'd said, you know, they'd suffered a defeat on map 1. It was Chalet. It was kind of expected to go FaZe's way, but they'd stood up and given themselves a great fight. What better warm-up than a best of 1 on Chalet with FaZe to get you ready for your own map pick, eh?
And I think just making good of that promise that we saw on Chalet, that it was a close game, it went all 12 rounds, but of course, Furia constantly really challenging FaZe's control of that map, even though it felt like it was in FaZe's hands. And here, this was kind of the follow-up to that, in which Furia in control pretty much the whole time. Might have been a tied half, but especially on once we get to these defenses, I mean, it was just completely lights out performance from Furia. And I also think as well, when you look at a lot of these attacks, Furia with a lot of good ideas as well that we kind of highlighted at the halftime with the intel ops, with the lurking. Furia clearly coming and ready to play. And then, like I said, once we got to these defenses, Ollie, it just wasn't even close.
It took Fury a bit of time to warm into it on the attack, didn't it? I think that much should be said, and it's fair. But like you say, as soon as they got onto the defensive side of themselves, and as soon as FaZe are put under the pressure of that clock, we start to see them crumble. We start to see, you know, an unclear idea of how they really want to try and go about things. Yeah, they got targeted in the ban phase. Everybody gets targeted in the ban phase. That's what it's there for. I'm not suggesting that Amonte would have been the difference maker here today for FaZe, but they weren't able to find that answer until it was, you know, essentially too late. And the last round coming down that close, I mean, it doesn't really speak to how close the game was, because it wasn't in a lot of ways. But the last round certainly being a bit of a nail-biter photo finish there. Loira, again, continuing that good performance on Chalet over onto Bank, being supported this time a little bit more by Diaz. And as you can see on the flip side, still Handy leading the charge, and Cyber, the player for me that really went missing in this game for FaZe.
And I think that, what does that make that, what, like, at least over 25 kills for Loira throughout this series so far. An extremely good performance over Chalet and Bank. And as we have Clubhouse coming up right after this, as you can see in the top right corner of your screen, obviously Furia coming online at a good time, but also, Ollie, both these teams with really close results on this map in recent history, both with overtime games. FaZe also with a loss in the playoffs on this map. They have a great record on it, to be sure, but recently it's a bit checkered in the playoffs specifically.
Yeah, like you say, for both teams. Obviously, Team Liquid Alienware beat Furia on this map a couple of days ago. It was an 8-7. And spoiler alert, Loss beat FaZe on this map only a couple of days ago, and it was an 8-7. So recent performance on this map isn't really there for either side. The last time these two teams played it against each other was about 2 weeks ago, and Furia lost that one as well. It was a 7-5, FaZe being better on the day on that map. But you really just, you know, toss a coin in the air and see which side it lands on, because there is no clear way through this now. It's a deciding map inside of a best of 3 for the championship in SAL.
And hey, with everything being such a close game, FaZe with 8-7s against Los, Fury with 8-7s against T-Law, hopefully means that this is going to be an excellent final map of the SAL. No 7-3, 7-3 like we saw earlier. No final that's, over and done with within a couple hours. Clubhouse should hopefully be a banger, especially since the series is starting to give a little bit more than the T-Law one we saw earlier. Do you think that FaZe are going to be able to come away with it? I know you are kind of more, not so much partial for FaZe, but partial a bit against Furia.
I don't know. I'm not necessarily partial against Furia. I was partial against him in that particular fixture. I think the siege that they've played today has been fantastic because it hasn't relied on the threads that we saw in that T-Law game. That was very clutchy. This has had clutches, yes, but that hasn't been the whole picture. There's been a team backing it up here today. So I don't know. It's either teams for me, Lynx. I really can't decide.
Well, either way, best of one. It seems like it's 50-50 going into Clubhouse. One of the most default maps, one of the best matches in the SAL. We'll see what Parker and Jesse have to call.
Thank you so very much. The score has to be settled between these two teams, two of the most well-known organizations in all of our esport. Oh boy, and Furia, huge in Brazil. FaZe, huge the world over, but starting to get their own set of fans in Brazil, just starting, after 3 SI finishes in a row. Jesse, they're a young upstart team, and they're really going to be taking it to the org that everybody knows. No, I mean, FaZe Clan have to be the favorites in this best of 3, but Fury has played spoiler before, and they've been the better team so far through these 2 maps. How does it fare on Clubhouse?
There's no doubt about it, Parker. FaZe Clan have been the best team South America has ever produced. They have been so good over the last couple of years, so dominant. They've not made a single roster move in over 3 years. But now it feels like things are starting to change. While FaZe Clan are the favorites, Furia are the future. And they have been getting ready to take on these giants ever since they formed as a team. They have never in their history, since forming at the start of the season, taken down FaZe Clan, losing 7-5 the one time they met back during the group stage on this very map. How poetic would it be to take them down for the first time, a rematch on Clubhouse in the grand finals of Stage 1 domestic here in South America? Obviously, their initial debut internationally was Salt Lake City, but it was an event to forget, and it feels like Esports World Cup will be the first real showcase of Furia on an international level. They would love to go there as the SAL champs.
Absolutely. All the EWC qualified teams were shown on our broadcast earlier today and have been shown a number of times as the stage is set, play-ins locked in as well. Los, the team from this region that will have to compete through play-ins, just as they did in the same position back in Salt Lake City. 2 teams, in fact, from Salt Lake City will have to compete in play-ins, as Shopify Rebellion found themselves in the same place in North America. So this is familiar territory for some of these squads. And I mean, hey, Los made a pretty deep run. They came close to making main stage, closer than I think a lot of people had thought of them. They thought that Furia might be one of the teams to make it to the group, make it out of groups into the playoffs. Did not happen. Shopify Rebellion made it to the grand finals from play-ins, so anything is popular. The only thing is Brazil doesn't tend to usually do that well at EWC for reasons that we really can't quite explain. Furia, after putting in a clinic on the last 2 maps, 1 victory, 1 loss, they've suffered 2 big losses here, losing Loira and Volps, Jesse.
Yeah, a couple of those roamers getting taken out early from FaZe Clan. Something that they weren't really able to do back on Bank, Parker, was get those roam clears and get them done cleanly. This time on a full, not even a full anchor setup, but a full extension, really, from Furia. It hasn't gone the way they were hoping for. Boxzera will step up to be a hero, entering in through bottom garage, knows that there's a player just outside, but caught on a drone, and has to retreat back towards the site. He hasn't been able to find success here on the aggressive move, and because FaZe Clan were so fast to clear those roamers, they still have plenty of time to just wait out these flanks and put together the perfect push.
Down goes Cyber at the hands of Boxzera. Furia's first kill will come with just under a minute left in the round. They'll need to hope that FaZe has some stumbles as they look for hatch drops. They look for a push over towards church side. There's a split take now coming in with blue being a big focus, but there goes Vidaking, there goes Souls. Handy and KDS suddenly last two standing. Handy's found an opportunity for a backstab, and Boxera will need to save the round. 30 seconds to go. KDS does it all. My goodness. And FaZe Clan wins a scramble in round one.
Parker, I won't say that Bank was easy for Furia, but there's no doubt that that was the weakest version of FaZe Clan that they'll have to fight today. And it's nice to see one round deep that FaZe Clan are back to their old form. They are a great clubhouse team when they're showing it in this very first round. It's clinical on the roam clear. They absolutely demolish Loira and Volps there on the top floor. Gets a little messy for sure down in the execute. Much like the Bank basement attack that we just watched, the execute was definitely the weak point for FaZe Clan, but they're still able to put those frags together. Handy and KDS working really well in that 2v situation, with Handy coming in through Moto, through Church, and then KDS pushing that blue side of the map. They're able to really pinch those anchors nicely and give FaZe Clan that first round on the board. Furia are a good team, and they came close to winning that one out, but this will be a harder task for them than winning on Bank was.
Undeniably so. One thing when we talk about rematches, you say that the team that always lost the first time around has a distinct advantage the second time. FaZe Clan lost to T-Law in the upper bracket, just defeated them earlier today to be in this position. Furia lost their initial matchup against FaZe Clan on this map a couple weeks ago. It was a score of 7-5 favoring FaZe. So just as we saw in the very first map, FaZe's pick of Chalet, Furia pushed them all the way to 12 rounds and looked for several moments as if they could have been the better team. Now, a lot of that was, of course, Loira papering over their weaknesses, but Furia got their map done far more efficiently. This time, that means that Furia should win the rematch here on this map. But, of course, not quite that simple.
Well, you got a very new look coming out from Furia on the CCTV cache bomb site. This clash from Volps was not something that was brought out in their first meeting back during the group stage. Boxera on the rafters will not be a surprise. He's here on the Azami. If that gets banned out, we'd expect him to move to the dock based on previous history, but has different options available to him. Often they will like to play with some of this util denial too, and so we've got Diaz jumping on this Wamai after it's been buffed in the mid-season patch to try to lock down some of these important positions, whether he's put some of those magnets over towards rafters, whether he's keeping a lot of them kind of over on the site side of things as well to lock down red. He's got options with his utility. There are some roamers down below. Herds is in the basement. Loira is towards the bottom of Easton Lounge. So there are some players you've got to worry about if you're FaZe Clan, taking a lot of this map control, but it seems like they have good intel.
Look at the read here now. Oh, Cyber, how do you miss that? Herd's shiny dome presenting itself for you, and you can't follow up effectively. That's a frustrating one for him. Handy will fall. Opportunity slipping through the fingers of FaZe Clan. This has been a reoccurring theme. They are a great team. We have no reason to count them out, but slowly and steadily, these small mistakes are adding up and costing FaZe.
Good intel, but bad aim. KDS hits the ground as well. Will be picked up by Vidaking, so they have still a 4v5, but what's the map control looking like, Parker? They have almost nothing except for just a little bit of Master, and even that's being contested by the Clash.
Clash is now pushed into a position. The Ying unable to secure. A frustrating one for Souls as he watches most of his teammates die. Now he's in the lion's den, and Loira will devour him. Neither of these teams really seem to be able to shake each other at the start of all of the maps today, and this one is no different. Furia tie the game after round 2.
Great Raptors play by Bach in that round, Parker. He gets the opening pick onto Handy. I believe it was him who downs KDS in the midst of that as well. Obviously, he wasn't finished off, but oftentimes what you'll find from an Azami player on Rafters is when the attackers don't commit to clearing that side of the map, when the attackers are focused more on construction and master and getting below the bomb site, the Rafters player doesn't really have a whole lot of value. Bach was still able to get some really good picks in the midst of that round, despite the fact that he wasn't receiving the bulk of the pressure. It got that early man count advantage favoring Furia, favoring the defenders there on the top floor, and then they were really able to just slow things down. The Clash player from Volps was aggressive, but not overly so. He still got back to the site with plenty of time to play with. Those Candelas just weren't quite enough to crack open the bomb site, so nicely played by Furia. Everybody contributing in that second round, and we're all tied up after 2.
people appreciate that we moved today's play day to Monday, and, well, let me tell you this much. This is already a much more exciting game than the World Cup final that we saw yesterday. I don't know if you bothered to watch it at all, Jesse, but watching Spain just kick the ball around for about 130 minutes by themselves was really, it was really quite something, I got to say. Crazy that they televised a practice with one of the worst halftime shows I've ever seen in my life in the middle of it, but that's okay.
I was a little busy. I did not watch the spectacle. I heard the third place game was good though.
I mean,
if nothing
that
else.
was a hockey score. 6-4? Yeah. That's crazy. Even if that's the score in a hockey game, that's high. France, England did not disappoint. I selfishly wanted that as the finals when I saw the final four teams in there, but I will say I am very happy that Spain won. Oh, I've had a lot more fun casting and watching this series than I will say I had at any point yesterday watching the final. So.
And because they were South American, I assume all the fans of our broadcast were cheering for the South American Argentinian team in the finals. So
I don't think you understand what Brazil is in South America versus the rest of the continent, Parker, Jesse, but you...
I'm sure it's like esports, like you cheer for your region, right? South America strong, united.
You have just pissed off so many Brazilian fans. You have no idea. Loira with the leadoff pick. Down goes Cyber. FaZe Clan suffering early in this round. Halfway point about to be reached, as the clash proving itself to be quite an impediment, just as we saw in the previous round. It dumbfounded FaZe Clan, and now Boxer is hoping to replicate that success. So far, so good, as he's denied entry for FaZe into Cash, and is now requiring them to use as much of their utility as possible. Cash secured, so Construction now the next chance for FaZe, but they are getting picked apart by Furia. This aggression just, oh, so good! Diaz does not move a muscle, finds 2 kills from that perch, and suddenly the last 2 players from FaZe are outnumbered 2-1, and Boxer on the shield is still there to slow them down even further. Loira does it, Diaz does it, and Furia takes the lead.
Really strong defense from Furia again, Parker. That clash was actually something they showed versus FaZe Clan the first time these two teams met on Clubhouse a couple weeks ago, but despite that, there really weren't any good answers from FaZe. I like the idea with the Nomad being brought out by Cyber. They clearly expected this clash to come through, but they still could not find a way past it. Surprising we don't see it getting banned. They're going to continue to allow it to be played out. Obviously on Clubhouse, the walls are so important, so banning out the Mira so that, of course, you can't play with those strong angles and they can't use it to deny the main breach. It makes sense, but it must feel so bad to have to leave that operator still on the board. Boxera doing a great job in that previous round, keeping them contained after they got that cash extension control. FaZe Clan, I wouldn't say they're so pressured. It was Furia who got to choose their side start, and certainly on Clubhouse you'd expect the defense side to do well, but when these two teams met, it was FaZe's attacks that made the difference. They got a 4-2 attacking side for FaZe Clan, and then the second half with FaZe on the defense went 3-3. So it was that extra round on the offense that allowed FaZe Clan to win the matchup the last time these two teams met. If Furia can walk away, even with a tied first half here, that starts to put us on a bit of a different course and maybe a different result to end out the day.
I'll throw your expectations out the window here because Furia have decided to be a team possessed. And I'm liking what I'm seeing. Boxer has woken up Diaz, who we were critical of through map 2 for not showing up, at least to the potential that he has and the stat line that he's provided for this team through the entirety of the group stages and now through the playoffs, has woken up as well. So really good numbers across the board for these Furia players. And of course, it's been Loira's day. He has dominated FaZe Clan in every single map, breaking double digits in, well, pretty easy order if you think about it. All the way back on Chalet, Loira finished 13-8 on Bank, 14-6. And now here on Clubhouse, well, as you can see, he's got 5 kills to his name. So already halfway to 6 kills to his name, already halfway to double digits. So can't even speak fast enough to match the kills that Loira is getting.
It's a problem for us on the cast. It's a bigger problem for FaZe Clan in the server. They have to find some way to break him down, but as Handy goes down, they've lost their best tool to find his location. He'll shoot the Selma off the wall, which keeps that bathroom spot even more deadly. They can't break through. It was the roam clear that was so successful for FaZe Clan back in round number 1, but this time it's a different story. They're stalling out outside the building. They're losing the opening duel. Cyber gets an answer back onto Herds. Two former rivals, as they were previously both in the top 2 teams in the world, but now it just feels like this team is stalling out a little bit more. Parker, the rotate back towards the site will begin. Bolps gets a free path back with that Scopos ability. And Lawyer looks like he's found a safe way back towards Kitchen. If the hatch is closed, he might be going for a rat play. He doesn't want to leave the roam game.
Losing the Deimos is really so tricky. Hold on a second here, Jesse, because they've lost Loira. Doesn't matter what role he plays, doesn't matter what operator he's playing. He's been punishing them. He's been favoring the Scorpion quite a bit. Secured by Cyber. Sorry, Jesse, go ahead. I cut you off. It was very rude of me.
Also a great gun.
Scorpion's been really good. I mean, we've been seeing a bunch of Denari as well on a number of maps. He gets played on Chalet. He gets played on Border. We've seen him played both of these matchups so far today. He's a good operator, and there's honestly a lot of potential. If you are a solo queue player and you are hearing this, Denari can be used really effectively as a selfish operator. If you cannot rely on your teammates, which frankly, you need to rely on your teammates in a game like Siege, but there's some times where that's not really possible. He's terrific for you to find your own value. Cyber with a 3rd kill, but he might have to ace clutch at this current point in time, Jesse. It's just him and Vidiking remaining now. 10 seconds to go. Furia can lock out this FaZe Clan aggression. There's Diaz taking care of Cyber, so no ace to be had. Vidiking, who's had a pretty decent day, all things considered, might just run out of time, but Diaz toys with him. Goofy to watch, but hey, it gets the job done. Furia's lead continues to grow as they are slowly but surely running away with this map.
Diaz, one of the most annoying anchor players to ever go up against. It's a 3K from Cyber that starts us off, Parker. The roam game, again, is actually pretty good from Furia, but when they get down to the site, they've got to deal with Diaz and Boxzera, and it feels like that's just an impossible task. Diaz so good at isolating those fights. He knows exactly when he needs to get aggressive to try to stop one of those dimensions to the push, stop one of those extra angles from getting out of control, and it just feels like Furia have done a really good job of dominating from start to finish in these rounds. You go back to the opening picks as well. Sure, they lost it back in the first round when Loira went down, but since then, it has been all Furia, winning 4 straight opening duels and winning 4 straight bomb sites now. Or sorry, 3 straight, I should say. Setting themselves up really nicely, though, with Boxzera winning in round number 2, Loira winning in 3 and 4. A full site rotation will prompt the TAC timeout to come through from FaZe Clan in a very scary situation where they could go down quite heavily at the halftime.
Concerning signs for FaZe Clan as we have to go all the way back to Bank to start talking about how they've been able to successfully win rounds with, I guess you could say, confidence. Yes, round number 1 here on this map went to FaZe Clan, but Furia took Bank with 4 rounds in a row. If you add it to this tally right now, that's 7-1 over the last 8 rounds for Furia. FaZe Clan have only been able to break that streak by winning this first round. And it was a good round. Don't kid yourself. It was well done, but certainly not the dominance that we're used to seeing from FaZe. It brings back a lot of memories to when we casted them playing Los the other day, Jesse. Los are a decent team. They are good. Would I say they are consistently a top 4 team in Brazil? I would not. And this might anger some Los fans, and that's totally fine. But when you look at the other teams that are in the region, I think Los has had, a bit of an overperformance. They've had a bit of a lighter schedule as well. Now, the reason why I say that is not to denigrate Los, but it's to show that up against an opponent that is weaker than a lot of teams in this region, FaZe had their hands full. And now going up against Furia, we are seeing mistakes being committed again. It starts to answer the question that we asked with the Black Dragon and Loud losses that FaZe suffered in the last 2 days of groups. Was it really them taking it easy? Or were teams slowly starting to figure out this FaZe Clan team, finally figure out this FaZe Clan team, and beat them? It seems like FaZe have maybe regressed a little bit, and the rest of the region has caught up.
It feels like a bit of a changing of the guard between these two teams, from the old to the new. Still plenty of time to bring things back for FaZe Clan, though, and they've got one of the best coaching staff in the world to try to do that. Rafadel, of course, head coach of FaZe Clan, as he has been for years at this point, uses his tack time to try to get them back on track. But again, the youngest player in the league will find the opening frag onto the oldest. Cyber dies here on the rafters window, the garage door even. And here comes the Tachanka strat. This is popularized by NJR, hoping to slow down Vidaking's advance on the rafters. As long as Bot can stay alive, it's going to be really tough to take this space.
Oh my goodness, there goes Cyber, there goes KDS, Vidaking huffing in so much gas. Fire is there as well. Furia beating the stuffing out of FaZe Clan inside of Garage. All of the bodies buried in that position. It leaves Handy and Souls in a 2v5, and Souls and Handy through 4 rounds, Jesse, have just one, now 2 kills. This is dreadful for FaZe. Their offense, sputtering strategy is bad, map control is bad. There really isn't much good to say about this FaZe team.
And they just don't have what they need to clear out that Rafters position. It was played so well by Bach and Volps. Now, of course, in the man disadvantage, they'll have to 6-tuple their kills combined to be able to win this one out, but they're watching every angle. They know exactly where FaZe Clan want to push. Souls alone after Handy falls. 1v4. He has a barely enterable breach here on the main wall, and finally goes down to Volps in one of the cleanest defenses we've seen on that site in a very long time.
Oh my goodness, from bad to worse, as it certainly appears like they are in free fall. That is a devastating position for them to be in. And what does FaZe Clan do at this current point in time to slow things down? Furia, again, in full control of the last hour or so. Last time FaZe Clan won back-to-back rounds were rounds 3 and 4 of Bank. Jesse, that was well over an hour ago at this point in time. Since then, they have won 2 rounds, which was round 6 on Bank, and then round 1 here. 5 rounds were won by Furia on Bank, and now 4 rounds have been won here on Clubhouse. This is absolute domination in every single sense of the word, and it's not even just the Loira show, as he's looking to go 3 for 3 on breaking double digits. He's well poised to do that, sitting at 7 kills right now, and there's still plenty to play. I mean, the only thing that seems that I would say would stop him from hitting double digits, Jesse, is if this match ends too early. If it ends up going in Fury over the next 3 rounds, there just might not be enough runway for Loira to be able to land the thing, especially with the fact that Diaz has 6 kills, Boxera has 6 kills, everybody on Furia finding their targets and finding them so easily. FaZe Clan are putting in one of the worst performances we've seen from them in a best of 3 in quite some time.
Oh, we're just not slowing down today, Parker. Loira's getting aggro on the secret window, finds Handy to start this one off. That's your primary hard breacher off the board. Brutal loss early to come through from FaZe Clan. They do still have can openers, but still, the Habana will be a big loss off of the board, and it's just going to continue to imbue confidence in the side of Furia. Loira 8-2 now. Boxera 6-2. These are the youngsters, once again, 21 and 20 years old, respectfully. These are the young guys who have not really had their time in the spotlight. Certainly Loira on G2 has had some big moments in the past, but he's never really lifted a trophy. He's never been at the very top of the scene like he wants to be, and we're seeing these 2 youngsters really start to shine today, start to showcase what they're made of up against what is the best team in Rainbow Six history. They're making them look like silvers.
Absolutely. This is like me watching my own gameplay, Jesse. It's really quite horrifying stuff. And I mean, some of the worst performances from FaZe that we've seen in quite some time, that includes their 0-2 loss. That was what ultimately pushed them down to the lower bracket in the first place. FaZe are just desperately swinging at everything, and it somehow don't even net a single kill. What on earth is going on here? A flawless end to the first half. Furia 6 minutes away from being the best in Brazil.
Sprinting for the finish line right now. Furia obviously demolishing FaZe on Clubhouse so far, but Ollie, one piece that you and I think Furia received a lot of criticism for in the SAL is their inability to get those entries, or at least being negative on the entries so drastically. Not the case in this map.
I mean, look at the entry that Laura was able to get onto Handy in that very last round. He takes out the hard breach and just straight away, Spawn Peak, call it what you like. It's effective and it's working at the moment. FaZe are struggling. I have not seen this team struggle for so long. And yet simple positions like the one occupied right now by Boxera, just trying to keep control of Rafters. He's got a Wamai. Wamai's just been buffed. Wamai's meant to be amazing right now. Bok, he's there playing on the Azami. What do? You walk him down with a Monty. You try and get a bit of utility in there, and you try and get somebody in their face. KDS, boom, taken down. Downed by someone else, and I believe finished off by Bok. King left with very little choice there but to try and make a play. You could see Herds. He was riding in through Oil Pit, trying to get involved on that action as well. You bring a Monty and a Capital to deal with that player on Rafters. And, okay, we've not got the Capital, it's been banned out, but there's other tools that you can bring. You've got the Zephyr, you've got the Bees, you've got the Nomad, whatever it is that you want. And we're not seeing FaZe join up the dots right now. And that's the really alarming thing, because this is a team where they just usually flow through a map and everything works out for them and they make decisions and you don't even realize that it's a decision because it just looks so natural to them. But at the moment, boy, oh boy, are they struggling.
Well, and especially when the old tricks like the Monty aren't working. I mean, how often is that operator banned against King, doesn't get the opportunity to play it? He does so here, and he's just met with a metric ton of utility and isn't able to have any impact on top Rafters. Furia converting every single one of the opening picks they've acquired, completely shutting out FaZe Clan on Clubhouse so far. And based on the pace we've seen, I mean, Bank obviously was a 7-3 victory for Furia. That looked quite good on the back half, but with the beating that FaZe just took here, the momentum is miles away from FaZe Clan's camp.
Oh, I mean, quite literally expect to be hearing from us again in, 6-7 minutes time, something like that, because FaZe have shown really no signs that they're in this game at all. Obviously, it's getting on in the series a little bit for them. They played a full best of 2 before this as well. Okay, it was 7-3, 7-3, but they're still getting on the thick end of playing quite a lot of Siege tonight. And I don't know if they've just run out of steam or run out of desire or what it is, but they can't match toe-to-toe with Furia right now.
Well, FaZe are running out of time to make this a competitive Clubhouse. We have potentially the last couple rounds of the grand final coming up right now.
FaZe Clan desperate to extend this map to force it into overtime or hell, even regulation 7-5, still technically in the cards, but they're going to have to play so much better than what we've seen from them on their attacking half. Parker, they move to the defense, and this is where they have to mount their final stand. This is the best defending team in South America, a 63% overall win rate on this second half. It's got to be even better than that if they want to be able to close this out, if they want to be able to force an overtime. It feels like too tall of a task. It feels like too much, and it feels like it's already a foregone conclusion. But this is FaZe Clan we're talking about. I mean, surely this team is not going out without a fight.
What an unceremonious end. Words are hard. What an unceremonious end to this stage it would be for FaZe Clan. Now, we are being a little bit, I don't want to say negative, but we are definitely venturing into territory where it sounds like FaZe Clan are the worst team we've ever seen. And I want to just kind of recalibrate our expectations here. Because at absolute worst, FaZe Clan are the second worst team in Brazil. And I don't want to fall victim to the same narrative that a lot of people did with Shopify Rebellion when they lost to Dark Zero in the SLC finals. You lose Salt Lake City, you finish second in the grand finals. People should be praising you in your performance. Ditto what they should do for FaZe Clan. The only difference between the two is that FaZe have been so consistently good. Frankly, we expect them to win or at minimum lose with a very competitive scoreline. That latter part has not materialized yet. This has not been a very competitive series. Map number 1, FaZe eked out a victory on their own map. They got blown out on map 2, and they are currently being blown out on map 3. So the loss is not the big story. The story is how they are losing.
Yeah, exactly. It's the expectations, right? For Shopify Rebellion, second in Salt Lake City was the best result that team has ever had, even going back to when they were the Sonics. For FaZe Clan, first in Brazil used to be a foregone conclusion. This team won for years straight domestically without dropping a stage, and now here they are. Lost a couple stages in a row, maybe going to lose again to Furia. It just feels like things are starting to change. But again, the game is not over. The history is not yet written. FaZe Clan can pull things back. They're not going for a roam strategy. They did this a lot on Bank, where they extended out of the basement. They tried to win fights early in the game, and it didn't really do them any favors. This time, they're going to reset and try to take a page out of the Furia book, where they just rein things in a little bit. Try to play with their utility inside the site. They brought 4 Nitro Cells to this defense, which many a statsman will tell you does bode well for their chances to win things out in general. But you combine that with the Goyo canisters, and this time is going to end up being a big problem for Furia when they get to the execute.
All right. He started off with a Nitro Cell, taking care of Boxera. That puts more weight on the shoulders of these Furia players. Loira in particular, who the 3rd map in a row is poised to break double digits. I think it's unlikely that over the next 2+ rounds, Loira ends up with 0 kills, but again, Caster Curse is a real thing, and it's entirely possible. Vidiking gets Volps. Volps not supported at all. Herds trade Cyber out, but the damage is done, and Handy will now retake from above as Diaz has no clue whatsoever that FaZe have retaken the main floor. Handy takes down Herds, and now it's all up to Loira. 9 kills to his name, 4 players to be found on FaZe Clan. Can he even secure one? Diffuse Kid out of reach, 10 seconds to go. Doesn't seem like Loira wants to give them too much. Struggling with the recoil and gets nothing for it. KDS shuts him down. FaZe Clan desperately needed that round, and they got it.
That's exactly what we expect from the 2-time world champions, Parker. They anchor things down. They play with their Nitro Cells. They bring 4 of them. They only get 1 pick by my count on those C4s. It was the very first one, but that's all that they really needed. They took down Boxera early on that vert play. And then what do? They really group up. I love the way that FaZe Clan were able to play together down in the bottom floor. That pick onto Volps playing the Blitz was so critical. He had a full blind straight onto KDS on the Mira inside of blue, but then Vidiking was right there around the reinforcement to get that kill onto the shield, making sure that they're stopping these aggressive plays coming through from Furia. I like that from FaZe. If they're going to bring this game back, if they're going to have any hope at winning this grand finals, they'll have to do it by playing together.
Doesn't take long for FaZe Clan to settle in and start to gel. There have been only a couple opportunities that jump to mind, or we can think of FaZe Clan falling apart at the seams. One of them happened in the SI Grand Finals when they were within striking distance of what would have been their first hammer, but we had one of the best matches in Rainbow Six history, if not the best match in Rainbow Six history, depending on what your qualifications are there for your games. And I mean, we'll take it. For FaZe fans, obviously they weren't particularly happy after being on the precipice of greatness for so long, but you know what? They can cry into their 2 hammers that they got in back-to-back SIs after that. FaZe have really not had a serious implosion at a high level. Certainly nothing with a spotlight this big on them, so it is a bit abnormal to see them performing the way that they are. Their fraggers just not doing very well. Again, so many times they wandered in without intel, without information at their disposal, and I do have to wonder if what we praised FaZe on just a couple days ago is actually working against them, Jesse. They don't like to play whatever the current meta is. They play their own siege. Not abusing intel ops could be catching up to them.
Well, certainly abusing the meta in this round, Parker. They've got KDS on the Wamai, locking down Rafters. At the same time, Furia deciding where they want to push with this. Because they've got Boxera on the glass, they could use that to try to work a pick over on Rafters' side, but based on where everybody else is positioned, it looks like they are going to try to focus on this master clear, and Diaz gets the opening pick on that side of the map, finds Vidiking, who is challenging on that Logi hatch. An ill-advised move to come through from the FaZe Clan captain, and it starts things off on the right foot for Furia. If somebody can get a trade back, though, if Souls can find some value to get some kills backwards, he could be the savior that FaZe Clan need this round.
You hear Loira spot at least one defender as now Souls will get flashed inside a bathroom. Handy guns down Volps, and there's Loira breaking double digits, Jesse. It costs him a pretty penny. He's on a single point of HP right now. FaZe Clan at a disadvantage. Furia just needs a single round to move to championship point. They're primed to do it, but I don't love the HPs of Diaz and Loira, and now they've lost Herds as well. The remainder of Diaz found out. Loira on borrowed time. Handy finding his 3rd kill. Multi-kills for Handy coming in quite handy for this FaZe team.
That's a crazy play by Handy on the Thorn. He uses the gadget to force the player off and then comes and slams him on the rappel. That's a really nice little piece of the util, but they've still got more work to do, Parker. Still just a 2-man versus 3 attacking in towards the site. Boxzera has this smoke up for cover, and Lawyer's going for the plant.
They're going to continue to fire away. Somehow Furia has turned this one around. A Nitro Cell from KDS let her rip! And he gets them right as the defuse kit was about to go down. Boxzera will take up place as KDS swirls around. You see the mark there, and the Glass has no chance whatsoever. 2 rounds in a row for FaZe. They have very quickly got themselves back in this series.
KDS, not a man who always wants to jump on Rainbow Six Siege, but he's desperate to keep this game going as long as possible, and he plays that 1v2 perfectly, Parker. I want to replay, we won't get it, but I want to replay on that Nitro Cell slow-mo to figure out how close that plant was to going down, because that changes the entire course of the round, right? If that C4 is a split second later, the defuse kit hits the ground, all of a sudden the Glass, instead of having to plant, can just hold from outside the breach. It's a way more favorable situation for Boxzera, but instead he's forced to do what his teammate couldn't, attempts the plant. He's just sticking it a little bit too long, and KDS plays that really well. He and Handy get every single kill in the midst of that one for FaZe Clan to continue keeping this game going. 5-3 now is the scoreline, and Furia starting to feel the fear of what might be approaching. They call their tack timeout.
The comeback is very real here, and what a fitting end it would be, Jesse, to this final map. We know that the end of the road is fast approaching for Stage 1. For those that are not working or watching EWC or being involved in any capacity, it will be probably 2 months, maybe a little bit less than 2 months. Admittedly, I don't have the schedule for when Stage 2 will begin, but it's pretty fair to say it'll happen sometime in early to maybe mid-September at the absolute latest. So regular stage play, and for all of those teams that, again, are not participating or are involved in EWC in any way, we won't see them in action again until sometime in September, unless, of course, there's a goofy schedule change coming up that I'm not aware of, and we're back at the end of August or even sometime in October. Who really knows at this point? But, yeah, it's what a fitting end this would be. Brazil has always marched to the beat of its own drum, period, and, of course, they've always been a little bit behind in the schedules, and it always allows them to shine as all eyes go on them in their region. So if you're here enjoying FaZe versus Furia, as a neutral observer, you're probably clamoring for FaZe to continue their winning trajectory.
What was that mirror window from KDS? He just put it inside of CC, facing the top of Rafters. I guess it allows you to play kind of aggressive into that Rafters position, but now the main breach is open over on the platform, and it just feels like that's not really going to be so impactful. Herds will spot it out now. FaZe Clan, no doubt, one of the most creative teams that we have in Rainbow Six Siege. They're always willing to try something new with these mirror setups, and I really respect that about their game, even if it doesn't end up working out so well for them. They'll get past it on the side of Furia and start their cache clear.
Making an unholy racket now, as KDS will start off the killing. Down goes Herds, and they will chase KDS in his position at top red. Nitro Cell goes out. Volps watches it blow up and somehow survives. Jesse, I think in real life, half the building would be gone. But we are playing a video game, and Volps is very lucky that he is still here and still fighting, but has to be worried about below. And of course, red stairs has not been taken away from FaZe yet.
Don't believe it's being played at the moment. They did just rotate all the way down those stairs, so they're in the site, Parker. They're already quite deep. It's a team kill from Handy, but they do finally finish off Volps, pressuring in towards the bomb site. They knew a couple players were off, so they wanted to hit it quickly, but with their blitz going down, can they really still commit to this on the side of Furia?
Look like there might be another team kill, but this time on the side of Furia from outside. FaZe Clan, one of their biggest criticisms was not killing enough. Now they're killing everything, including each other. You know what? I'll take that as a win, Jesse. That's a big boon. Boxzera takes down Cyber. There goes Handy. And FaZe Clan were hoping for more than 2 rounds in a row. KDS with the improbable clutch coming up as he sees Boxzera on the window. Down goes Loira. He'll be chased down by Diaz, and he's as good as gone. Furia moved to championship point.
So well played in the mid-round, Parker. I can't believe that call that they just made seconds after clearing out that cash extension with their blitz. They said, let's go straight through construction, hit this bomb site, and start causing some chaos. They spotted that the player ran down red, right? We saw it from Volp's POV. There was a guy at the top of those stairs, I believe it was KDS on the Mira, who wanted to get back as quickly as possible towards his teammates on site, but Furia really took that as an opportunity. They said, we might be down in numbers, but there are a couple of players that might still be off the bomb site, who might still be lurking down in the basement. And indeed, when they went for that site hit, KDS was still not actually on site. They got a really good pick onto Souls, or onto Vidiking, I should say, who was playing up towards gold. It was really well executed from Furia. It's a split-second decision that makes the difference, but it is good for them to hit match point, and now 3 straight opportunities to close this one out and become champions of the Stage 1 SAL.
What a feather in the cap of Furia that would be, Jesse, as FaZe Clan is the team that we always expect to be one of the best in Brazil and best in the world. Any nagging doubts that people had about this Furia team before EWC begins would hopefully be alleviated, providing Furia is able to take this. Still a decently long road ahead for FaZe Clan if they want to turn this around, but it has been a striking difference between attack and defense up to this point. The attackers have only won 2 rounds on this map. It has been an incredible going for the defenders. For those that don't have a visual aid, on your screen, FaZe Clan are defending. That does bode well for them. Furia took the first half 5-1 defending. Now it's FaZe Clan's turn to do the same. If we can see joint 5-1 halves, that sends us to overtime where it's really anybody's game, because we don't tend to see that same attacker or defender style of gameplay hold over. My goodness. Loira on drone outside of the main door, punished by Cyber, and if you need to stay alive and stay in this match, that's the kind of thing that'll get the job done.
Old dogs, old tricks. Cyber with his spawn peaks. Some things never change, Parker. It'll be an opening pick onto the best player for Furia today, and Cyber will head straight back to the basement after getting that man advantage for his team. You lose the Twitch, that's going to make those mirror windows much more difficult to clear out. The Goyo canisters as well will likely stay up a little bit longer than they otherwise would. So that's a really important piece of utility taken off the board for Furia. Also, of course, a very talented player with a great gun. So you've got a really good player taken off early on the side of Furia. Now what do you do to try to equalize this man count? You've got to dodge 3 nitro cells as you start to work on these floorboards and open the hatches. Then you've got to get past the utility in sight, like Kiba barriers, Goyos, and Miro windows. They need something to go in their favor. A pick through the vertical, catching someone not looking, maybe tossing in a nade that catches a defender, or another team kill favoring Furia. Something has to go their way, because I'm worried about all the util that FaZe will have in sight for this push.
Here the Blitz expending as many of his munitions as is humanly possible with the pistol in hand. Still firing away at this current point in time, but Volps is not hitting any of these targets that he wants. He could be picking away at some utility that we're just not seeing at this current point in time as we're riding along with Boxera. Loira's 13 kills, by the way, will match his tally that we saw back all the way in map number 1. He has been just oh so good today, and we can talk about that a little bit, providing that we need another round. If Furia is able to pull this one out, they are champions, and right now they have a numbers advantage. Nitro Cell will go off. Volps was largely unsupported. Nobody from Furia able to stop that explosive from going off, and now FaZe will swarm him. Herds has missed an opportunity for the few defenders that have been within reach, but I mean, Herds is playing this about as effectively as you could from this spot. Boxera drop in. He'll meet his fate at the hands of KDS. That Vector shredding him. Who is next from Furia to meet their fate? Down goes Herds at the hands of Cyber, and now it's Diaz. Diaz, the savior of the last round, tears some strips out of these FaZe players, but he is running out of time. Cyber on full HP, nowhere to be seen, and there's no way Diaz is going to even give them that. He will wait out the remainder of the round, stay alive, and FaZe Clan close the gap, but it's still championship point for Furia.
One of the things that makes FaZe Clan the best team in the world for the last 2 years has been their ability to play any style of Siege. And in that round, you got two completely different styles. It starts on the mechanics. It starts with Cyber having the wherewithal to peek that billiards window, get the opening pick, and then fall back to site for an early man-count advantage favoring FaZe Clan. And then after that, it's all about the time denial. It's all about the utility. Volps was dropping on that blitz, and I think the calculus was clear. He said, I'm running a shield. We know from a couple rounds ago, I can survive out even if it lands directly at my feet. And he was right in that calculation. Vidiking chucks in the Nitro Cell, Volps blocks it and survives with 50 HP. The problem is FaZe didn't just have one Nitro Cell, they had three. And while Handies didn't get any value, both Vidiking and KDS chucked those Nitros into the face of Volps, and eventually it was enough to down the blitz and stop the plants. Furia, I think, did a great attempt trying to clutch that up in the man count disadvantage. Their vert play was quite good, but ultimately it just wasn't enough against that site utility. Really good restraint by FaZe Clan, not using any of those C4s until the plant had actually committed to dropping and going for it.
Excellently summarized on your end, and now FaZe Clan have even greater opportunity to send us to overtime, as they will now defend this top floor bomb site. Look at the utility being brought by Furia to handle this Rafters position. The Grim, the Zofia on the board, no nades. So if you want to open up some of that wall with your thermite, get into the building, you will need those explosives to take care of whoever's going to be up there. Usually this is handled by a Capitao or a set of frag grenades, neither of those being brought by Furia to deal with this. And you know how powerful that rafter spot can be. There also exists the possibility that Furia just decides to forego it and instead goes for construction, execute, taking red stairs. And when they open up main breach, you can leave rafters to their own devices and have somebody outside, especially if Furia ends up with a numbers advantage, to babysit the Azami of KDS. But that is cart very much before the horse, as we are only 45 to 50 seconds into this round.
Yeah, of course, the way these CC pushes work, you generally need construction or you need rafters. You don't necessarily need both, and it's very obvious what Furia want to go for in this one. It'll be a construction clear. That means taking Master, that means taking Logi, that means taking Jim. Already outside the Jacuzzi breach, they're applying pressure onto Souls 1 and 8. It has not been a great map to come through from the Elder on FaZe Clan. Handy finds Loira down below, though. Also not been a great couple of rounds for him, as he's been the opening death a number of times now here in this second half. Still pressuring these construction players, Parker. This roam game has to get cleared out sooner rather than later, but they're playing so well together. Everybody grouping up with this shotgun. Vidiking with another one to support Souls, and everything's coming together for FaZe.
The defender-sided map, baby, and that is exactly what we are seeing as it's over in the blink of an eye. FaZe Clan continuing to prolong this matchup. 5-1, the scoreline that we saw, and it tightened ever so slightly, but in round number 9, Furia moved to championship point. And now FaZe Clan have an opportunity to do something that frankly seemed unthinkable 20 minutes ago, and that's win this match. They've just got to get to overtime and then take the next steps. No unlimited OT, only 3 rounds if you get there. But FaZe Clan have the onerous task of doing so. A reminder, the first half, 5 rounds won by the defending team of Furia. Now FaZe Clan have won 4 of their own. The attackers have been unable to win more than a single round, despite multiple operator lineups, despite multiple attempts, changing things up, timeouts called. It does not matter. And one other thing to keep your eye on, Jesse. The team that has drawn first blood has gone on to win all but 2 rounds so far. So, hugely important that you strike first. Your chances of winning over 80% here on Clubhouse if you can get kill number 1. Keep an eye on FaZe Clan as they've been playing continuously more and more aggressive against Furia, and they've been searching for opening picks pretty early in a lot of these rounds.
I'll remind you as well, Furia got the initial side choice of defense, which means FaZe Clan would have gotten to choose what side they wanted to start on in overtime. I do not have official confirmation what their choice was, but I would be flabbergasted if they didn't choose to start on defense, Parker. So you have to imagine if we get to overtime, that'll be a FaZe Clan focused affair where they will have the advantage getting to defend twice and only having to attack once. But as you said, cart before the horse. Let's get there first. Furia will like to close this one out. 7-5, still a possibility for them on the offensive side. They won this bomb site the last time they were here. Gym and Bedroom came off of a really fast push through construction after getting that cache clear successfully, but this time they lose the opening duel. Handy finds that one onto Volps. The stat you said, Parker, ringing true. This makes things very difficult for Furia.
So challenging. And Furia not really having much in the way of intel other than drones and the Grim on the board. Same cannot be said for FaZe Clan. Deployable shields, mirror windows, traps galore. There's really not been any individual heroic performances from FaZe Clan 2, Jesse. As this game has tightened, it's really been a team effort, and that is FaZe at their best.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I said it right when we won that first 7th round. And they won their first defense. They have to be able to win it by playing together. That's exactly what they've done. Here comes a Nitro Cell to eat up Boxzera. 2-man advantage now in Furia. They're stalling out. They've got map control inside of Con. They're outside on Highway, but they're eating Nitros again. 2v5, and the swings don't stop from the captain of Vidaking. Finishes them all off, and it's a huge 3K to be able to end out a flawless final regulation round.
How many people would have believed you if you said when it was 5-1 that FaZe Clan would win the 12th round flawlessly to send us to overtime? You would have been laughed out of the room. And the defenders doing what they do best on this map. Jesse, you said it just moments ago. FaZe Clan gets to choose their side here in overtime. And, well, while traditionally the side that dominates in regulation doesn't always have that same level of success in overtime, FaZe Clan is going to do their best to try and guarantee it. So they will pick defending twice. They might not even need to do it twice. If they can break that streak that the defenders are on at the moment next round, it could be over in 2. But it's getting ahead of ourselves. We know that there is roughly 10 minutes remaining in this matchup. That is it. And by then, we will have crowned a champion here in Brazil. It has been an incredible best of 3. Map number 1 going all 12 rounds. That was FaZe's pick of Chalet. Furia, with this current core, has never played it. And yet they pushed FaZe to the brink. Now, obviously, I say that with Loira going nuclear in a number of rounds. If Loira was not as good in a couple of those rounds, I think that's more of a FaZe blowout, but that's not what happened. We go to map number 2, a bank, and FaZe did not look comfortable there at all. Furia beating them 7-3 and setting us up for a clubhouse that looked like it was going in Furia's favor in a hurry. 5-1 the first half, 6-3 the scoreline when Furia finally moved to championship point, and as you can see on your screen, FaZe Clan have clawed it back 3 consecutive rounds, and they are oh so desperate to make that 4 and move to championship point themselves.
Back in round 6, when Furia were closing out that 5-1 first half, Parker, they did it with a flawless round, and we worried that that was going to be the nail in the coffin, that was going to be just all of the momentum favoring the team in black, but FaZe Clan were still able to answer back. That shows the experience that they have as a roster. Now with their own flawless round to end out their favorable half, we have to see it again from Furia. This team is a lot younger. They're a lot less experienced, but they have to have that same grit, that same resilience to pull things back here and not let the game spiral out of control. Another Nitro Cell. They just don't stop with them, Parker, but that one doesn't land. Still one more in the pocket of KDS to try to fish for a kill, but for now, it's slow and steady. Cyber, the only player still roaming. He had a really important opening pick the last time they played this site, but now he can commit to it. They're right and expecting on the side of Furia, so he falls right back to the site and starts to play the clock with the rest of his team.
And a fadeaway as the home wrecking up top from Boxzera begins. Very important that you paralyze these defenders. Take away the ceiling, the roof above them, put them in disadvantageous spots, and that's exactly what Furia is doing at the moment, and you best know that they will have players lined up to exploit FaZe. As to whether it succeeds, well, that's up to FaZe Clan and the way that they handle the adversity that's being thrown their way from Furia. So far, nobody from FaZe has found themselves in the line of sight of the attackers, and with 1 minute to go, every single player in the server is still very much alive.
This is where things get tense. You've got 4 Candels from Loira. You've got flashes on the side of Volps. 5 cans of Bs for Herds to lock into this bomb site. A nade being held by Boxzera. The utility on both sides is immense. It's going to be a crazy final 40 seconds, Parker, as these attackers look to get into sight.
Nade gets dropped. Here comes the blitz. Volps gunned down immediately. Herds will join him. Volps still technically bleeding out. The Ying of Loira is in, a 14th kill, but FaZe shut them out so effectively, and it's championship point for the world champions.
FaZe Clan, the team that you can never count out, the team you can never doubt. It doesn't matter the scoreline. Always willing to step up and bring things back. Now 1 away from closing this out against a young Furia team who surely thought they had it in the bag. 7-6. The one lifeline that Furia will get, Parker, is that they get to go to the defense. Round 15, if we need it, will be a different story. They'll have to find some way to get an attack, but for now, focus on doing what you do best. Their first half was great. They know how to defend this map. As long as they can stay out of their head, they should be able to bring this one to 15. They should be able to win on their defensive club, but they have to keep their mental strong.
It's as close as you're going to get. Furia feeling the effects of this team, this FaZe squad. Even we were starting to count them out. We noted that our language was very obituary-esque, if I may say that. I may not say that. It's not a real word, but I made it up anyway.
I'll allow it. We'll allow it.
Of course. Well, I appreciate that. FaZe Clan, though, will now go on to attack. Only 2 successful attacks in this map. Furia got 1. FaZe got 1. That's it. Overtime, things tend to break, and again, mental is going to play a huge factor here. FaZe Clan definitely look like a team that has been rejuvenated. They are taking far more chances. They are swarming Furia, and it really does seem like if FaZe sets the tempo, which is something FaZe doesn't do all that often, Jesse, Furia cannot answer it. If this is something that FaZe has picked up on, we could have a completely different attack from FaZe than what we saw through all 6 rounds when they were attacking half an hour ago.
Boxzera, the 20-year-old superstar for Furia, has grabbed the Clash for potentially his final round here in Stage 1 of the SAL. Good impact tricks coming out to keep this jacuzzi wall closed. That's part of the reason why this map has been so defender-sided, is the walls have not been the easiest in the world to get. They did ban out Kaid, Bandit, and Mira, so you have to imagine that they'll be successful in opening these walls eventually, but still, slowing things down is the name of the game for Furia, making sure that you don't allow FaZe Clan to take space for free. Right now, they have full top floor control. FaZe have not decided to commit to that cash side clear. Instead, they've got KDS up inside of Logi, they've got players outside of Jacuzzi. They're ready to go for an aggressive move.
Take that bathroom wall down with it as well, so effectively cutting through those reinforcements used by Furia. Just as we mentioned in the previous round, when you take care of the floor, it gets rid of the roof that the defenders can rely upon. If you're going to be extending out to gym and bedroom side of this map, or if you're defending the bomb site over in that part of the map, the more walls closed, the more security you have. They've repositioned Boxzera now as Cyber is walking up the stairs, and he's missed an opportunity, but he doesn't dare, finding Herds. Viking on the board as well. All is falling by the wayside. Big Daddy Cyber with 2. Diaz tears through him, so his rampage will end, but Handy is there for the assist. All has fallen apart for Furia. FaZe are your champions of Stage 1.
Back to back, don't forget it. FaZe Clan remain the kings of South America. What a show from the best team to play this game. FaZe Clan from the brink of defeat, claw back somehow against Furia. They were the champions back during kickoff when they defeated NIP in the kickoff finals, but FaZe Clan is a different beast, Parker. A fantastic showing from them, massively deserved for the victory in Stage 1.
Incredible stuff. And I mean, underrate them at your peril. This is a team that has stood the test of time. Easily one of the best cores we've ever seen in this esport. And with that, they turn their sights to Paris next month and hope to do something that Brazil hasn't really been very good at, and that's win EWC. Congratulations to FaZe as the champions of Stage 1 here in South America. But before we close up the broadcast, how about we bring in our great desk and maybe hear from our winners?
I can tell you we'll be hearing from our winners. And frankly, I got to say, Ollie, after now that the day is done, I really don't envy the desk, because here you and I were sitting at 5-1 thinking of interview questions we were going to ask Furia, and then you got to deal with a 7-round comeback and switch things up. I do not envy Leo and Ann, but we do have JP on the line just after this. Of course, FaZe Clan are your Stage 1 champions. And with a performance like that on the back half, Ollie, pretty much unimpeachable.
I'm almost embarrassed for us that we doubted FaZe at any point through that, JP. Like, I'm sorry, I need to apologize. I need to kick off the interview with an apology. At the side swap, at the halftime, we were coming in and we were thinking, where is this team? Where is this roster? You guys just pulled that out of seemingly nowhere.
Yeah, we were struggling on attacking the map, and since the game against Liquid has been a problem for us, and today again. But happily that we could win at least one attack on the OT, and we could end the match on that.
And I have to ask, who's responsible for that comeback? Was it the Maestro? Was it Rafa and the Maestro cooking up something at the side swap, or is that a full team kind of locking in?
Honestly, it is more of a comfort side of the map for us, defending, and adding to that, it's like each round of we won at the time, we got like more confidence, and like it got snowballed basically. And when we got confidence and the kills we are killing the guys and things start working, it's basically like a confidence boost and a comfort on the map basically.
You could definitely see the confidence start to swell, just taking things round at a time. And I mean, we know this FaZe team, we've watched them win pretty much everything at this point. So, we expect that of them, that ability. It's just nice when you get to watch it come out in the server. JP, speaking of winning everything, let's be real here. FaZe, they've gone out there and they've done it. SIs, S-tier events, you name it. EWC is always somewhere that not only FaZe, but Brazil as a whole has tended to struggle. You guys' best finish is going to be around 7th place at an EWC. What's going to be different this time?
This new format of EWC, I think it helps us. We are not a team that usually goes that well in short tournaments. So now having a long tournament on EWC, I think will be benefit for us. And we're going to do the best prep we can, so we can try to lift this different trophy.
You guys like a lower bracket, that's for sure.
And the last question before we let you go, I actually wanted to kind of pick up on that. Obviously, you guys are, the longest running kind of standing 5-man roster inside of Rainbow Six. You guys have been together, I think, 3.5 years now, since before SI23. And definitely the long-term tournament thing has been quite apparent. Majors struggling to win with this new roster, but SIs, that you always seem to have them in hand. Do you think you guys loving the longer tournaments is part of this roster just being together so long that it maybe takes a bit of time to set in, but once it does, FaZe are just kind of inevitable?
Yeah, for sure. We've been together for so long. It's like when we are facing some problems during long tournaments, it's easier to fix these problems. When you're trying to fix problems during short tournaments, even when you're with the same roster for a long time, it's very hard. That's why we go so good in long tournaments than short tournaments. But since the Munich major, that majors are shorter than SIs, and we are trying to improve the way we prep to be able to be better in short tournaments. So we got a 3rd place in Munich, a 3rd place in Salt Lake City. We'll see on WC.
Well, we will see indeed. You guys continue to play lights out. Another SAL championship for the team. Is there anything you want to say before we send you off?
Just ask someone, everyone actually, to buy the FaZe bundle. I'm gonna thank you every fan of FaZe that cheer for us, and keep the hope. This is WC. Hopefully it'll be different than the last one.
Yeah. Hopefully they can win the one tournament that has eluded FaZe Clan in the past 4 years. Hopefully the rich keep getting richer inside of the SAL. But thank you very much, JP. Really appreciate it, and wish you luck in Paris.
See you guys.
And Ollie, I mean, to be fair, we joke about the rich getting richer, but that is where we're working at for FaZe. I mean, JP's talking about optimizing the team's prep so they're better for shorter tournaments versus longer tournaments. Most people dream of hammers. FaZe already has 2, and now they have, what, like the 5th or 6th SAL domestic trophy.
And I think JP's interview there, obviously, it felt like a bit of a sigh of relief at times, didn't it? It was like, we got that one over the line. We got a little bit lucky there. Recognizing Clubhouse Attacks is somewhere that they are struggling at the moment. So I'm sure that'll be something that teams are clutching to as precious information and precious intel, because the struggle was real at times here. I mean, Furia, they'll be kicking themselves because there was a big chance that we could have been sat there interviewing one of their players or coaching staff at that point, but it wasn't meant to be. FaZe's quality has risen to the top, and eventually they did find a way, but it wasn't an easy path that they had to tread. It was extremely difficult, and I think that really comes across in JP's interview.
And also speaks to the capabilities of FaZe of team. Of course, they can make comebacks like that, but also just understanding that they are a team that, I mean, I can't think of a team that is better at getting settled into series than FaZe are. I mean, how many times have we seen them come back from deficits like this? Because, like you said, when you are a core 5-man roster for so long, it's not just that the play becomes muscle memory and instinct, but even how you go about solving and diagnosing issues becomes muscle memory and instinct at that point. And that's just something that FaZe and FaZe alone have because of how long these players have been together. And especially once you get to OT, and as he said, when the momentum builds up, Ollie, it's just, the game plays itself at that point.
That's the dangerous thing. You can't give this FaZe team momentum. I think Furia needed to ideally shut this down in 1 or 2 rounds, but at that point, it just felt a little bit too late. As soon as those 2 have gone awry, you can just see the kill feeds in these last couple of clips. They've just been stacked on top of each other. It's not 1 kill coming in. It's usually 3, sometimes even 4 or more to really end these rounds out, because as soon as FaZe hit that go button, boom, they are just storming on through. The player of the day that we sort of said keep an eye on was Cyber. Now, rightly or wrongly, I mean, Cyber's always usually a pretty safe pick for that sort of thing anyway. He did have a fantastic series against Liquid. Here, didn't necessarily go missing, but just coasted by. 102 EPS. For me, the standout, it's got to be Vitaking. Handy, we sort of have come to expect it from, right? Handy is an incredible player in their own right and very often puts up ridiculous amounts of kills. But to see him come out of Vitaking himself, it was almost as if he decided in the fixture, hang on a minute, boys, we're not losing this one.
I mean, like, we've got multiple Vitaking, we got 4 Vitaking 3Ks in this series. I don't know if I've ever said the phrase Vitaking 3K in a game I've casted. Like, I don't know what he was doing today, but the kind of performance he had, and, you know, we're kind of going crazy over a 29-3-3 mapper, but, like, when you have a team that is as stacked as FaZe Clan, Vitaking is always in that 5th place spot, still doing well, but, of course, the MVP, this guy, talk about the rich getting richer. Handy's got like 18,000 of these MVP awards. He's always been such a consistent player for FaZe Clan. And the other thing I want to highlight as well, Handy, obviously great. If Fury had won, Loy would be in this spot, and with the performance he had, the fact that a win doesn't come of it, that one's gotta hurt.
Yeah, it does. And, you know, he was kind of on his own a little bit today, wasn't he, in that Furia lineup? There wasn't anyone that was by his side, on his shoulder, egging him on and trying to snap at his heels and catch him up in terms of kills. It really was a bit of a one-man show at times. Handy getting the MVP, like you say, he's had a ton of these so far. Flies under the radar as one of those players that, you know, we'll highlight when necessary, but is so crucial in picking up those kills. Very often picking up 1-2 kills at a time. Nice positioning as well on that defense, and always doing those thankless tasks.
And honestly, at this point, talking about FaZe is a bit of a thankless task, because we always have to make the same points. And it's only because this team just keeps winning. This team keeps showing up. This team keeps impressing us, just because this kind of dominance for this long, truly one of the best, if not the best cores in Rainbow Six history. But that is it for Ollie and I inside of the SAL. That's it for the SAL this stage. Only thing we have left coming up is EWC in Paris in just a short little while. And then, of course, we've got stage 2 right after that. So while it might be goodbye here, we'll see you right before you know it. So don't go anywhere. There's a whole lot more Rainbow Six in just like a month. We'll see you then.
Major.